15. What did Einstein believe in? Einstein is widely celebrated as one of the greatest scientists of the 20th century. As an intellectual authority who captured a unique public respect and interest, his statements on the existence of a creator God have always carried a great deal of weight. Though many have tried to claim him for their own camp, Einstein's statements on the question can seem vague or even contradictory, resisting easy classification. We will need to take a closer look. In piecing together any coherent view Einstein may have had on this question, it is worth distinguishing between Einstein the scientist and Einstein the man. In his role as a scientist, he often recognized the necessity for an infinitely superior being responsible for the creation of the world. But Einstein the man never acknowledged any personal God or followed any particular religion. Since this is actually a common situation among scientists, the case of Einstein may be illustrative of more general trends. We can divide his statements on the subject into two groups. Einstein, who had no religious training, makes a clear distinction between the God behind the origin of the universe, whom he believes in, because the fact of that God's existence stems, so to speak, from his scientific work, and the God of the Bible, whom he personally does not believe in. What might otherwise seem incoherent begins to make sense when interpreted with this in mind. And so we can classify his statements into two large groups, those in which he affirms his belief in a creator God on the one hand, and, on the other, those in which he rejects religion. Quotations from Einstein display his belief in a creator God. But also, everyone who is seriously involved in the pursuit of science becomes convinced that some spirit is manifest in the laws of the universe, one that is vastly superior to that of man. In this way, the pursuit of science leads to a religious feeling of a special sort, which is surely quite different from the religiosity of someone more naive. I consider the comprehensibility of the world, to the extent that we are authorized to speak of such a comprehensibility, as a miracle or as an eternal mystery. There lies the weakness of positivists and professional atheists who are elated because they feel that they have not only successfully rid the world of gods, but bared the miracles. Oddly enough, we must be satisfied to acknowledge the miracle without there being any legitimate way for us to approach it. I am forced to add that, just to keep you from thinking that, weakened by age, I have fallen prey to the priests. My religiosity consists of a humble admiration of the infinitely superior spirit that reveals itself in the little that we can comprehend of the knowable world. That deeply emotional conviction of the presence of a superior reasoning power, which is revealed in the incomprehensible universe, forms my idea of God. I want to know how God created this world. I am not interested in this or that phenomenon, in the spectrum of this or that element. I want to know his thoughts. The rest are details. Everything is determined, the beginning as well as the end, by forces over which we have no control. It is determined for the insect as well as for the star. Human beings, vegetables, or cosmic dust, we all dance to a mysterious tune, intoned in the distance by an invisible piper. I'm not an atheist. I don't think I can call myself a pantheist. What separates me from most so-called atheists is a feeling of utter humility toward the unattainable secrets of the harmony of the cosmos. The fanatical atheists are like slaves who are still feeling the weight of their chains which they have thrown off after hard struggle. They are creatures who, in their grudge against the traditional opium of the people, cannot hear the music of the spheres. To sense that behind anything that can be experienced there is a something that our mind cannot grasp and whose beauty and sublimity reaches us only indirectly and as a feeble reflection, this is religiousness. In this sense, I am religious. On the other hand, I maintain that the cosmic religious feeling is the strongest and noblest motive for scientific research. A contemporary has said, not unjustly, that in this materialistic age of ours, the serious scientific workers are the only profoundly religious people. This scientist's religious feeling takes the form of a rapturous amazement at the harmony of natural law, which reveals an intelligence of such superiority that, compared with it, all the systematic thinking and acting of human beings is an utterly insignificant reflection. Statements on God scattered throughout his entire career and discussions with his peers. Coincidences are God's way of remaining anonymous. Science without religion is lame. Religion without science is blind. The discovery of a fundamental verified law of nature is an inspiration of God. Einstein often spoke of the marvelous Spinoza and even explicitly approved of this philosopher's notion of God. I believe in Spinoza's God, who reveals himself in the lawful harmony of the world, not in a God who concerns himself with the fate and the doings of mankind. It was again Spinoza's God that Einstein had in mind when he exclaimed to Niels Bohr in 1927, "God does not play dice with the universe." He also occasionally made reference to Leibniz, notably when he explained about Max Planck that nobody who has really gone deeply into the matter will deny that in practice the world of phenomena uniquely determines the theoretical system, in spite of the fact that there is no logical bridge between phenomena and their theoretical principles. This is what Leibniz described so happily as a pre-established harmony. Quotes in which Einstein rejects the idea of a personal God and organized religion. We must begin with his famous letter to Gutkind. Still, without Brouwer's suggestion, I would never have gotten myself to engage intensively with your book because it is written in a language inaccessible to me. The word God is for me nothing more than the expression and product of human weakness, the Bible a collection of honorable but still purely primitive legends which are nevertheless pretty childish. No interpretation, no matter how subtle, can change this for me. For me, the Jewish religion, like all other religions, is an incarnation of the most childish superstition. Later, now that I have quite openly stated our differences in intellectual convictions, it is still clear to me that we are quite close to each other in essential things, that is, in our evaluations of human behavior. It was, of course, a lie what you read about my religious convictions, a lie which is being systematically repeated. I do not believe in a personal God, and I have never denied this, but have expressed it clearly. If something is in me which can be called religious, then it is the unbounded admiration for the structure of the world so far as our science can reveal it. I am a deeply religious non-believer. This is a somewhat new kind of religion. I have never imputed to nature a purpose or a goal or anything that could be understood as anthropomorphic. What I see in nature is a magnificent structure that we can comprehend only very imperfectly and that must fill a thinking person with a feeling of humility. This is a genuinely religious feeling that has nothing to do with mysticism. The idea of a personal God is quite alien to me and seems even naive. If this being is omnipotent, then every occurrence, including every human action, every human thought, and every human feeling and aspiration is also his work. How is it possible to think of holding men responsible for their deeds and thoughts before such an almighty being? In giving out punishment and rewards, he would, to a certain extent, be passing judgment on himself. How can this be combined with the goodness and righteousness ascribed to him? No, clearly not. I do not believe that a man should be restrained in his daily actions by being afraid of punishment after death, or that he should do things only because in this way he will be rewarded after he dies. This does not make sense. Einstein's is an interesting case. He received no religious education, professed no personal belief, and at times was even openly hostile to religion. But as a scientist, he contemplated the extraordinary harmony of the cosmos and called it the intelligence of the universe. In the end, his position might best be described as a form of deism. My religion consists of a humble admiration for the illimitable superior spirit that reveals itself in the slight details we are able to perceive with our frail and feeble minds. Einstein, one of the greatest scientists of the 20th century, was led to believe in a creator God thanks to science, and in spite of his prejudices, which were completely hostile to the idea. And as we have seen, The reasons he gave for his belief were entirely scientific. 16. What did Gödel believe in? A clap of thunder in the sky of mathematics. David Hilbert, one of the greatest mathematicians of the 21st century, had a list of unsolved mathematical problems. Of the 23 on his list, one seemed to him to be of special importance, to demonstrate that mathematics is a complete and coherent system. Though seemingly insignificant, the result would be of enormous philosophical importance. Theoretically, at least, one could demonstrate the truth or falsity of any logical proposition using math. Hilbert boldly called this the final solution to the problem of logic. One can clearly see the ideology that motivated this research, the usual idea of fencing in the realm of reality, of saying, "Okay, we've covered this question. Move on, there's nothing more to see here. We have exhausted what reality has to show us. We have worked it all out with our equations." These ideas lay at the heart of logical positivism and of the material dialecticism that then reigned in the sciences. But on October 7, 1930, Hilbert's project fell apart at Königsberg, Kant's hometown, where a group of mathematical elites had gathered at a conference to discuss the theme, the epistemology of the exact sciences. At the end of the conference, a shy young man in wire-rimmed glasses, thin and small of stature, spoke up. He was named Kurt Gödel, and he had just completed his thesis at the University of Vienna under the direction of Hans Hahn. He said just one thing: "One can even give examples of propositions whose contents are really true, but are unprovable in the formal system of classical mathematics." Witnesses say that Gödel spoke loudly enough to be heard by everyone present, but what he said did not seem to sink in. There is nothing more formal than the notion of mathematical truth. Something is true only if it can be demonstrated to be so. Did this young man just say that there might be mathematical propositions that are both true and unprovable? We must have misheard him. That simply can't be possible. No one reacted. No one asked Gödel what he meant. Only one participant understood what had just happened: John von Neumann, a towering intellectual figure of the 20th century who would go on to design the first computer and take part in the Manhattan Project that developed the atomic bomb. In a private conversation after the conference, von Neumann asked Gödel if his remarks had implications for simpler mathematics like arithmetic. Gödel replied, "Of course, undecidable propositions about integers could be so constructed, but they would contain concepts quite different from those occurring in number theory like addition and multiplication." Even Gödel had not yet seen the full implications of his theory, but he soon surprised even himself with the discovery of his second theorem: no reasonably rich mathematical system can contain a proof of its own consistency. This implies that every coherent logical system is inevitably incomplete, which is why we call it an incompleteness theorem. Von Neumann immediately grasped that Hilbert's program was doomed to fail. Logic cannot be based on itself, neither can mathematics, nor even arithmetic. When Gödel published his proof the following year, a veritable tsunami swept over the mathematical elite. Leading mathematician Hermann Weyl called it a debacle, a catastrophe. As Polyurgro describes it, the 2,000-year-old axiomatization inaugurated by Euclid, the paradigm of captured rationality, had been shattered, and the blow had been struck annoyingly just when Hilbert had succeeded in perfecting the very idea of a formal system of axioms. Not only the results, but the very methods employed in Gödel's theorem were so unexpected that it was years before mathematicians and logicians began to grasp their full significance. A rendezvous with success. Gödel's article cannot be grasped at first glance. Even mathematicians at the highest levels had difficulty understanding it. John von Neumann championed it in these terms: "Kurt Gödel's achievement in modern logic is singular and monumental. Indeed, it is more than a monument. It is a landmark which will remain visible far in space and time." Gödel's name began to circulate at mathematics conferences. As for Hilbert, he was devastated. When the profound implications of the incompleteness theorem dawned on him, he realized that the blond-haired boy he had first crossed paths with 3 years before, and taken for half mad, had sunk his dream of demonstrating and solving every question through mathematics alone. Without intending it, Gödel rapidly became an international celebrity within the mathematical community. Among the many other invitations he received was an offer to join the Institute for Advanced Study at Princeton, a sort of safe haven for geniuses that offered scientists fleeing the Nazi regime a welcome refuge in the United States. Gödel settled permanently at Princeton in 1940, but only after he had escaped the Nazis in a remarkable adventure, taking the Trans-Siberian with his wife across the whole USSR and catching a boat from Japan to San Francisco. There he met a scientist named Einstein, who was to become one of his closest friends. For more than 15 years, their friendship was punctuated by the unchanging ritual of daily walks together through the university park. Einstein's particular esteem for Gödel is reflected in his comment to economist Oskar Morgenstern, "My own work no longer meant much, that he came to the Institute merely to have the privilege of walking home with Gödel." Unfortunately, the conversations between these two great geniuses of the 20th century are lost to us forever. Since they saw each other every day, they never exchanged letters. We do have a few snippets of his talks with Einstein that Gödel recorded in letters to his mother. What does the famous incompleteness theorem tell us? English mathematician Marcus du Sautoy of Oxford University sums up Gödel's insight in these terms. Gödel showed that any system of mathematics must contain true statements that are unprovable. Gödel begins with a logical system, S, that can be shown to be coherent, that is to say, excluding false propositions like 2 + 2 = 5. Next, he manages to construct a proposition of the type now called G in his honor that says, "There is no demonstration of G that belongs to system S." This is true for the simple reason that if we can construct from S a system we've already shown to be coherent, a true proposition that says that it itself cannot be demonstrated from within system S, this is because it's impossible to do. The S system would be incoherent otherwise. The proposition is therefore true but not demonstrable within system S. Though it might be demonstrated in an expanded system S, we would immediately run into proposition G, true in its turn but not demonstrable within system S. G is demonstrable in the even larger system S, but there we find proposition G, which can't be demonstrated within system S. And on it goes. We call this recurrent reasoning. Thus, within any coherent system, we find many true but unprovable propositions. As Gödel himself said, his system is based on the idea that the notion of truth in mathematics is larger than the notion of demonstrability. This conclusion is a hard pill to swallow for some mathematicians even today. What are the consequences of Gödel's theory? Though today Gödel is much less well known to the general public than Einstein is, his peers considered him a singular genius. The Gödelian revolution is considered one of the greatest transformations in the history of mathematics and logic. The words of French mathematician and philosopher Pierre Casseau-Noguès clearly expresses the consensus on Gödel. Kurt Gödel was one of the greatest logicians in history. His incompleteness theorem, published in 1931, is perhaps the most significant mathematical proposition of the 20th century. But more than a half-century after Gödel's death, the debate on the direct and indirect consequences of his theorem rages on. Since the notion of truth is much broader than the notion of demonstrability in mathematics, as we've seen, the most generally accepted view is that the theory confirms the Platonic position on mathematics. This position, which holds that mathematical objects exist independently of the human mind, has been summarized very well by the great mathematician and physicist Roger Penrose, 2020 Nobel laureate in physics, who is passionate about Gödel's work and its applications. According to Plato, mathematical concepts and mathematical truths inhabit an actual world of their own that is timeless and without physical location. Plato's world is an ideal world of perfect forms, distinct from the physical world, but in terms of which the physical world must be understood. It also lies beyond our imperfect mental constructions, yet our minds do have some direct access to this Platonic realm through an awareness of mathematical forms and our ability to reason about them. We shall find that whilst our Platonic perceptions can be aided on occasion by computation, they are not limited by computation. It is this potential for the awareness of mathematical concepts involved in this Platonic access that gives the mind a power beyond what can ever be achieved by a device dependent solely upon computation for its action. It is ultimately an ontological question, not a philosophical one. If mathematical forms exist beyond our imperfect mental constructions, it stands to reason that there is another world, or at least another dimension, in which these objects exist without anyone around to think of them. The last sentence of Penrose's remark deserves our particular attention. He says that the direct access the human mind has to the Platonic realm gives it a power superior to that of computers, which by definition have no access to it. In two works that completely scandalized those who defended a materialist conception of the human mind, Penrose claimed to demonstrate that Gödel's theorem alone proves that the human mind is superior to any machine. The second work includes, in passing, the most accessible proof of Gödel's theorem that has ever been proposed. Without going into too much detail about Penrose's claim, which is still being debated in the fields of logic, mathematics, and artificial intelligence, the argument is as follows. If the human mind worked like a computer, we would use a set of S-axioms to determine the truth or falsity of mathematical propositions, just as today's artificial intelligence can automatically prove theorems. But this system would necessarily contain its own proposition G, a proposition not provable within the system, but which a human observer immediately understands to be true. For Penrose, this implies that human mathematicians do not use a computational procedure to find the truth of proposition G. We might say that we understand the truth of this proposition through our transcendent access to mathematical truths. But might not the human mind run up against the same barrier? That is what Gödel himself believed. While he forcefully and repeatedly asserted that the human mind was immaterial, he thought that his theorem alone was not enough to demonstrate its immaterial nature. While Gödel did not publish much during his lifetime, he left behind thousands of pages in small notebooks. Like Leonardo da Vinci, he wrote in code, using Gabelsberger, a special form of shorthand that only few people in the world can now decipher. John and Cheryl Dawson learned this language with the express purpose of sharing Gödel's ideas with the world. 40 years before Penrose wrote, Gödel noted down in his mysterious shorthand in one of his little notebooks, "My incompleteness theorem makes it likely that mind is not mechanical, or else mind cannot understand its own mechanism." In other words, at least one of the following statements has to be true. Either the human mind is a reality independent of the material world, or mathematical objects have a reality outside the material world. For Gödel, both propositions were absolutely true, but what his theorem actually demonstrates is that at least one of them is true. In his eyes, that fact assured the defeat of materialism. As he put it, "My theorem only shows that the mechanization of mathematics, that is to say, removing the mind and abstract entities from the equation, is impossible." Mind, are you there? Thus, mind was the central focus for Gödel, leading him to wider claims about the nature of matter. Matter and mind are two different things. It is a logical possibility that the existence of mind, separate from matter, is an empirically decidable question. The mere possibility that there may not be enough nerve cells to perform the function of the mind introduces an empirical component into the problem of mind and matter. Gödel extended his non-materialist conception of mind to his view of the nature of life and of evolution. I don't think the brain came in the Darwinian manner. In fact, it is disprovable. Simple mechanism can't yield the brain. He believed that Darwinianism, which he called simple mechanism, would one day be refuted rationally. More generally, I believe that mechanism in biology is a prejudice of our time which will be disproved. In this case, One disproof, in my opinion, will consist in a mathematical theorem to the effect that the formation within geological times of a human body by the laws of physics, or any other laws of a similar nature, starting from a random distribution of the elementary particles and the field, is as unlikely as the separation by chance of the atmosphere into its components. In fact, Gödel was very coherent, attempting to do for neurology and biology what he had done for logic, construct a theory that demonstrates the insufficiency of the materialist approach. Regarding neurology, Gödel speculated that there are simply not enough neurons in the human brain to provide sufficient storage capacity for all the mind's operations. In the realm of biology, he argued that even the immensity of geological time was not sufficient for every kind of existing living being to have developed, in all their complexity, from the first living cell through a Darwinian process of mutation driven by chance and natural selection. Although he was a theoretician, Gödel also ran experiments. In letters to his mother, he mentions more than 200 tests he performed on his wife Adele, who had a very strong sense of intuition. She was able to guess playing cards without seeing them, with a much better result than could be marked up to blind chance. Gödel also wrote extensively on the sudden and instant character of intuition, as opposed to the more laborious process of acquiring knowledge, which seemed to him further proof of the non-material character of the human mind. But if the human mind is not material, if it is not identical with the brain, can it survive after death? Gödel answered this question in the affirmative. Between July and October 1961, Gödel wrote 4 letters to his mother Marianne, who had remained behind in Vienna. The pair did not know if they would ever see each other again in their lifetimes, and she asked him if they would meet again after death. Gödel, who was hyper-rational, privileging logic and reason above all else, was not the sort of person to distort his thinking merely to console someone, even his own mother. To him, that would have seemed a reprehensible betrayal of logic and reason. For this reason, we can be sure that his message to his mother, written in simple and accessible language, contains his true thoughts on the matter. Here, in a letter composed the 23rd of July 1961, one can find his reasoning in full. If the world, Welt, is rationally constructed and has meaning, then there must be such a thing as an afterlife. For what sense would there be in creating a being, man, which has such a wide realm of possibilities for its own development and for relationships to others, and then not allowing it to realize even 1,000th of those possibilities? That would be almost like someone laying, with the greatest effort and expense, the foundations for a house, and then letting it all go to seed again. But does one have reason to suppose that the world is rationally constructed? I believe so, for it is by no means chaotic or random, but, as science shows, everything is pervaded by the greatest regularity and order. Order, however, is a form of rationality, Vernünftigkeit. How would one envision a second, another, life? About that there are naturally only guesses. However, it is interesting that it is precisely modern science that provides support for such a thing, for it shows that this world of ours, with all the stars and planets in it, had a beginning and most probably will also have an end, that is, it will literally come to nothing. But why then should there exist only this one world? For just as we one day found ourselves in this world without knowing why and where from, so can the same thing be repeated in the same way in another world too. It is interesting that, though it was too early for Gödel to speak of the famous fine-tuning of the universe, he nevertheless affirms that the universe had a beginning. He also claims that the regularity and order ruling the universe show that it is rationally arranged, implying a meaning behind the order. Gödel observes that each human being has much more potential than can be tapped and brought to fruition in the course of a single lifetime, and so it would be illogical for there to be no life after death. To his mind, there is no reason that this irrational exception should exist in an otherwise rational world. And where's the universe in all this? Gödel's conception of the world as rational and rules-based made an irrational inconsistency like the absence of life after death seem impossible to him. So we might well be astonished that he did not try to apply his incompleteness theorem to the universe. If the universe is a coherent system based on the laws of mathematics, doesn't that imply that it is incomplete, that its source can only be found outside of itself? Gödel did show some interest in the universe, especially during the years 1949 to 1950, when he even gave Einstein as a birthday present a new solution to the equations of relativity called Gödel's universe, in which it would be possible to travel in time. But he does not seem to ever have taken a serious interest in the question. Others have picked up the thread for him, either explicitly or implicitly pointing to Gödel's theorem to argue that man will never comprehend the universe in its entirety. As astrophysicist Jin Sun Tuan puts it, will the universe one day be revealed in all its glorious reality? In this respect, we may mention the work of the Austrian mathematician Kurt Gödel, who showed in 1931 that, within a mathematical system, there will always be certain propositions that cannot be proved. Just as it is impossible to prove everything in mathematics, the human mind will never be able to comprehend the whole of the universe. The universe will remain forever inaccessible. The melody will remain secret forever. In the conclusion of his Mind of God, celebrated physicist and cosmologist Paul Davies definitely has Gödel's theorem in mind. But in the end, a rational explanation for the world in the sense of a closed and complete system of logical truths is almost certainly impossible. We are barred from ultimate knowledge, from ultimate explanation, by the very rules of reasoning that prompt us to seek such an explanation in the first place. To pass beyond these limits that Gödel's theorem draws around our conception of the universe, Davies goes on to encourage us to turn to mysticism. If we wish to progress beyond, we have to embrace a different concept of understanding from that of rational explanation. Possibly the mystical path is a way to such an understanding. I have never had a mystical experience myself, but I keep an open mind about the value of such experiences. Maybe they provide the only route beyond the limits to which science and philosophy can take us, the only possible path to the ultimate. Celebrated astrophysicist Stephen Hawking, too, was struck by the implications of Gödel's thought. After spending most of his scholarly career trying to construct a theory of everything, he changed his mind. Reflecting on Gödel's theorem, he ultimately stated that such a theory was impossible to reach. And where is God in all this? In his deliberately illegible papers, Gödel left a 14-point creed. The first point affirms, as should come as no surprise, that the world is rational. The second says that human reason can theoretically be developed more highly than it has been yet, and the 13th says, there is a scientific, exact philosophy and theology which deals with concepts of the highest abstractness, and this is also most highly fruitful for science. This last point leads us to understand why Gödel grappled with the ultimate question, the existence of God. He tried to demonstrate this existence through simple logic without falling back on philosophy or theology. He started from St. Anselm's famous ontological argument, which comes close to being a tautology and can be summarized thus: since God is by definition a being who possesses all qualities, he must possess existence, since existence is a quality. During St. Anselm's lifetime, in the 11th century, the monk Galileo objected, "We can imagine that in the middle of the ocean there exists the most beautiful island possible, richer than all other islands, but that doesn't mean the island exists." Despite this objection, the argument has continued to be taken seriously and developed by philosophers like Leibniz, Descartes, and Spinoza. Immanuel Kant and David Hume, on the other hand, exerted a considerable amount of effort attempting to refute it. Gödel, a great admirer of Leibniz, could not fail to follow in the footsteps of someone he considered a master thinker. Though Gödel shared his work on the existence of God with several colleagues, his proof was not published until 1987, 9 years after his death. The famous ontological proof, 12 lines of formal logic, 5 axioms, 3 definitions, and 4 theorems. No one questioned its formal significance. Christopher Benzmüller, of the Free University of Berlin, and Bruno Wolzenlogel-Paleo of the Vienna University of Technology, both mathematicians researching artificial intelligence, responded by publishing an article with the provocative title Formalization, Mechanization, and Automation of Gödel's Proof of God's Existence. With the help of computers, the two researchers were able to verify that Gödel's proof was formally correct, at least mathematically, according to higher-order modal logic. With the help of computers, we can verify the coherence of a logical proposition very quickly, explained Christoph Bensmuller, who confirms Gödel's conclusions. God, by the most widely used metaphysical definition, necessarily exists. You cannot conceive of a world in which he does not exist. Is the debate closed then? Mathematician Pier Giorgio Odifredi of Cornell University has cautioned us not to be so hasty. For this logician, Gödel's ontological proof resembles the idealistic arguments of Berkeley which, according to Hume, cannot be contradicted but do not convince anyone. As with any mathematical demonstration, the strength of the conclusion depends on the axioms upon which it rests. If we accept the truth of the axioms, the conclusion inexorably follows. Of course, not all materialists will accept, for example, axiom 3. The property of being godlike is positive. What is certain is that Gödel was completely theistic. As he himself put it, I went home with Einstein almost every day and talked about philosophy, politics, and the conditions of America. Einstein was democratically inclined. His religion is much more abstract, like that of Spinoza and Indian philosophy. Mine is more similar to church religion. Spinoza's God is less than a person. Mine is more than a person, because God can't be less than a person. He can play the role of a person. Since Gödel presented himself as a baptized Lutheran, we can assume that this last sentence is perhaps a reference to the Incarnation. He did distance himself, however, from organized religions, distinguishing them from religion, as in this key passage from another letter to his mother. I believe there is a lot more sense in religion, though not in the churches, than one usually thinks. But from earliest youth we, that is, the middle layer of mankind to which we belong, or at least most people in this layer, are brought up prejudiced against it, religion, from school, from poor religious instruction, from books and experiences. Though Gödel was quite critical of individual religions, he nevertheless viewed religion in a positive light, as the last point of his creed shows. Religions are, for the most part, bad, but religion is not. He thought of his efforts to rationalize religion as no more than a vivid representation and adaptation to our present way of thinking of certain theological doctrines that have been preached for 2,000 years, though mixed with a lot of nonsense, to be sure. And so Gödel's religion with a capital R seems to be the Christian religion, since he mentions 2,000 years and not the 2,500 years that Greek philosophy has been around. But he draws a distinction between a purified Christianity and establishment churches. Conclusion. The man his peers considered the greatest logician since Aristotle demonstrated that truth ultimately lies beyond demonstration and showed that we cannot do away with spirits and abstract entities. This lends great credibility to those who claim to have been in direct contact, beyond any demonstration, with the world of mathematical truths. His theory also suggests that there is some way to get in touch with the spiritual world. As we have seen, Gödel believed that the human mind, though associated with a machine, the brain, is not itself material. He argued that the laws governing the evolution of life are more complex and subtle than is currently understood, and that it makes sense to believe in an afterlife. He even attempted to demonstrate the existence of God. But the greatest strength of Gödel's claims is his deconstruction of the positivistic and reductionistic theses that shaped what he called the spirit of the time. As the 10th point of his credo tells us, materialism is false. So Gödel joins the ranks of great scientists, Newton, Faraday, Maxwell, Pasteur, and the mathematician Bernard Riemann, 1826 to 1866, for whom science practiced at the highest level leads towards God, not away from him. This is yet further support that corresponds perfectly with the conclusions of other rational investigations into the question of the existence of God. Evidence from outside the sciences. Introduction. We have now brought the scientific portion of our book to a close. We began by studying the logical consequences of the claim that there is no Creator God. Then we showed how the great discoveries of the 20th century do not square with these implications. Today, 3 implications of the claim that God does not exist are challenged by science: the idea that the universe had no beginning, that the fine-tuning of the universe is nothing more than chance, and that the emergence of life from inert matter is a natural, comprehensible, and replicable phenomenon. But science has contested all three of these ideas. Therefore, the thesis they flow from no longer seems tenable. We could stop there. But that would be a pity, and our study would be incomplete if we concluded our book after this first part, however essential it is. Reason is much broader than the field of empirical science, and the thesis that God does not exist has implications in other fields of human knowledge that are just as powerful and interesting. They leave us with clear alternatives to choose from. Let's consider a few of these. Miracles can't happen. Prophecy and divine revelation are impossible. There is no enigma that can't be resolved through normal materialist explanations. But as we shall see, these implications cannot stand the test of reason. In the following chapters, we submit 4 enigmas for your consideration. 3,000 years ago, the Hebrews were the only people in the world who knew that the sun was nothing other than a luminous body, not a god. Where do the extraordinary cosmological and anthropological truths revealed by the Bible come from? Everyone on our planet arranges their calendars and signs their contracts based on the birth year of a man named Jesus of Nazareth. Who could he be? A wise man? A failed opportunist? Or more than that? Is the astonishing survival of the Jewish people over thousands of years nothing more than chance? Does the extraordinary event that happened in Fátima in 1917, and which was foretold months in advance by illiterate children, have a plausible materialist explanation? Those of you, our readers, who feel repulsed by this kind of talk can stop here or skip the next 4 chapters. We understand the reaction, but you don't know what you're missing. 17. The humanly inaccessible truths of the Bible. Is it possible for a small, obscure, and impoverished people to hold great truths unknown to the rest of the world? In the ancient world, there was a small nation of nomads who occupied a modest territory of semi-desert at the mercy of their powerful, idolatrous neighbors. Their nation had no scientists, no observatories, no great cities, no natural resources, no ports, and no monumental architecture. But they did have a precious book. This people, the Hebrew people. This book, the Bible, which contained a goldmine of knowledge about humanity and the cosmos. Most of the Bible's claims about the nature and origin of the cosmos would remain unverifiable and inaccessible to human reason throughout antiquity and for many centuries thereafter. But over the last century or so, modern science has proved them true. What truths did the Hebrews hold? They knew that the sun and the moon are nothing more than lights, luminous bodies in the sky. They knew that the universe was created from nothing, that it had a beginning, and that it would someday come to an end. They were convinced that mankind was made out of the same matter as the rest of the physical world, and that neither stars, rivers, springs, nor forests were inhabited by deities. It's easy for us to be indifferent to these beliefs. They seem so obvious. But in antiquity, they were all revolutionary ideas. The Jews' more prestigious neighbors, the Sumerians, Egyptians, Assyrians, Babylonians, Persians, Greeks, and Romans, with all their scholars, pyramids, observatories, and great libraries, held diametrically opposed convictions. They lived in a world of idols, while their more modest neighbors, thanks to the truths of the Bible, lived free of these superstitions. What explains the extraordinary uniqueness of the Hebrew people? Where did these many truths come from that were so counterintuitive and contrary to the common beliefs of their day, truths that the Hebrews had held for centuries? How did they manage to keep their faith in these truths intact through all the ups and downs of history? We first need to clarify the line of questioning we'll use to examine some of the Bible's truths. 1. What is a humanly inaccessible truth? 2. What are the humanly inaccessible truths that the Bible gave to the Hebrews? 3. Are we sure we are reading the same Bible the Hebrews had 2,500 years ago? 4. Are we certain that we know how they understood the Bible's claims? 5. How advanced were the Hebrews, and what was their ability to tackle complex questions on their own? 6. How advanced were their neighbors, and to what extent were they able to impose their beliefs on the Hebrews? 1. What is a humanly inaccessible truth? In general, we can consider a piece of knowledge to be out of reach if it meets the following criteria. The scientific or philosophical tools necessary to attain it through reason did not exist at that time. It is counterintuitive. It is eventually revealed to be true. It is at odds with the beliefs of neighboring peoples who are more advanced and more numerous. The group who holds it is small, undeveloped, and weak. If these criteria are met, the historical existence of a factual belief is a mystery because those who hold it could not have obtained it by their own means or through the intervention of their neighbors. 2. What out-of-reach truths did the Hebrews know about the cosmos and humanity thanks to the Bible? The Hebrews knew that 1. The sun and the moon are nothing but luminous bodies. 2. The universe was created from nothing and had a beginning at a particular point in time. 3. Since the universe will end, time is unidirectional, not cyclical. 4. Mankind comes from matter. 5. There are no gods in the stars, rivers, springs, or forests. 6. All people come from the same stock, which is the basis of their equality. Kings, pharaohs, and emperors are only human. 7. The world was not created all at once, but rather developed in stages. 8. In the process of creation, mankind appeared last. 9. There were other humanoid beings that eventually went extinct. 10. The astrology and magical rites that dominated the lives of all the ancient peoples from Babylon to Rome were nothing but superstitions. 2 things about this list immediately stand out. First of all, the Hebrews' worldview is correct on too many points to be the result of chance. In fact, there are so many surprising accuracies that we do not have room to study all of them here. Second, this list contains a number of fundamental, important teachings regarding man and his place in the cosmos. These truths had major, real-life implications that inspired the Hebrews to adopt a way of life different to that of their neighbors, namely, the absence of human sacrifice, a very minimal practice of slavery that was carefully regulated to protect the rights of slaves, better conditions for women, a greater respect for human life, the condemnation of astrology and superstition. 3. Is our Bible the same as the one the Hebrews had? We must answer this question to put to rest a lingering suspicion. We might reasonably doubt whether the texts of the Bible have been altered over the course of time, and if the truths in question were introduced only at a later date. Fortunately, we can easily put this fear to rest. First of all, in the pre-exilic books, those written before the 6th century BC, which are the ones we are most concerned with here, there are only minor differences between the Jewish and Christian versions of the Bible read today. It would have been impossible for one group to alter the texts without the other immediately noticing. Consequently, the texts we have are the same ones the Hebrews read more than 2 millennia ago. The discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls in 1947 settled the case beyond doubt. The excavated texts are almost identical to the texts we read today. Most experts admit today that the texts in question have not been significantly altered since the 6th century BC. We can be fairly certain, therefore, that the texts and its teachings have not been modified in the last 2,500 years, and that they are the very ones that the Hebrews of that time put their trust in. 4. Are we sure that they interpreted the Bible's claims in the same way we do today? We run very little risk of misinterpreting these claims because they recur in many places in the Bible, worded in various ways. The claim that the sun and moon are only luminous objects, for instance, is presented in various forms in several different passages. Further, contemporary non-Jewish authors sometimes express their astonishment at the Bible's claims, which proves that these ideas went against the shared worldview of antiquity. Finally, in some cases we know of, Neighboring peoples persecuted the Hebrews for these beliefs. They were punished by the Romans, for example, for refusing to participate in the cult of the emperors. 5. How advanced were the Hebrews? From Abraham to Jesus Christ, the Hebrews were always a small nation. Their kingdom, when they had one, was tiny and wielded little political influence. Aside from kings David and Solomon, whose actual importance is controversial, they had no great kings, no great scholars, no philosophers, no generals, no explorers, and no great conquerors. Socrates, Plato, Pythagoras, Euclid, Archimedes, Parmenides, Thales, Ramses, Darius, Cyrus, Alexander, Caesar. Not a single one of these great figures of antiquity came from the Hebrew nation. The Hebrews were frequently conquered and oppressed by their more powerful neighbors. They were enslaved in Egypt, long held subject to the Canaanites, forced into exile by the Assyrians, crushed by the Babylonians, and deported en masse to Babylon. After their liberation, they became vassals of Persia, only to be invaded by the Greeks and finally occupied by the Romans, who destroyed their country, scattered them to the four corners of the world, and ended their presence in Palestine for almost 2,000 years. At best, they could boast of a handful of prophets, men who were usually on the run from their own co-religionists, who were infuriated by their rebukes and prophecies of doom. The Hebrews had no pyramids, observatories, libraries, or great ports, not even impressive buildings, with the late exception of the Temple of Herod, built when their numbers and influence were at their peak. But by that time, the texts of the Bible that concern us here had already been written a long time ago. The Hebrews possessed none of the usual qualities or accomplishments associated with high civilization or advanced intellectual activity. Needless to say, this was not fertile ground for cultivating great discoveries. In the face of such a discrepancy between the Hebrew people's modest resources and the incredibly advanced and prescient truths they possessed about the world and mankind, it is difficult to believe that they made these discoveries on their own. 6. How advanced were their neighbors? Conversely, since the neighboring peoples were more numerous, more advanced, and more powerful, it stands to reason that they would influence their weaker neighbors and impose their beliefs upon them. Indisputably, the Hebrews' neighbors surpassed them on almost every level. There is simply no comparison between the Egyptian pyramids and the buildings of this group of shepherds living 1,000 years before Christ, or between the skill and refinement of the objects discovered in Tutankhamun's tomb and Hebrew pottery of the time. When it comes to technology and competence in various fields of knowledge, there is no possible point of comparison. Pythagoras, Thales, Plato, Socrates, Homer, and the wise men of Babylon, the genius of Darius, Cyrus, and Alexander, find no equal among the few notable historical figures of the Hebrew people. Yet the Jews clung stubbornly to beliefs that held nothing in common with those of their more advanced neighbors. Their convictions were not at all borrowed from the mental universe of other nations, and thus it is all the more extraordinary that this little people had the courage to hold on to beliefs that their more brilliant, powerful, and numerous neighbors deemed absurd and sacrilegious. This anomaly is what leads us to speak of humanly unattainable truths, since normally these peoples would have imposed their deities and beliefs on the weaker group. But actually, the opposite happened. The star of the pagan deities slowly died. Their cults fell into disuse and then oblivion, while the certainties of the Hebrews were maintained until, millennia later, they were proven to be perfectly accurate. 7. Some of these truths fall from the sky. 1. The sun and moon are nothing more than luminous bodies. The Hebrew people had a unique perspective on the world around them. They did not consider the sun or moon to be gods, nor did they ascribe any special power to them. Significantly, archaeologists have never found a Hebrew temple dedicated to the moon or to the sun. The Bible calls them lights, that is to say, luminous objects. Of all the ancient sacred texts known to us, this is the only one that does not place the sun and moon on a divine pedestal. Let's take a look at the main passages in the Bible where this unique perspective is especially clear. And God said, "Let there be lights in the dome of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years, and let them be lights in the dome of the sky to give light upon the earth. Genesis chapter 1, verses 14 to 15. God made the two great lights, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars. Genesis chapter 1, verse 16. You have made the moon to mark the seasons. The sun knows its time for setting. Psalm 103, verse 19. The heavens are telling the glory of God, and the firmament proclaims his handiwork. Psalm 19, verse 1. When I look at your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars that you have established. Psalm 8, verse 4. By the word of the Lord the heavens were made, and all their host by the breath of his mouth. Psalm 32, verse 6. Who alone stretched out the heavens and trampled the waves of the sea, who made the Bear and Orion, the Pleiades and the chambers of the south. Job chapter 9, verse 9. Who made the great lights, the sun to rule over the day, the moon and stars to rule over the night. Psalm 135, verses 7 through 9. Lift up your eyes on high and see. Who created these? He who brings out their host and numbers them, calling them all by name. Isaiah chapter 40, verse 26. In the thought systems of all great ancient empires, the sun and moon were divine beings. The Sumerians believed that Enlil, the king of the gods, begot Nana, the divine personification of the moon, who was the father of Utu, the sun god. This conception of a second sun god is also found among the Akkadians, Assyrians, and Babylonians in the person of Elu, who begot Sin, the moon, the mother of the god Shamash, the sun, who begot truth and law. The sun and moon were worshipped at sanctuaries across Mesopotamia from time immemorial. The most important deity of the Egyptians was the sun god Ra, who had the head of a falcon and whose light brought life to the universe. He issued forth from the primordial ocean, Nun. Some said the god Ptah created him, and he made the world and the other gods. The most important cult centers in Egypt were dedicated to his worship, notably at Heliopolis, the city of the sun, near modern-day Cairo. The Persians associated the god Mithras with the sun, whose Persian name, Cyrus, was taken up by Cyrus the Great, founder of the Persian Empire. Ma was the moon goddess. Even the most enlightened philosophers among the Greeks considered the sun and the stars to be part of the divine world. The philosopher Aristotle himself, in his treatise De Caelo, writes that the sun and the moon have souls and that they are alive. For the Romans, the whole starry realm was permeated with divinity, and Jupiter, the master of the Olympian gods, borrowed his radiance from the sun. A table included in the bonus PDF provides a summary of the deities associated with the sun and moon worshipped by the great ancient peoples. The Hebrews are conspicuously absent, the only people who saw the sun and moon as nothing more than two created objects. From a 21st century vantage point, it seems natural to believe that the sun and moon are just two luminous bodies, because science has made us thoroughly familiar with the ideas of space, stars, and a solar system governed by physical laws. Before modern science, however, this would have been counterintuitive and contrary to human sense perception. The ancient peoples simply couldn't imagine a cosmos capable of keeping the stars and other celestial bodies turning regularly in the skies without the intervention of some divine power. A representation of the cosmos according to physical laws as we understand them today was unimaginable and unthinkable, since they simply lacked access to the technology and advanced observation necessary to arrive at our modern model of the solar system. Much to the contrary, the Hebrew people's neighbors, as well as peoples far separated from them in space and time, like the Incas, naturally assumed that the sun and moon were gods, as we have seen. The cosmology of the chosen people was therefore completely iconoclastic from the point of view of other nations. It reportedly provoked this scandalized and, in retrospect, amusing comment from the philosopher Celsus in his On the True Doctrine, a discourse against the Christians, circa 178 AD. The first thing about the Jews which may well cause amazement is that although they worship the heaven and the angels in it, yet they reject its most sacred and powerful parts, the sun, moon, and the other stars, both the fixed stars and the planets. They behave as though it were possible that the whole could be God, but its parts not divine. knowledge that was objectively inaccessible in biblical times. Without telescopes, clocks, or advanced mathematics, it would have been utterly impossible to conclude that the sun and moon are nothing more than two luminous objects. The works of Pythagoras, Thales, Euclid, and Hipparchus were certainly remarkable initial efforts towards our understanding of celestial bodies, but their work was kept to their own inner circle and preserved the divine character of the stars. At any rate, they made their discoveries long after the Hebrews had recorded in the Bible their belief that the stars were not divine. Centuries later, modern science puts an end to the divinity of the stars. Heirs to the knowledge contained in the Bible, Christians have always known that the moon and sun are nothing but objects. Over time, increasingly precise scientific observation has confirmed this central biblical claim. In 1609, Englishman Thomas Harriot made the first observations of the moon through a telescope, just a few months before Galileo made his observations. Thus, the Hebrews were right dozens of centuries before their time, long before anyone had the necessary scientific instruments at their disposal to prove it. 2. The universe had an absolute beginning and was created from nothing by a God who is exterior to it, a biblical notion contrary to all cosmogonies. The Jews claimed that the universe had a beginning at a particular point in time, a creation from nothing by a God who stood outside of it. This striking metaphysical claim is repeated throughout the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light, Genesis chapter 1, verse 3. I beg you, my child, to look at the heaven and the earth and see everything that is in them, and recognize that God did not make them out of things that existed. And in the same way the human race came into being, 2 Maccabees chapter 7, verse 28. I am the Lord who made all things, who alone stretched out the heavens, who by myself spread out the earth, Isaiah chapter 44, verse 24. Thus says God the Lord, who created the heavens and stretched them out, who spread out the earth and what comes from it, Isaiah chapter 42, verse 5. By the word of the Lord the heavens were made, and all their host by the breath of his mouth, Psalm 32, verse 6. O Lord, Lord God, creator of all things, 2 Maccabees chapter 1, verse 24. He who lives forever created the whole universe, Sirach chapter 18, verse 1. Long ago you laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands, Psalm 101, verse 26. Before the mountains were brought forth, or ever you had formed the earth and the world, from everlasting to everlasting you are God, Psalm 89, verse 2. The Jews' neighbors, in contrast, believed that gods were part of this world arising out of a primordial matter that has always existed. The Sumerians, the Akkadians, the Assyrians, and the Babylonians shared a common understanding of their origins. The goddess Namu, the primordial sea, gave birth to the sky and the earth. From her arose the two principles of the world and the other gods, the female, Tiamat, salt water, and the masculine, Apsu, fresh water. The Egyptians believed that the universe emerged from a mound or egg that arose from the primordial watery abyss named Nu, which was also chaos. Egyptian cosmogony varied slightly from place to place, and evidence for 3 or 4 great creation myths has been discovered at Heliopolis, Memphis, and Thebes. The Persians thought that in the beginning there were 2 hostile primordial principles separated by an empty space. The evil principle declared war and created demons. In response, the good principle created angels and men. Among the Greeks, 2 alternate versions coexisted. According to Hesiod's Theogony, in the beginning was the primordial element chaos, an immeasurable whole containing all the elements that make up today's world. 4 entities separated from it: Gaia, the earth; Eros, sexual desire as a primordial creative force; Erebus, the darkness of the underworld; and Nyx, night. The Orphic tradition is slightly different. The water and the elements gave rise spontaneously to the earth, from which a monster called Kronos arose. He created ether, Erebus, and chaos, then engendered an egg from which Eros hatched. Eros in turn generated the moon, the sun, and the night, with whom chaos fathered Uranus and Gaia. From them come all the gods. The Romans adopted Greek mythology. The ancient cosmogonies largely lack the concept of an absolute beginning to the universe. After all, it is not a very intuitive idea. To the naked eye, space seems infinite in all directions, immobile and motionless, with neither beginning nor end. Not until the middle of the 20th century did people begin to doubt what had been held as a certitude for so many centuries. Even the great Einstein refused at first to admit evidence to the contrary, and he arbitrarily modified his own equations to make them yield a stationary universe that conformed with his own belief. Einstein's fudged figures are evidence of just how counterintuitive the notion of a beginning to the universe is to human reason. But despite all odds, the Hebrews have constantly maintained this truth about the beginning of the universe. This second truth, therefore, can also be classed as humanly unattainable knowledge. No rational explanation can satisfactorily explain the existence of this knowledge at that time and amongst these people. 3. The universe is progressing towards its end following the unidirectional arrow of time. Most ancient civilizations, whether in Mesopotamia, Asia, America, or Greece, conceived of time as a cycle. They thought about it by analogy with the cycles of nature, day and night, the four seasons, birth and death. As Mircea Eliade has pointed out, the myth of the eternal return is at the foundation of the religious and philosophical beliefs of these peoples. In this view of time, a person is not confined to a single point in a linear history. Everything always begins again. The eternal cycles of the cosmos are celebrated in cyclic rites that annually abolish the time that is past and inaugurate a fresh new cycle. In this system, the individual human life or action has little value. Belief in reincarnation, often associated with a cyclical understanding of time, devalues the importance of the present life, since this is only one of a potentially infinite number of lives that one will live. Fatalism and passivity, then, often go hand in hand with faith in the eternal return. At the opposite end of the spectrum, materialists affirm that the universe is eternal. For them, it is inconsistent to speak of the end of the universe, since an end presupposes a beginning, which in turn implies a creation and therefore a creator. The biblical doctrine charts a unique path between these two extremes, one that confers on every human action a unique and unprecedented value. It sets the world on a linear timeline, unidirectional, limited, and unrepeatable. Hebrews and Christians share this peculiar way of thinking of time as linear and unidirectional. Long ago you laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the work of your hands. They will perish, but you endure. They will all wear out like a garment. You change them like clothing, and they pass away. Psalm 101, verses 26 to 27. For it is He who gave me unerring knowledge of what exists, to know the structure of the world and the activity of the elements, the beginning and end and middle of times, the alternations of the solstices and the changes of the seasons, the cycles of the year and the constellations of the stars. Book of Wisdom, chapter 7, verses 17 through 19. His powerful spirit looked into the future, and he predicted what was to happen before the end of time. Sirach, chapter 48, verse 24. For the heavens will vanish like smoke, the earth will wear out like a garment, and those who live on it will die like gnats. But my salvation will be forever, and my deliverance will never be ended. Isaiah chapter 51, verse 6. Declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times things not yet done. Isaiah chapter 46, verse 10. The Bible rescues man from the infinite and hopeless cycle of the eternal return. Not until the end of the 20th century, when scientists proved the impossibility of a big crunch or great collapse, followed by a new Big Bang, did science definitively prove that time is not circular. Rather, it is developing inevitably towards its end. Like the others, this third truth is contrary to the worldview of the Hebrews' neighbors, absolutely counterintuitive, and humanly inaccessible with the skill and learning of the time. Centuries later, it has been confirmed by scientific observation. Though we can now explain how this truth was ahead of its time, we still can't explain how the Hebrew people obtained it. 4. The human body is made up of nothing but physical matter. Thanks to the Bible, the Hebrews knew that the human body is nothing other than matter. Only the soul, A spiritual reality that God infuses into man gives him a different nature. Then the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. By the sweat of your face you shall eat bread until you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken. You are dust, and to dust you shall return. Genesis chapter 3, verse 19. Remember that you fashioned me like clay. Job chapter 10, verse 9. You turn us back to dust and say, Turn back, you mortals. Psalm 89, verse 3. All human beings come from the ground, and humankind was created out of the dust. Sirach chapter 33, verse 10. When you take away their breath, they die and return to their dust. Psalm 103, verse 29. And the dust returns to the earth as it was, and the breath returns to God who gave it. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 7. By contrast with the Hebrews, most peoples believed that humans were created out of the same divine stuff as the gods, although in greatly diluted form. In fact, many mythologies trace man's origins back to the corpses of creator gods. In these traditions, there is something divine about the human body. A brief tour of the mythological landscape illustrates this fact. The Sumerians, Akkadians, and Assyrians believed that man was made by the god Marduk from clay soaked in the flesh and blood of a sacrificed god. This gave Marduk's creature a share in the divine intelligence. For the Babylonians, man and the universe were created from the dismembered corpse of the conquered and sacrificed goddess Tiamat. In the Egyptian world, texts found on sarcophagi 2000 to 1780 BC have the god Atum-Ra, the creator of most of the other gods, say, Mankind came into being from the tears which flowed from mine eye. Among the Greeks we find several myths that tell of the creation of man. The most obscure of them claims that he was born from the teeth of the serpent Ophion after he was trampled by the earth goddess Gaia. The better-known story is that of Prometheus, whose name means foresight, and his brother Epimetheus, hindsight. Prometheus shaped man from water and mud, but man was not able to protect himself against the animals created by Epimetheus, who had given them strength, speed, feathers, fur, wings, shells, and other advantages. Not wanting to leave his creation powerless, Prometheus stole fire from heaven and gave it to man. According to a third myth, the first generation of humans sprang from the womb of the mother goddess Gaia, and Zeus created a second and third generation of humans. The Romans were little concerned with these questions and merely adopted the Greeks' ideas. According to the Vedic mythology of the Hindus, all beings arose from the division of the primitive being Purusha. In the beginning, this was self alone in the shape of a person, Purusha. He was so large as man and wife together. He then made his self to fall in two, Pat, and thence arose husband, Pati, and wife, Patni. In the Brahmic version, Brahma creates man by dropping his seed as he pursues his daughter Sarasvati, or, according to another version, Sandhya, the daughter of Shiva. Among the Tamils, the earth, Prithvi, is represented by the cow, and the fruits of the earth are symbolized by her milk. She gives birth to Manu, the ancestor of humankind, in the form of a calf. The Norse believed that the enormous giant Ymir, formed out of primordial ice and fire, was the first living creature. While he slept, giants leaped out of his body, and a man and woman emerged from his armpits. Among the Mayans, the gods created 4 men and 4 women from yellow and white corn. The men were very wise, and the gods feared that they would become their equals. To prevent this, they blew steam in their eyes to cloud their wisdom. The Aztecs held that Quetzalcoatl, in the form of the dog god Xolotl, went to Mictlantecuhtli, the underworld, and stole some dried-out bones. He sprinkled them with his own blood to give life to men. The Shinto belief of Japan teaches that the sky and earth were born from a primordial egg that generated the first divine couple, Izanagi and his sister Izanami. After entering the realm of the dead in a failed attempt to bring the dead Izanami back to life, Izanagi ends up taking on human form. In Korea, the 2 goddesses Ganghi and Sohee each gave birth to 2 divine men and 2 divine women, who generated a dozen infants, the ancestors of humans. These mythological accounts attempt to explain where man came from and what he is made of. But science has now answered these questions. We know that the human body is made up of matter only, shaped through a long process of increasing complexity. The human body is just an intelligent machine. Only the soul, if we believe it exists, is of a different nature. This conception of the human body is now commonly accepted, yet many find it hard to accept fully because it is humiliating to the human ego. Once again, we are faced with a mystery. The Hebrews possessed a lot of knowledge which was counterintuitive. To put it another way, they understood major truths which had important metaphysical implications. How curious. 5. Nature and the elements are not inhabited by divine beings. For most ancient peoples, inexplicable natural phenomena were a cause of great fear and worry. Most explained them as signs of divine activity. So for the Greeks, Poseidon made the sea move and the ground shake. Zeus sent down lightning bolts. The rainbow traced the path followed by Iris, the messenger of the gods, and the streams were inhabited by naiads. The Bible's demythologizing of natural forces is original and revolutionary. For the Hebrews, seas, forests, springs, hills, mountains, rivers, storms, and lightning were not divine beings. Their idols are silver and gold, the work of human hands. They have mouths, but do not speak, eyes, but do not see. They have ears, but do not hear, noses, but do not smell. They have hands, but do not feel, feet, but do not walk. They make no sound in their throats. Psalm 113b, 4-7. We know that no idol in the world really exists, and that there is no God but one. 1 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 4. The process of demythologization that the Bible initiated did not always go smoothly. The entire history of the Hebrew people, in fact, was marked by the struggle, and frequent failure, to avoid falling into the idolatrous beliefs and practices of their neighbors and the superstitious belief that natural phenomena, like thunder and lightning, were manifestations of the divine. And now, more than 3,000 years later, idols have all but vanished from the world, and no one believes that lightning is hurled to earth by Zeus, Thor, or Indra. Far before science told us why, the Bible had separated the Creator God from the realities of His universe, reducing the latter to the status of simple phenomena. Thanks to this revealed truth, the Jews led a life free from the fear induced by superstition. 6. Humanity traces its origin back to one man and one woman, implying that there is no innate hierarchy among men. This thesis of the shared origin of every human is today demonstrated by the fact that the entire human species shares the same chromosomes. The Hebrews already called all men sons of Adam, Numbers chapter 23 verse 19, Deuteronomy chapter 32 verse 8, and Psalm 13 verse 2, and the same doctrine is professed in many places in the Bible. So God created humankind in His image. In the image of God He created them. Male and female He created them. Genesis chapter 1 verse 27. You made Adam, and for him you made his wife Eve as a helper and support. From the two of them the human race has sprung. Tobit chapter 8 verse 6. I also am mortal like everyone else, a descendant of the first formed child of earth. The Book of Wisdom, chapter 7 verse 1. The Hebrews are likely the only ancient people who never claimed divinity for a mortal being, in stark contrast to the legends and foundation myths of the other ancient civilizations, in which gods and mortals intermingle and seduce one another, and heroes, kings, pharaohs, and emperors are demigods in their own right. Built on these mythological foundations, these societies unsurprisingly preserved rigid hierarchies among men, from the god-emperor at the top to the abject slave at the bottom. The Mesopotamian myth of Enki and Nimrod centers on the creation of humans. It begins with the creation of the world and its initial population by the gods, who mingle and multiply until they have to produce their own food to survive. Finding the task extremely unpleasant, they complain to the goddess Nama, who asks her son Enki to make substitutes to work in place of the gods. Enki crafts a mold and his mother fills it with clay, shaping human beings, who are then brought to life by a group of goddesses, Nima first among them. The Babylonians divinized their kings and thought their first king, Cronus, husband of the goddess Rhea, had been a god like his ancestor Nimrod. In Babylonian society, as in neighboring India, people were defined by the caste to which they belonged by birth. The great Babylonian myths reworked older creation stories to present a coherent vision of the earliest times, from the creation of the gods to the creation of the world and finally the creation of man. This allowed them to develop their vision of the relationship between man and the gods, with royalty serving as a link between the two. Among the Persians we find genies, supermen, and a relatively complicated creation story. After creating the world, Ormazd created the first man, Geomard, out of clay, and the primeval ox. But Ahriman attacked the world and killed the ox and the man. Out of the ox's body arose various species of good animals, and from the man arose various precious metals and a seed that sprouted into the rhubarb, from which the primordial human couple would spring. In Egypt, the pharaoh was the incarnation of Horus, therefore he belonged to the lineage of the gods. For the Greeks, men interacted on earth with a full retinue of Mount Olympus, gods, demigods, titans, and divine heroes. The Iliad and the Odyssey, for example, describe the exploits of the demigod Achilles, son of the Nereid Thetis and the mortal Peleus. On the other end of the spectrum, they considered non-Greeks barbarians who belonged to a subhuman class because they could not speak Greek. These barbarians were treated harshly in the Greco-Roman world, although in Rome, during the late imperial period, the master's right to kill or mistreat his slaves was restricted by law. The Roman emperors always wanted to be seen as gods. Many had themselves proclaimed gods posthumously through apotheosis. It all started with Augustus. When he was declared the heir of the deified Julius Caesar, he proclaimed that he was also the son of Apollo. From that point on, the Roman emperors were considered living gods. Rather than deifying some and denigrating others, the Hebrews held this truth that was so foreign to their contemporaries. Since all men, however different they may be, have the same origin, there is no way to hierarchize them by deifying kings and heroes while denying the humanity of slaves or members of certain castes. Mankind's common descent, a single pair of ancestors. Scientists have been debating the question of mankind's origins for a long time now. Even up to the 1930s, some scientists held the Enlightenment-era idea that the various races came from completely separate lineages. But the discovery of chromosomes and the sequencing of the human genome has probably closed this debate, even if there is still some room for discussion. Various studies of the genome, focusing on the Y chromosome, transmitted only from father to son, have demonstrated that all humans descended from one and the same father, now known universally as Y chromosomal Adam. Notably, the $40 million 2005 genographic project, led by geneticist Spencer Wells and made possible by collaboration between IBM and National Geographic, analyzed more than 1 million genomes. Entitled The Search for Adam, it concluded that there was a single mother and father who lived between 60,000 and 150,000 years ago. Since then, this date has been advanced and pushed back by various studies, notably that of Fulvio Cruciani, a revised route for the human Y chromosomal phylogenetic tree, The Origin of Patrilineal Diversity in Africa, published in the American Journal of Human Genetics, 88, number 6, 19th of May, 2011, with a wide range spanning 5,000 years and the first appearance of Homo sapiens at perhaps 300,000 years. The debate was reignited in 2013 with the analysis of the very unique DNA of Albert Perry, an African-American man who supposedly came from a line very different from ordinary people, dating back to a cross with a different line than most humans 340,000 years ago, before Homo sapiens. Likewise, studies of matrilineal ancestry carried out on mitochondrial DNA, transmitted only through the mother, have established that all humans descend from one and the same mother, who is known as the mitochondrial Eve. As strange as it may seem, some have argued that Y chromosomal Adam and mitochondrial Eve lived in different epochs, but this hypothesis has also been disputed since 2013. Facts only recently discovered by modern science were revealed to the Hebrews 3,000 years ago and transmitted from generation to generation through the Bible. What can we conclude about these truths? Did they fall from the sky? We can agree on at least one point. Thanks to the Bible, the Hebrews enjoyed knowledge unique to their time, and this knowledge, which was counterintuitive and opposed to that of their neighbors, was only proven correct much later. In the 20th century, when all these truths of the Bible and science met, some scientists were amazed, especially after the discovery of the Big Bang. Let's reread some quotations from two Nobel Prize winners already seen previously. "The best data we have are exactly what I would have predicted had I nothing to go on but the first 5 books of Moses, the Psalms, and the Bible as a whole." Arno Penzias, 1978 Nobel Prize in Physics. "Certainly, if you are religious, I can't think of a better theory of the origin of the universe to match with Genesis." Robert Wilson, 1978 Nobel Prize in Physics. Now, it is up to you, the reader, to judge this anomaly and form an opinion. There is not much wiggle room between two alternatives. It is either the result of pure chance or of a divine revelation. In conclusion, it is amusing in retrospect to read the following remark made by the Roman philosopher Celsus around the year 175, now that the scientific discoveries of the 20th century have given authoritative support to the Bible's insights. As Origen reports, Celsus claimed, "There is an ancient doctrine which has existed from the beginning, which has always been maintained by the wisest nations and cities and wise men, including among these the Egyptians, Assyrians, Indians, Persians, Odrysians, Samothracians, and Eleusinians, but not pointedly the Jews, whose cosmogony Celsus calls utterly stupid." 18. The alleged errors of the Bible, which are not errors. Going through the pages of the previous chapter, we were surprised by the enigma posed by the advanced cosmological and anthropological knowledge in the Bible. At the conclusion of our analysis of this paradox, only 2 viable hypotheses remained. The presence of these truths is the result either of extraordinary chance or a divine revelation which should constitute evidence for the existence of God. The Bible's detractors reject this second hypothesis, pointing to a number of errors they believe that they find in the biblical texts. If it turns out that there are falsehoods mixed in with the truths we've seen, the divine revelation hypothesis loses much of its credibility. A book inspired by God cannot mix the two. Moreover, the errors the critics put forward are multiple and are the subject of a large number of articles, books, and specialized websites. This chapter aims to assess the legitimacy of these concerns. This will sometimes entail thinking outside our usual framework to better understand the underlying objectives, the constraints involved, and the methods employed to overcome these constraints. At the end of this effort, the reader will realize that the errors put forward in fact only result from a misunderstanding of the goals, constraints, and processes of the Bible. The Bible's objectives. The purpose of the Bible is to tell us who God is, who we are, how we must live in order to rejoin Him, and, finally, how He has prepared a people capable of transmitting these truths to the world and of welcoming the Messiah announced since the dawn of time. As we can see, these objectives are numerous and important, and we have no need to look for more. The Bible is therefore not a work of history as we understand that discipline today, nor is it a treatise on the nature of God, nor a book of science, geography, or philosophy. The Bible no more fits into any of these genres than it qualifies as a work of fiction. The Bible, which in fact is not a single book but an entire library, is a unique genre. For this reason, it resists easy classification. Trying to read or interpret it according to the constraints of a particular genre leads inevitably to misinterpretation. Constraints and challenges. Let's put ourselves for a moment in the place of the God of the Bible. Wishing to make Himself known to mankind, He decided to reveal Himself through a book to the Hebrews, a small tribe whose culture at that time was little developed. Their lack of advanced culture made transmitting through them a message intended for peoples of all times a difficult task. Not least was the obstacle posed by the Hebrews' very limited stock of vocabulary and general knowledge. In addition to the difficulties posed by the Hebrew language and culture, The stories of Genesis originated in a society that had no means of writing down texts. This meant that divine revelation had to be imparted to them in an easy-to-remember format. Finally, teachings had to be presented in such a way that they could be disseminated over time and space, survive for thousands of years, adapt to other languages and cultures, and endure the difficulties inherent in translation to other languages. All these complicating factors constituted a considerable problem requiring intelligent and imaginative solutions. Let's look at some of these constraints in more detail to get a better idea of what was involved. Constraints imposed by language, literature, and writing. The vocabulary of the Hebrew language was extremely limited, notable for the absence of important concepts and their corresponding lexicon. According to Wikipedia, in biblical times, Hebrew had around 8,000 words, a tiny vocabulary compared to Greek in the same era, 120,000 words, modern French, 100,000 words, or modern English, 200,000 words. Further, the Hebrews were under the influence of Aramean culture, which in biblical times had already built up a system of knowledge and beliefs. It wasn't possible to start with a completely blank slate. Finally, the scarcity of writing materials and means for preserving written texts in the ancient Near East encouraged composition techniques that aided memorization and oral transmission of the teachings, allowing them to be preserved through ages when writing was uncommon. Constraints imposed by the objectives of timelessness and the universality of biblical revelation. The Bible's aim of being universal across time and space imposes three additional constraints. It must employ communication techniques that preserve its meaning through translations across languages and allow it to endure millennia of cultural change. Its message must remain comprehensible to people from vastly different cultures and historical periods, from ancient Hebrews, Greeks, and Romans to the people of the Middle Ages and the Chinese of the third millennium. It must be accessible to all individuals within these diverse cultures, young and old, shepherds and scientists alike, so that each can learn from it. Achieving these requirements while overcoming these constraints demands both extraordinary ingenuity and specific methods. This short preamble helps explain why critics of the Bible have so often misunderstood it. Now we will consider 5 of the supposed errors in more detail. 1. The errors most commonly ascribed to the Bible. A quick internet search pulls up a good number of sites that claim to expose the errors contained in the Bible. The criticisms tend to fall under 3 main categories: cosmology, anthropology, and the historicity of the Bible's great stories. We've made a list of the most common ones. Errors in cosmology. 1. According to the Bible, the world was created in 6 days, but it actually took 13.8 billion years. 2. The Earth began to take shape on the very first day, even before the stars. But in reality, our planet did not appear until 9 billion years after the Big Bang and the first stars. 3. Light was created on the first day, but we know that the stars, the source of the universe's light, did not form until later. 4. The Bible says the Earth is flat. Anthropological errors. 5. God created man in a single instant from a bit of earth. In fact, man descended from animals through the primates as the result of a slow process of evolution that took several billion years. 1. Supposed error number 1. The world was created in 7 days. According to the Bible, the world was made in 7 days, but modern science tells us that it actually took 13.8 billion years for the universe to form and bring about the appearance of mankind. This is by far the most frequently cited error. Here is a sampling from websites making this claim. Creation as literally depicted in Genesis is indeed supported by faith, and needs to be, since it is not supported by anything else, certainly not the Pope nor the Roman or Anglican hierarchies. Evolution, on the other hand, is supported by evidence. Any science teacher who denies that the world is billions or even millions of years old is teaching children a preposterous, mind-shrinking falsehood. First absurdity. It is clearly stated that everything from the origin of the universe to today was created in 6 days. Yet we know for certain that the Earth is much older than that. It formed more than 4 billion years ago. This can be found in any science textbook, any book, or on any website. I know some Christians interpret the term day as a period equivalent to millions or billions of years, but in that case, 1. Why use the term day instead of a more precise term? 2. If so, each day or period would have the same duration. However, science now tells us that the universe appeared approximately 14 billion years ago. Bible says in Genesis chapter number 1, verses numbers 3 and 5, light was created on the first day. Genesis chapter 1, verses 14 to 19, the cause of light, stars and the sun, etc., was created on the fourth day. How can the cause of light be created on the fourth day later than the light which came into existence on the first day? It is unscientific. In this first case, the error lies with the critics and their ignorance of the realities and constraints of the Hebrew language. At the time the Bible was written, the word billion and the numerical concept associated with it simply did not exist. The concept billion was invented in the 15th century by a pair of French mathematicians. Thus, it would have been completely impossible for the author of the Bible to inform us about a duration of 13.8 billion years. This first example perfectly illustrates the gap of understanding between critics who adopt a literal, we might even say fundamentalist, reading of the Bible, and the complexity of reality and the constraints of language. We know that the writer of Genesis could not have revealed the age of the universe in billions of years, and if we reflect a little, we can agree that the precise number is of no interest at all from either a metaphysical or physical point of view. Moreover, it's important to remember that we have only known the age of the universe for about 50 years now, and our estimate could very well change tomorrow. Unable to reveal the historical age of the universe, we can understand that the biblical author, working under these conditions, chose to reveal to men only what was important to them, thus delivering them from false idols and vain terrors. The essence of his message is that the universe had a beginning and will have an end, that God is outside the universe, and that between this beginning and this end, all things were made by him alone, progressively over time, as symbolized by the 7 days of creation, and man appeared last. In choosing 7 days to represent the creation of the world, Revelation made a leap from the cosmological to the anthropological plane. It set up a rhythm of life around a week of 7 days, 6 days of work followed by 1 day of rest. In ancient times, calendars varied. Mesopotamians had a 7-day week, Romans had an 8-day one, and the Greeks 10. Eventually, the biblical calendar became the norm. The 7-day week is convenient from an astronomical point of view because it makes up roughly a quarter of a lunar month. It also likely reflects a harmonious rhythm for human work. At the same time, the Bible raises the number 7 to a symbol of perfection and completion, an expression of the fullness of creation. Once this basic signification is established, it is reused with the same meaning throughout the rest of the Bible. It is the first in a long series of numbers with special significance: 3, 7, 10, 12, 40, scattered throughout the text. Faced with a lexical constraint, Revelation has redirected its course like a river, flowing through different anthropological and symbolic channels while counting on man's intelligence and interpretive capacity to achieve its goal. The great thinkers of the Church realized early on how they should interpret this biblical text. Origen, one of the very first Christian exegetes, wrote in around 230 A.D., "Now what man of intelligence will believe that the first and the second and the third day, and the evening and the morning existed without the sun and moon and stars, and that the first day, if we may so call it, was even without a heaven? And who is so silly as to believe that God, after the manner of a farmer, planted a paradise eastward in Eden, and set in it a visible and palpable tree of life of such a sort that anyone who tasted its fruit with his bodily teeth would gain life, and again that one could partake of good and evil by masticating the fruit taken from the tree of that name? And when God is said to walk in the paradise in the cool of the day, and Adam to hide himself behind a tree, I do not think anyone will doubt that these are figurative expressions which indicate certain mysteries through a semblance of history and not through actual events. As we can see, there is no error in the biblical account of the world's creation, but rather a technical obstacle that divine revelation bypassed, and in doing so revealed a much more important message. 2. A second error in the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The Bible opens with a well-known phrase of poetic simplicity. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. Detractors seize upon this text to disprove Genesis, noting that the earth did not come into existence at the beginning of the universe. It didn't appear until 9 billion years after the Big Bang. Let's hear what they have to say. The stupidities of the Bible, error number 2. The earth existed before the stars. Genesis chapter 1, verses 1 through 16. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. God called the dry ground land, and he called the gathered waters seas. And God saw that it was good. God made the 2 great lights, the greater light to govern the day and the lesser light to govern the night. He also made the stars. The reality: the oldest known star is called HD 140283, also known as the Methuselah star. It is a subgiant star in the Milky Way, located about 190.1 light-years from Earth. It formed shortly after the Big Bang. HD 140283 is currently one of the oldest known stars in the universe. As a reminder, the universe is 13.7 billion years old. According to current knowledge, the Earth is 4.54 billion years old. The stars, created on the 4th day, were useless as lighting bodies for a long period of time. A light year is a unit of distance. It is the distance that light can travel in 1 year. Light moves at a velocity of about 300,000 kilometers each second. So, in 1 year, it can travel about 9.5 trillion kilometers. In other words, 1 light year is equal to 9,500 billion kilometers. The distance which separates Proxima Centauri from the Earth is given by multiplying 9.5 trillion kilometers by 4.22. If God created the stars on the 4th day, their light didn't reach Earth the same night, so at the beginning they were useless. Some creationists tried to find a solution to this problem in the idea that God would have created the universe already mature and the light would have been created in transit. This isn't a good explanation for the lack of purpose of the stars created in the 4th day of creation. In relation to the creation of the celestial bodies on the 4th day of creation, the author or authors of the book of Genesis could have made such an error only because they didn't know how the universe really works. At the same time, God surely knew how the universe works, so either he didn't inspire the book of Genesis, or he deliberately has misled us about the issue. The first option is the correct one because God cannot lie and be perfect at the same time. Taking into consideration the huge distances between the stars and the Earth, the light from the stars couldn't have reached the Earth and become visible in the night after the 4th day of creation. In this case, it isn't clear why God declared that their creation was good. How good was the creation of the stars in the 4th day if their light was unable to reach Earth in the same day? It wasn't that good. The idea that the Earth and the universe were created in 6 days a few thousand years ago is completely unscientific. The age of the universe is calculated as being around 13.8 billion years, while Earth is calculated to have formed 4.5 billion years ago. The difference between these 2 dates is significantly greater than 6 days. For those biblical literalists who argue for a 7,000-year-old Earth, there are multiple lines of evidence against a recent creation and, by extension, against a 6-day creation. These criticisms are themselves riddled with errors. The first mistake is one we've already seen, expecting the Bible to quantify the billions of years that separated the creation of the universe from the creation of planet Earth. As we've established, this would have been impossible. The second mistake is conflating the word Earth in the biblical text with planet Earth. These critics write Earth with a capital E without realizing that this changes the meaning of the text. The original Hebrew word is haaretz, a term that corresponds to the ground beneath the feet of the writer or the land he inhabits. It could not imply planet Earth, a concept about which neither the author of Genesis nor his contemporary readers could have had the slightest idea. The third mistake is their word-by-word analysis of the text when the phrase, "the heavens and the earth," is a common Hebrew expression meaning the whole. The true sense of the phrase is this: in the beginning, God created all that exists. But if we dare to go deeper than this first and primary meaning, we see that the phrase from Genesis is composed of the three dimensions that make up the universe. In the beginning equals time. God created the heavens equals space, and the earth, the ground, the country, equals matter. So the sentence would go something like this: God began by creating time, space, and matter. This is exactly the scientific description of the beginning of the universe that we have known since Einstein. That is to say, for current science, space, matter, and time are inseparable and appeared simultaneously. Whatever one thinks of this last surprising and perhaps audacious interpretation, it is clear that, in reality, this second cosmological error is not a mistake at all. It is even, perhaps, rather an extraordinary insight into reality that has only recently been confirmed by science. 3. Error number 3, according to the Bible, light is created even before its source, the sun and the stars. In its very first verses, the book of Genesis tells of the creation of light. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. Genesis chapter 1, verse 3. This happens even before God created the stars and the sun. Critics have seized upon these passages as an example of a cosmological error. Are the creationists right? Is Genesis accurate in the order and timing of the events it describes? Is Genesis a historical narrative that accurately describes the appearance of life? A cursory examination shows that it is not. Notice here that there is no sun yet, it not having yet been created. This account is thus contradicted by science on several grounds. Since a day is itself based on the Earth's rotation near the sun, there could have been no day until after the sun appeared. Nor is there any cosmic source of daylight other than the sun. Scientifically, we know that the sun actually condensed first and was already burning nuclear fuel when the Earth first began to appreciably accrete. The Genesis account, which has the Earth and the waters formed before the sun, is simply wrong. Once again, critics commit the error of interpreting the text in an overly literal way and even fall into some scientific errors of their own. Scientific discoveries of the 20th century have effectively demonstrated that light did indeed emerge from the primordial universe about 380,000 years after the Big Bang, long before the stars existed, at a time when the decreasing density of the universe allowed the original photons to stop their ceaseless erratic motion and begin to radiate in a straight line. In the early universe, therefore, light did appear before the emergence of the stars. Not only is the Bible not in error, but we can even be tempted to see in it an astonishing additional cosmological revelation. 4. A fourth error. The Bible teaches that the earth is flat. Let us make it clear from the outset. This regularly repeated accusation is really surprising because there isn't any passage in the Bible which teaches that the earth is flat. The biblical passages cited to prove this claim are notably few in number and entirely unconvincing. They are everyday expressions we still use, like the ends of the earth, the four corners of the earth, and from one end of the earth to the other. When we use these expressions today, it does not mean we think the earth is flat, nor when a meteorologist on TV announces the hour of sunrise and sunset does anyone think the sun is actually rising or setting, or that it revolves around the earth. Here are a few examples of the biblical passages that the Bible's critics typically use to support their argument. There are dozens of references in the Bible to the ends of the earth and the four corners of the earth. A spherical planet cannot have ends or corners, but a flat one can. A few examples. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other. Job chapter 28, verse 24. For he looketh to the ends of the earth, and seeth under the whole heaven. Job chapter 38, verse 13. That it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. Isaiah chapter 11, verse 12. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Flat earth clearly implied in Scripture. The devil took Jesus to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world. Matthew chapter 4, verse 8. As we can see, there is not a single passage in the Bible that teaches that the earth is flat. Where it seems to do so, it is only using a common expression. All these arguments are therefore ridiculous. It's sad to see that people keep repeating these absurd ideas. Did the Bible cause medieval Christians to believe in a flat earth? A persistent but baseless legend. We often think of the Middle Ages as a time of great ignorance, with a church hostile to science working to keep people in ignorance. Reviewing a few historical facts will help us recognize that this was not the case. With the exception of Lactantius, a writer celebrated in other ways but very little in mathematics, as Copernicus put it, the scientists of the medieval West never questioned the roundness of the earth. The majority followed Plato's ancient dialogue, the Timaeus, which they had in Latin thanks to Cicero, and the erudite commentaries upon it by Chalcidius, a Neoplatonic philosopher of the 4th century. In his commentary on Ephesians, the famous biblical translator St. Jerome, 347 to 420, criticized those who deny the spherical nature of the earth. Isidore of Seville, bishop and scholar, compared the earth to a ball in his Etymologies, circa 590 to 636. Much later, Thomas Aquinas, doctor of the Church, though cautious when it came to astronomy, considered the earth a sphere and described the universe as a series of concentric interlocking spheres. The first great sea expeditions, like that of Marco Polo in 1270, added the weight of observation and experience to these theories. More concretely, the royal orb, an object that represented temporal power, is clear evidence that the medieval West considered the earth to be round. First appearing at the beginning of the 5th century, the orb, a hand-held globe topped by a cross, was used as a royal emblem at the coronation of most European monarchs. The cross symbolizes Christ, the Savior of the world, represented by the spherical globe. This small object tells us a lot about medieval conceptions of the earth. Let's avoid anachronistic platitudes. Let's back up a bit. In antiquity, the earth was widely believed to be flat. This view was a completely reasonable deduction at that time from sense observation of the earth and celestial bodies. In fact, curvature to the horizon can only be seen with the naked eye from altitudes of more than 49,000 feet. It was only natural for man before the aid of advanced technology to conclude that the earth is flat or that the sun revolves around it. We had to wait for the genius of the Greeks, starting with Pythagoras, to realize that our senses can deceive us and that the earth is actually spherical. If the Bible is so visionary on other cosmological points, why does it have nothing revolutionary to say about the shape of the earth? As we have seen, of course, it never said the earth was flat, but why didn't it tell us the earth is round? The reason is simple. The Bible pursues purely supernatural ends, and therefore corrects only those errors that prevent us from understanding who God is and who we ourselves are. It needed to show us that the sun and moon are not gods because this is necessary for belief in one God alone. Similarly, it had to teach us that the universe had a beginning and will have an end because it was created by an all-powerful God. But since the roundness of the earth has no metaphysical implications, there was no reason to correct erroneous beliefs about it. For the purposes of the Bible, they're irrelevant. Revealing who God is, who we are, and how we enter into relationship with Him, these are the real aims of the Bible. 5. Fifth error. God made man out of earth in a single day. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. While in reality man was not the product of a separate creation but descended from primates and hominids, following a process of evolution over millions of years. When they read that God made the first man out of mud in one day, the Bible's adversaries scoff yet again. Man is just a highly evolved primate who did not benefit from any special treatment, was not created separately, and is just the last link in a long chain of evolution. Which of these two stories is true? In the chapter on biology, we saw that all humankind probably descends from a single male and a single female ancestor. But where did this first pair of ancestors come from, and when did they live? This is the real metaphysically essential question. It is common knowledge that Homo sapiens, who appeared an estimated 300,000 years ago, descended from Homo erectus 1.9 million years ago, Homo habilis 2.5 million years ago, Australopithecus 4 million years ago, and ultimately from the earliest hominids 7 million years ago. And before that? Man is a mammal, and mammals arose after a long process of evolution that began with fish and successively gave rise to amphibians, reptiles, and birds. And further back than that, we are today in the exceptionally fortunate position of being able to respond satisfactorily to this question. Science was able to unravel this mystery only a generation ago. According to the most commonly accepted theory, if we follow the chain of life back link by link to our true ancestor, to a common point uniting all living beings, we find the most remote ancestor of all life, called the last universal common ancestor, or Luca. Luca is supposed to have appeared on Earth in a rather extraordinary way 3.8 billion years ago in the form of unicellular organisms, the first one that knew how to self-replicate and which then began to evolve on their own up to the appearance of man. From there, so the story goes, a process of evolution eventually ended with man. Very well. But what did Luca descend from? This too is something we know today. Luca, the first living being, the first organism capable of reproducing itself, was a mere collection of proteins and macromolecules, in other words, of molecules, atoms, and particles. So there you have it. Our true ancestor, our ultimate origin, our first parent, is matter. Looking at the marvelous technology of the human hand or eye, it is hard to believe that it is nothing more than cleverly arranged matter. But that's what it is. We're closing in on our answer. If a traveler steps off the train at the end of a long journey and someone asks him where he came from, he won't name the last of the many stops he made along the way. He will always answer with his starting point. The same is true if we ask where man comes from. Hominids are nothing but the final stage on our journey. Our starting point, where we come from, is matter. Only a soul, if it exists, breathed into us by God at conception and spiritual in nature, differentiates us from a simple hominid. Once again, in stating that man is made from earth, in other words, from matter, the Bible makes no mistake. In fact, it perfectly answers the question of the origin of man in a way that is proved clairvoyant. It's ultimately more scientifically correct to say that we come from matter than to say that we descend from primates. Metaphysically, it's much more significant. As for the length of this trajectory, must the Bible have identified that 3 billion years separated Luca from our first ancestors rather than merely a single day? We've already addressed this question earlier. 1 billion was unknown in antiquity, and further, this information is of no interest metaphysically. Preliminary conclusions. And so not a single one of these commonly referenced errors turns out to be an error after all. In fact, each one turns out to contain surprising cosmological and anthropological truths. We have examined 5 alleged errors in the Bible which are in fact not errors at all. Addressing all such claims would require an entire book, which is beyond our scope here. We selected these 5 because they are among the most frequently mentioned and criticized today. By exploring these examples, we aim to demonstrate how such criticisms often lack depth and substance. It's been said that to err is human. If we can't find a single error in the Bible's thousands of pages, that may suggest that its inspiration lies elsewhere, beyond the human realm. The end of this chapter on the Bible naturally leads us to consider its main objective, the arrival of the Messiah. The question now arises, who could Jesus be? 19. Jesus. Who could he be? No one has the right to dismiss this question, who could Jesus be? 4 astonishing or inexplicable facts demand our attention. Fact 1. The entire population of the earth, over 8 billion people, uses the year of his birth as year 1 of their calendar, even those who are not Christian and have never heard his name. All the contracts in the world, all the legal acts in the world, All the publications in the world date events by the year of his birth, even after many attempts to obscure this reference in our common calendar. The French revolutionaries chose 1793 as year one of their new calendar, but their renumbering lasted a mere 12 years and never caught on outside France. Mussolini similarly tried to set 1925 as year one of a new Italian calendar, but his attempt also failed. Jews, Muslims, and the Chinese do maintain their own traditional calendars, of course, but in each case the use of these calendars is restricted to the bounds of their own group. For most international or cross-cultural interactions, they have to use the birth of Jesus as year one. We can think of the year of Jesus' birth as an absolute and universal meridian, a sort of temporal equator that divides human history into two broad time periods, a before and an after. Fact 2. He is a unique phenomenon. More than 20,000 books have been written about him in the last century alone, and hundreds of new ones are published every year. The Bible is the most widely distributed and translated book in the history of the world. Today, 2.5 billion people, or 1/3 of the world's population, say they believe in the divinity of Jesus Christ. Fact 3. By all accounts, Jesus ought to have remained an inglorious nobody. If anyone were destined to be forgotten after his life on earth, it would be this modest craftsman from Nazareth, who wielded neither sword nor pen, held no position or performed any function in his country. This carpenter, with no fortune, no wife, no children or relations, declared himself the Messiah. The authorities of his country arrested him and sentenced him to an ignominious yet common form of death, and most of his supporters abandoned him at his execution. By all accounts, even his name should have been completely forgotten. And yet his name would come to occupy the first place among all the names in the history of the world. And a lowly craftsman from an obscure village in Galilee acquired such fame? Nothing could ever be less likely. We all implicitly sense that the extraordinary story of Jesus of Nazareth exceeds the bounds of ordinary human comprehension. Fact 4. Jesus asked his followers, and through them indirectly asks us, an unsettling question. But you, who do you say that I am? At first glance, this question, who do you say that I am, Matthew chapter 16, verse 15, seems simple, harmless, and open-ended, but it will actually end in a problem of implacable logic. But we soon find that there are very few logical ways to answer it. Moreover, we have enough information to eliminate most of the alternatives. Here are the 7 answers that have been given historically and which are the only logical answers to the question, who could Jesus be? They've tried it all. 1. He didn't exist. He is a myth created later on. Beginning in the 18th century, this thesis was supported by some atheists and authors like Bauer, Couchot, and Onfray. 2. He was a great sage. This thesis is the thesis of Renan and Jefferson, and it is currently held by many Freemasons and a segment of the general public. 3. He was a madman. This theory has been held by a number of philosophers since the 19th century, first by David Strauss and Nietzsche, and later by physicians and psychiatrists such as Binet Sanglé and William Hirsch. 4. He was a failed opportunist. This thesis is the thesis of the Talmud, and it can also be found in mainstream Judaism. 5. He was a prophet. This thesis is the thesis of the Muslims, and it was also held by some of Jesus' contemporaries. 6. He was the Messiah and an extraordinary man, but only a man. Thesis of the Arians and Cathars. 7. He was the Messiah, and God made man. This is the thesis of Christians and some Messianic Jews. Each of these 7 possibilities will now be subject to a thorough scrutiny, and we will call reason, history, the Bible, and most importantly, the testimony of Jesus' enemies to the witness stand. The testimony of those who witnessed the trial and execution of Christ will also prove especially useful. Their disorganized and contradictory accusations furnish some of the most valuable data available. To judge the relative merit of these hypotheses, no particular skill, university degree, title, or expertise is required. If the more technical scientific chapters of this book required us to rely on the expert witness of scientists, in this chapter, everyone can come to his own conclusion. No one can claim ignorance when asked the question, who could he be? We ask you to accompany us actively in each step of this chapter. Dear reader, take your seat among the jurors. The hearing is about to start. 1. Jesus never really existed. He is a myth that was invented later. This theory is untenable since the historical reality of Jesus is very well documented, even if we only take into account the testimony of his detractors who had no vested interest in proving his existence. Quite the contrary. Since these valuable testimonies are numerous enough on their own to prove Christ's historical existence, we won't even have to cite a single apostle, saint, or church father. 1. Ancient authors and historians on the witness stand. The Jewish historian Flavius Josephus, 37–97, reports the stoning of James the Less, the brother of Jesus, which took place in Jerusalem in the year 62. The younger Ananus, who, as we have said, had been appointed to the high priesthood, convened the judges of the Sanhedrin and brought before them a man named James, the brother of Jesus, who was called the Christ, and certain others. He accused them of having transgressed the law and delivered them up to be stoned. In the 70s A.D., Mara bar Serapion, a notable Syrian of the Stoic school, writes in a letter to his imprisoned son about the misfortunes that befall people who persecute wise men. For what advantage did the Athenians gain by the murder of Socrates, or the Jews by the death of their wise king? Because from that same time their kingdom was taken away. The Roman historian Suetonius, 69–125, mentions the persecutions of Christ's followers in 50 A.D. Since the Jews constantly made disturbances at the instigation of Chrestus, he, Claudius, expelled them from Rome. The Roman historian Tacitus, 55–118, mentions Jesus by name. Nero supplied defendants and inflicted the choicest punishments on those, resented for their outrages, whom the public call Christiani. The source of the name was Christus, on whom, during the command of Tiberius, reprisal had been inflicted by the procurator Pontius Pilate, and, though the baleful superstition had been stifled for the moment, there was now another outbreak, not only across Judea, the origin of the malignancy, but also across the city, where everything frightful or shameful of whatever provenance converges and is celebrated. Writing about these persecutions, Suetonius also says, "During Nero's reign many abuses were severely punished and put down. Punishment was inflicted on the Christians, a class of men given to a new and mischievous superstition." Pliny the Younger, 61–114, the governor of Bithynia, gives a report to Emperor Trajan on his treatment of the Christians. "Amongst these I considered that I should dismiss any who denied that they were or ever had been Christians when they had repeated after me a formula of invocation to the gods, and had made offerings of wine and incense to your statue, which I had ordered to be brought into the court for this purpose along with the images of the gods, and furthermore had reviled the name of Christ, none of which things I understand any genuine Christian can be induced to do. Those who said that they were Christians declared that the sum total of their guilt or error amounted to no more than this: they had met regularly before dawn on a fixed day to chant verses alternately amongst themselves in honor of Christ, as if to a god." The Greek writer Lucian of Samosata, 125–192. "The Christians, you know, worship a man to this day, the distinguished personage who introduced their novel rites and was crucified on that account, and then it was impressed on them by their original lawgiver that they are all brothers from the moment that they are converted, and deny the gods of Greece, and worship the crucified sage, and live after his laws." The famous physician Galen, 129–216. "One might more easily teach novelties to the followers of Moses and Christ than to the physicians and philosophers who cling fast to their schools." The philosopher Celsus, 2nd century A.D., also taunts Jesus, and they assert that a man who lived a most infamous life and died a most miserable death was a god. Flavius Josephus, the great Jewish historian who sided with the Romans during the War of 70 A.D., writes in his Jewish Antiquities, "About this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man. For he was one who wrought surprising feats and was a teacher of such people as accept the truth gladly. He won over many Jews and many of the Greeks. He was the Messiah, the Christ. When Pilate, upon hearing him accused by men of the highest standing among us, had condemned him to be crucified, those who had in the first place come to love him did not give up their affection for him. On the third day he appeared to them restored to life, for the prophets of God had prophesied these and countless other marvelous things about him. And the tribe of the Christians, so-called after him, has still to this day not disappeared." This passage, known as the Testimonium Flavianum, or Testimony of Flavius, appears without modification in every Greek manuscript of the Antiquities that has come down to us. Since the 17th century, specialists have hotly debated the authenticity of this text, with some scholars claiming that the passage, or at least parts of it, was a later addition. Given that Flavius Josephus did not believe Jesus was the Messiah, the argument goes, he never would have written such a positive testimony. Upon closer consideration, however, we have to admit the passage does not really reflect the mind of a Christian. The text portrays Jesus as an extraordinary man, a wise man, not as the Son of God made man. A Christian would never have written, "He was the Christ," but rather, "He is the Christ." In this passage, Christos is simply the name given to Jesus by many pagans, such as the Latin historians Tacitus and Suetonius, as we saw above. Looking for evidence of authenticity outside the text, we find the passage quoted in full on several occasions in antiquity. Eusebius of Caesarea quotes this text in two separate books between 314 and 333 A.D., each time in the same way. Ecclesiastical History, Book 1, Chapter 11, Sections 7 and through 8, and Proof of the Gospel, Book 3, pages 105 and through 106. St. Jerome, circa 393 A.D., quotes the text of the Testimonium almost word for word in his De Viris Illustribus 13. The idea that the passage was interpolated into Josephus' text seems difficult to sustain. Since Eusebius and St. Jerome were already quoting the text in the 4th century, the interpolation would have to have occurred between the year 90, the approximate date Josephus wrote the Antiquities, and the very beginning of the 4th century, when Eusebius cites it. Those two intervening centuries were precisely the period in which Christians were persecuted. Manuscripts were generally kept in public or private libraries under close guard, so mass falsification is a highly unlikely hypothesis. The alleged purpose of the interpolation was to prove that Jesus existed and worked miracles, but at that time no one questioned the historicity of the man called Jesus or the possibility of miracles. As we shall see below, even the Talmud testifies indirectly to his miracles. So there was less motivation to falsify the text than it might seem. More fundamentally, it is difficult to imagine how every single manuscript of Josephus in the empire at the time could have been falsified, and only with regard to this isolated passage. But the coup de grace to the hypothesis that Jesus was a myth is given by the Jews themselves, who were at once the most informed and most resolute adversaries of Jesus Christ. For example, the Babylonian Talmud says, "The Mishnah teaches that on Passover Eve they hung the corpse of Jesus the Nazarene after they killed him by way of stoning. And a crier went out before him for 40 days, publicly proclaiming, 'Jesus the Nazarene is going out to be stoned because he practiced sorcery, incited people to idol worship, and led the Jewish people astray. Anyone who knows of a reason to acquit him should come forward and teach it on his behalf.' And the court did not find a reason to acquit him, and so they stoned him and hung his corpse on Passover Eve." Allah said, "And how can you understand this proof? Was Jesus the Nazarene worthy of conducting a search for a reason to acquit him? He was an inciter to idol worship, and the Merciful One states with regard to an inciter to idol worship, 'Neither shall you spare, neither shall you conceal him.' Deuteronomy chapter 13, verse 9. In the Jerusalem Talmud, Jesus is presented as a mamzer, born of an adulterous affair between a Jewish woman and a Roman centurion. Following a dispute with a rabbi, he was allegedly banished, broke with Judaism, engaged in idolatry and deliberately misled the people of Israel. Trained as a magician in Egypt, he left that land with secret magical formulae hidden in a fold of his skin. According to a legend, he made clay birds and brought them to life but lost a magic contest to the rabbis. When he was sentenced to death for witchcraft, he had to be hung on a cabbage stalk because he had ordered all the trees to refuse to serve as his gallows. Tractate Sanhedrin 43b. For Christians, these stories are blasphemous, but they have immense merit because they validate the historical existence of Jesus. Let's put all this in context. The writers of the Talmud saw themselves as the adversaries of Christianity and considered the Christian message a threat to Judaism. Having been the witnesses of the creation of this myth about an imaginary Messiah, whose message was sacrilegious, absurd, and disastrous for them, because it announced the fall of Jerusalem and its domination by pagans until the end of time, then, first of all, they would certainly have known it was a myth, and second, would not have let it develop without opposing it. They certainly would not have validated the existence of a non-historical, mythical Jesus. It is even less likely that they would have furthered the spread of this detestable myth through the invention of counter-narratives such as those reported in the Talmud. And so the Talmud is probably the best witness to the historical existence of Jesus. It also validates the biblical account of his sojourn in Egypt, the miracles he performed, the enthusiastic crowds who gathered to hear him teach, and his condemnation and execution by the Romans on the eve of Easter. 2. Jesus a myth? A fairly new strategy with an obvious motive. For 17 centuries, not a single one of Jesus' adversaries, whether they were Jews or pagans, ever put forward the idea that Jesus was merely a myth, that is to say, an imaginary construction developed over time through oral tradition. Obviously, it would have been in their interest to do so, but there's not a word, not a sentence to that effect. This deafening silence alone should render highly suspect the idea that he is a myth. So, where did this idea originate? In the 18th century, Enlightenment thinkers and philosophers were looking for ways to reject God and Christianity. However, settling their score with religion meant dealing with Christ, who was the very incarnation of religion. They needed to find an explanation for Christ's existence, one that was sensible and convincing enough to oppose the dominant view of Jesus as the Messiah and Son of God. There was not much room for them to maneuver, since the possible explanations are few and difficult to defend. This is why some decided to support the idea that he was a myth, some that he was a sage, and some that he was an opportunist or an evil magician. But there was no coordination between them, and their different versions testifying one against the other. The idea that Jesus was a myth emerged in the 18th century, Bruno Bauer, Paul-Louis Couchot. Although this thesis blatantly contradicts undeniable historical facts, some people still persist in defending it today, as does the French philosopher Michel Onfray in his Atheist Manifesto. This comes as no surprise, as it results from the absolute necessity of answering the question, who could Jesus be, in a way that is compatible with their denial of Christianity. If they have chosen the indefensible idea that Jesus is a myth, it is just because all the other options are even worse, as we shall see. 3. A myth? Since when? For a myth to take shape, it has to emerge and spread well after the disappearance of the last eyewitnesses to the time and events. Therefore, the myth of Jesus should not have appeared before the year 100. But in addition to the many historical texts already cited, we now have a large collection of objective physical evidence that proves Christianity existed well before this date. Tacitus and Suetonius made Nero's persecution of Christians in the 60s AD part of the historical record, and archaeological remains also furnish irrefutable evidence of a Christian presence in Italy from an early date. In 1938, a cross apparently belonging to a Christian slave was discovered during excavations of a villa in Herculaneum, a city that was completely buried by pyroclastic flow from the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in the year 79. See picture below. A cross and a Christian inscription were also unearthed in nearby Pompeii, a city covered by volcanic ash in the same eruption. The date Vesuvius erupted is well documented, And we know that the sites at Pompeii and Herculaneum remained undisturbed between the eruption and the modern excavations in which these artifacts were uncovered. This means it's impossible that the myth of Jesus was created after the year 100. The nail holes and lighter-colored area around the cross suggest the presence of lightweight wooden doors, or at least a frame for a veil used to hide the cross from view. The cross, which was fixed on or engraved into the wall, may have been veiled out of respect for its mystery, or to hide it as a way of avoiding problems if strangers passed by. 4. Jesus an absurd and sacrilegious myth? That makes no sense. Myths emerge as a response to a particular need. Their purpose is usually to inspire people, galvanizing or unifying an oppressed nation by giving it pride and hope. None of this squares with the supposed myth of Jesus. Why create a mythical figure, sacrilegious for the Jews, absurd for the pagans, who ended his life as a resounding failure and suffered the ignominious death of a bandit? The idea involves too many improbabilities. All the historical and archaeological evidence is unanimous. Jesus is not a myth. He definitely existed. The Jesus myth hypothesis, then, can be definitively discarded. 2. Jesus was a great sage. In 1863, Ernest Renan, the famous French historian, ended his work, The Life of Jesus, with this well-known declaration: "All the ages will proclaim that, among the sons of men, there is none born who is greater than Jesus." In other words, for Renan, Jesus was the greatest sage who ever walked the earth, but only a man like any other, and therefore not the Messiah or the Son of God. Renan's book was a great success, no doubt partly due to the hint of scandal surrounding its publication. Any shocking revelation, claims that Jesus did not exist, that he was only a wise man, or even that he was married to Mary Magdalene, always arouse the interest of critics, excite curious readers, and ensure the author's enduring notoriety. The publication of Renan's book was timed perfectly to lend encouragement and ammunition to the growing number of freethinkers who instantly seized upon it for justification. The sage theory had the advantage of being more plausible and less risky than the myth theory, packaged as it was in a respectable skepticism and hidden behind a veil of culture, and resting on the authorship of a renowned historian. Nevertheless, the sage theory is the most absurd and the least defensible of all the possible accounts of Jesus' identity. To realize this, we have only to read Jesus' words as recorded by the evangelists. No sage in the world would ever dare to say such things as the following. 1. Crazy words, words of an insane man. "Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up." John chapter 2, verse 19. "Your sins are forgiven." Matthew chapter 9, verse 5, Mark chapter 2, verse 10, and Luke chapter 7, verse 48. "I am the bread that came down from heaven." John chapter 6, verse 41. "I am the resurrection and the life." John chapter 11, verse 25. "Before Abraham was, I am." John chapter 8, verse 58. "Those who believe in me, even though they die, will live." John chapter 11, verse 25. 2. Infinitely pretentious words. "Apart from me you can do nothing." John chapter 15, verse 5. "Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away." Matthew chapter 24, verse 35. "All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me." Matthew chapter 28, verse 18. "Whoever has seen me has seen the Father, God." John chapter 14, verse 9. "I am the light of the world." John chapter 8, verse 12 and chapter 9, verse 5. "I am the way and the truth and the life." John chapter 14, verse 6. "Everyone who belongs to the truth listens to my voice." John chapter 18, verse 37. "The Queen of the South will rise up at the judgment with this generation and condemn it, because she came from the ends of the earth to listen to the wisdom of Solomon, and see, something greater than Solomon is here." Matthew chapter 12, verse 42. 3. Words impossible to live by. "Whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple." Luke chapter 14, verse 26. "But if anyone strikes you on the right cheek, turn the other also." Matthew chapter 5, verse 39. If any want to become my followers, let them deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. Matthew chapter 16, verse 24. You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, do not resist an evildoer, but if anyone strikes you on the right cheek, turn the other also. Matthew chapter 5, verses 38 to 39. 4. Sacrilegious words. Your sins are forgiven. Matthew chapter 9, verse 5, and Luke chapter 7, verse 48. Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will raise it up. John chapter 2, verse 19. So the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath. Mark chapter 2, verse 28. Very truly I tell you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. John chapter 6, verse 53. This last saying shocked his disciples so deeply that many turned away from him, hurt, scandalized, and completely baffled. Because of this, many of his disciples turned back and no longer went about with him. John chapter 6, verse 66. If Jesus is not the God-made man he claimed to be, then these are the words of a madman, a lunatic, not a sage. 5. A great sage at the head of a gang of liars and crooks? We would logically expect a great sage to surround himself with people aspiring to wisdom, people who come to meditate on his words and be edified by his thoughts. At any rate, no great sage would seek the exclusive company of liars and lowlifes. But if this hypothesis is true, that is just what the great sage Jesus did. The proof that it was the dirty dozen is that, immediately after his death, his disciples unanimously proclaimed his resurrection. The sage theory forces us to imagine that the disciples agreed to go and open Jesus' tomb on a moonlit night, a tomb watched by Roman soldiers who could expect to be executed if they failed to guard it, covertly stole his body and buried it in a hiding place so secret that no one has found it in more than 2,000 years. All this happened without anyone knowing and without the slightest leak of information. The notion is highly improbable. Since stealing corpses was punishable by death under both Jewish and Roman law, the operation would have been extremely perilous. After hiding Jesus' body, the apostles then passed on the fiction that their master was risen, and every one of them, without exception, stood by the truth of this incredible fabrication until his death. So Jesus, the greatest sage the earth has ever seen, to paraphrase Renan, recruited only liars, lowlifes, and crooks? These charlatans put the pièce de résistance on their fables by inventing miracles that Jesus, merely a sage, could never have performed, and thought up a collection of sayings and entire discourses that he had never actually spoken. Even worse, these grifters spread out to disseminate their grotesque farce all over the world, even suffering voluntary martyrdom to safeguard their credibility. These impostor disciples were crooks and liars completely lacking any sense of self-preservation. The entire scenario makes absolutely no sense. And thus Renan's theory that Jesus was merely a wise man should be consigned to the reject pile. Its only function is to do away with the troublesome question of who Jesus is via a non-committal, non-confrontational hypothesis. Jesus the sage is a gentle character without any rough edges, a facile choice, but he is not the Jesus given to us in any historical or biblical source, and he makes no logical sense. As C.S. Lewis wrote, "You must make your choice. Either this man was and is the Son of God, or else a madman or something worse. You can shut him up for a fool, you can spit at him and kill him as a demon, or you can fall at his feet and call him Lord and God. But let us not come with any patronizing nonsense about his being a great human teacher. He has not left that open to us." 3. He was a madman, a crazy mystic. Was Jesus crazy? Even some of his contemporaries expressed doubts about his mental health. The Gospel writer Mark reports that some people close to Jesus were worried about him because of his deeds and preaching. When his family heard it, they went out to restrain him, for people were saying, "He has gone out of his mind." Mark chapter 3, verse 21. At a time when undiagnosed mental disorders were thought to be cases of demonic possession, others believed that he was possessed. Many of them were saying, "He has a demon and is out of his mind. Why listen to him?" John chapter 10, verse 20. The Jews answered him, "Are we not right in saying that you are a Samaritan and have a demon?" John chapter 8, verse 48. Almost 20 centuries later, philosophers like David F. Strauss and Friedrich Nietzsche called Jesus' mental health into question in their writings. Distinguished specialists at the time began to give their own diagnoses of his case. In his 1915 book La Folie de Jésus, The Madness of Jesus, French doctor Charles Binet-Sanglé detected a religious paranoia in Jesus. The American psychiatrist William Hirsch concurred and declared Jesus a paranoiac, a diagnosis also given by the Soviet psychiatrist Y.V. Mintz. In fact, if we consider only the outrageous claims made by Jesus mentioned above, and assume Jesus was just a man and not the Son of God, it wouldn't be unreasonable to conclude that he was in fact a madman. Since the hypothesis is supported by the authority of eminent specialists, it certainly has its attraction. But is it convincing? 1. Disconcerting but wise words. Though some of the sayings of Jesus seem crazy and disconcerting, others of his teachings are so deep and wise that they have been passed on for centuries and still have broad popular appeal among Christians and non-Christians alike. Here are 3 representative examples of Jesus' wise sayings. Give therefore to the emperor the things that are the emperor's, and to God the things that are God's. Matthew chapter 22, verse 21. The relevance of this maxim is obvious. It has been used throughout the last 2 millennia, and especially in our own time, as a justification for the separation of church and state. The maxim's context is a trick question posed to Jesus by the Jewish leaders. Tell us, then, what you think. Is it lawful to pay taxes to the emperor or not? Matthew chapter 22, verse 17. If Jesus answers yes, he will anger devout Jews and zealots. If he answers no, the Romans might arrest him as a rebel. His response is extraordinary for 2 reasons. On the one hand, he evades the trap. On the other hand, he makes the bold claim for all generations that it is possible to reconcile the tension between church and state. Let anyone among you who is without sin be the first to throw a stone at her. John chapter 8, verse 7. This warning has remained part of our received cultural wisdom for over 2,000 years. Once again, Jesus gives a wise answer to a tricky question. A woman caught in adultery is brought to Jesus, and they ask him, "Now in the law, Moses commanded us to stone such women. Now what do you say?" John chapter 8, verse 5. A thorny question. If Jesus says, "Do not stone her," he pits himself against the law of Moses and risks being condemned. If he answers, "Stone her," he would have contradicted his own message of love and would have stirred up the mob against him. By responding as he does, forgive the turn of phrase, he kills 2 birds with 1 stone. He avoids the trap by turning the question against the woman's accusers, and at the same time transmits 2 profound teachings. Judgment and condemnation are reserved for God alone, and a sinner always deserves a second chance. Go your way, and from now on do not sin again, he later tells the woman. Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing. Luke chapter 23, verse 34. Jesus has just been nailed to the cross. His enemies witness his agony, looking on with malicious glee and mocking him. He saved others, let him save himself if he is the Messiah of God, his chosen one. Luke chapter 23, verse 35. He is the King of Israel, let him come down from the cross now, and we will believe in him. Matthew chapter 27, verse 42. Their taunts are punctuated by merciless laughter. Despite his suffering, Jesus finds the strength to say aloud, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they are doing." Luke chapter 23, verse 34. Even Christians find these strangely wise and merciful words disconcerting. A handful of early scribes were so scandalized by this verse that they even omitted it from their copies of the Gospels. We could give more examples of the wise sayings of Jesus, like the parable of the Good Samaritan, which has become a household word, or his teaching that the Sabbath was made for humankind and not humankind for the Sabbath, Mark chapter 2, verse 27, or his counsel to build one's house, that is to say, one's life, on rock, not sand, Matthew chapter 7, verses 24 through 27. Everyone probably has his own cherished references, and popular wisdom has amply borrowed from the wisdom of the gospel. These phrases are part of our common cultural vocabulary. Therefore, even this brief selection presents a serious challenge to the idea that Jesus was insane. 2. Why didn't the Talmud portray Jesus as a madman? If Jesus were merely a madman or an illuminated visionary, why would the various versions of the Talmud lend him legitimacy by describing him as a dangerous schemer and a demonic magician? If Jesus had really been an unfortunate madman, his opponents wouldn't have needed to say anything more to completely and definitively discredit him. 3. Requiem for a madman. If Jesus were a sage, he would not have surrounded himself with crooks and liars. Likewise, if he were a madman, no one would have dreamed of following him around Galilee. No one except, perhaps, other equally crazy people who first made an incredible effort to stage a supposed resurrection and then traveled around the world to spread the news of it, in most cases even suffering death for their witness. The whole Jesus story would be a comedy of fools. The hypothesis that Jesus was crazy had to be taken seriously nonetheless. Some Christian apologists have felt the need to address the allegation directly. In The Foundations of Christianity, C.S. Lewis writes that identifying who Jesus is means facing a trilemma, a three-way choice. Either Jesus is God, or he is not. In the latter case, either he knows he is not but pretends to be, or he erroneously thinks he is because he is crazy. We have investigated Jesus' possible madness, but this line of investigation is ultimately a blind alley. In our imaginary courtroom, we have now heard testimony in support of 3 different hypotheses about the identity of Jesus. None of them withstands the force of evidence. 4 witnesses remain to cross-examine. 4. Jesus was a failed opportunist. Viewing Jesus as a seductive opportunist who was able to stir the crowd's excitement for a time before being halted in his tracks by an inglorious execution appears plausible at first sight. This hypothesis has the advantage of corresponding with the claims of the Talmud, which was written by Jews who, unlike Renan and the philosophers of the 18th century, were eyewitnesses to Jesus' trial, condemnation, and death. It also coincides with some of the testimonies of the Latin authors we have cited. Finally, it fits with the temporal context since the Messiah was prophesied to appear during this particular period, as we will explain later. We should summarize this hypothesis before investigating its merits. Taking advantage of the feverish anticipation of a Messiah, an astute schemer who has learned magical arts in Egypt claims to be the expected Messiah. He seduces the crowds with miracles and tries to get them to revolt, intending to take power. This attempt is popular and dangerous enough to raise alarm among the authorities, and Jesus is arrested, executed, and buried. His disciples, who abandoned him and scattered at the time of his execution, secretly regroup and within a matter of hours stage an elaborate and implausible second act for this magic show. After stealing his body and burying it in a secret place, they fabricate a monumental hoax, pointing to the now empty tomb as evidence of Jesus' resurrection. However romantic this story might be, it has a number of flaws. 1. Why didn't the high priests look for Jesus' corpse? Jesus had been deemed a dangerous and subversive spiritual opportunist. He is finally dead, and his followers are dispersed. Against all expectations, his supporters return and decide to continue the ruse by themselves. They announce his resurrection and blame his death, that of the Messiah, the King of Israel, on the Jewish leaders. Consequently, after only a brief respite, the same Jewish leaders find themselves faced with a new threat to themselves and to their nation. Why, then, didn't they look for his body? It would have been so simple. An absurd charade invented by Jesus' followers, this supposed resurrection gave them an ideal chance to put an end to the movement for good. All they had to do to finish off this incredible and dangerous masquerade was simply locate the body. For several reasons, the theft and concealment of the body of Jesus would have been an impossible task. Jerusalem at that time was not a very large city, boasting only 50,000 inhabitants. Moreover, on the nights after Passover, the moon was full, and thousands of pilgrims who had come for the festival were camping in and around the city. In these circumstances, it would have been next to impossible to move a body in complete secrecy. Jesus' supporters could probably have done no more than rebury the body close to the original tomb. At that time, the Jewish leaders held almost all power in the area, religious authority of course, but also temporal authority as delegated to them by the Romans. Why didn't they arrest some of his disciples, forcing them to confess the subterfuge and reveal the body's hiding place? That would have been the end of the story. This operation would have encountered little resistance, since almost all of Jesus' close supporters had fled, distressed and terrified. On this point the Gospel and the Talmud agree, and the Gospel even specifies that only a few women and a young man, the Apostle John, were at the foot of the cross to witness Jesus' execution. But no, nothing, no official search for the body. Even if the high priests did not immediately see the importance of putting a stop to this lie, once they had witnessed the emergence of Christianity and its diffusion throughout the Roman Empire, they still had time to react. They could have initiated a search at least until the first destruction of Jerusalem in the year 70. Many eyewitnesses, including the Apostle John, perhaps the most important witness, lived until 100 AD. Of course, they may very well have searched in vain and preferred to keep their failed efforts quiet. If so, they took that information with them to the grave. Either way, the incoherent and incomprehensible attitude of the Jewish leaders does not plead in favor of Jesus as a religious opportunist. 2. Why would the disciples take the charade so far? Jesus proclaimed himself the Messiah and then died. This fact alone should blow the narrative out of the water, since by definition the Messiah was destined by God to be the great king and deliverer of Israel. The disciples were stranded, left to their own devices. The Gospels say that only a few remained after most followers of Jesus had fled. Are we really going to believe that this handful of cowards pulled off world history's biggest scam with only a few hours of preparation? That they managed to pass off an opportunistic charlatan as God on earth? That they secretly stole and hid his body and proclaimed that he had risen from the dead? What did they stand to gain from this preposterous scenario? The only conceivable enticement would be the prospect of seizing power. Did the disciples premeditate a coup d'etat, taking power in the name of Jesus by promoting the expectation of his return? In this case, why not stand together on the spot? Why go to the ends of the world, each one on his own, without wife, without money, without children, telling the story of the resurrected Messiah to pagans who were ignorant of the very concept of a Messiah? And for what kind of outcome? Except for John, every one of the apostles was killed for spreading the new belief. Peter was crucified at Rome in 64. Paul beheaded there in 67. John exiled to Patmos. James the Great decapitated by Herod in 41. Andrew crucified in Patras in 45. Bartholomew martyred in Ereban, Armenia in 47. Simon the Zealot martyred in Mauritania around 60. Matthew burned to death in Upper Egypt in 61. James the Less thrown from the pinnacle of the temple and then stoned in 62. Jude hanged and pierced with arrows in Armenia in 65 by order of King Sanatruk. Matthias stoned and crucified in Ethiopia and buried in Biratov in 80. Thomas skinned alive and pierced by a spear in Malapur, south of Madras, India, in 72. Philip hanged by the feet and then crucified at Hierapolis in Phrygia around 95. Luke martyred at Thebes in 76, and Mark killed in Alexandria in 68. From a human point of view, this macabre list would have made many change their mind. The hypothesis that Jesus was only an opportunist simply does not hold water. 3. Are these the words of an opportunist? We have already quoted some of the wise sayings of Jesus. Are we supposed to believe that these words, which for Renan represented the highest wisdom ever spoken by any sage, were uttered by a petty revolutionary and his followers? This does not square with the ambitions of an opportunist. Opportunists and revolutionaries need the support of at least a portion of the population to carry out their schemes. What benefit could Jesus or his gang expect from promoting teachings that are impossible to follow? No one who wants to take power can afford to drive the people, including his own supporters, away, yet that is essentially what Jesus and his followers did. His message was clearly not conducive to self-serving political goals. 4. Why was the apostles' preaching so successful? Only 30 years after Jesus' crucifixion, The Christian religion had already spread everywhere. In Rome, Christians were wrongly accused of starting the Great Fire of 64 AD, and the emperor had them thrown to the lions. Who can imagine for an instant that a bunch of poor Jewish adventurers preaching outrageous doctrines in distant and hostile lands could have peacefully changed the face of the ancient world without violence, without money, and, in most cases, with very little education? It's unthinkable. How did these men come up with the ludicrous idea of perpetrating a worldwide hoax, even to the point of a violent death, and where did they find the courage and obstinacy to carry out this irrational project? Paul has something to say on this point. Are they ministers of Christ? I am talking like a madman. I am a better one, with far greater labors, far more imprisonments, with countless floggings, and often near death. 5 times I have received from the Jews the 40 lashes minus 1. 3 times I was beaten with rods. Once I received a stoning. 3 times I was shipwrecked. For a night and a day I was adrift at sea, on frequent journeys, in danger from rivers, danger from bandits, danger from my own people, danger from Gentiles, danger in the city, danger in the wilderness, danger at sea, danger from false brothers and sisters, in toil and hardship, through many a sleepless night, hungry and thirsty, often without food, cold and naked. And besides other things, I am under daily pressure because of my anxiety for all the churches. 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verses 23 through 28. If they were all just opportunists in search of temporal gain, it did not do them much good. Later, in 190, Tertullian described the rapid spread of Christianity. We are but of yesterday, yet we have filled every place among you, cities, islands, fortresses, towns, marketplaces, camp, tribes, town councils, the palace, the senate, the forum. We have left nothing to you but the temples of your gods. Even unarmed and without any uprising, merely as malcontents, simply through hatred and withdrawal, we could have fought against you. Without a doubt, you would have been exceedingly frightened at your loneliness, at the silence of your surroundings, and the stupor, as it were, of a dead world. We are not dealing here with the realm of adventure, of power grabs and acts of defiance against destiny and society. What's taking place is of another order and belongs to another dimension. Therefore, the opportunist hypothesis falls short like all its predecessors. 5. He was a prophet. At first glance, this is an attractive view. After all, most of Israel's prophets were persecuted or killed. Jeremiah was persecuted by his own people. Daniel was thrown into the lion's den by the king of Babylon. Isaiah was sawn in half, according to some traditions, and John the Baptist was beheaded at the order of Herod Antipas. Jesus makes one more in a long line of persecuted prophets, being criticized violently during his life and finally put to death on a cross. Like the other prophets, he brought a message of radical conversion. Some of his contemporaries were not slow to recognize the prophetic tenor of his life and message. Herod the ruler was perplexed because it was said by some that John had been raised from the dead, by some that Elijah had appeared, and by others that one of the ancient prophets had arisen. Luke chapter 9, verses 7 through 9. It's worth mentioning that the Quran, the holy book of the Islamic religion, which counts nearly 1.5 billion followers, also teaches that Jesus was a prophet. But on closer examination, this theory comes up against some insurmountable difficulties. A prophet in the Jewish tradition is supposed to be wise and clear-sighted. A Jewish prophet would not have surrounded himself with criminals and bandits who dug him up, reburied him, and passed him off as God-made man. A Jewish prophet would never have spoken the absurd and sacrilegious words we considered earlier. A prophet who is not God cannot rise from the dead. Therefore, everything we said above about the implausible charade of a vanished body and the falsified resurrection account applies here, too. More generally, all the objections noted with regard to the theory that Jesus was a sage apply here as well. We can safely conclude that the prophet theory is untenable without trotting out all those arguments a second time. Muslims escape one set of difficulties by creating others. They argue that while the apostles were not liars, they were mistaken. It wasn't Jesus who died on the cross, but a look-alike that God substituted for him. Further, to explain Christ's many unlikely, challenging, or impossible teachings, they argued that the gospel was somehow falsified, though they never specify who did the falsifying or when, how, or why it was done. 6. Jesus is the Messiah and an extraordinary man, but only a man. This theory recognizes the truth of the New Testament and acknowledges Jesus as the Messiah, but denies his divine nature. Historically, this was a central tenet of Arianism, born in the 4th century, which later also formed the basis for Cathar beliefs. So let's take it one proposition at a time. Jesus is the Messiah, and he was only a man. The first proposition, Jesus is the Messiah. Biblical chronology and a great number of Old Testament prophecies support the idea that Jesus is the Messiah. The date of Jesus' birth coincides with the period in which the Jews expected the Messiah to appear. The date of his coming had been the subject of several prophecies throughout Jewish history, and foremost among them was the prophecy of the prophet Daniel. 70 weeks are decreed for your people and your holy city, to finish the transgression, to put an end to sin, and to atone for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal both vision and prophet, and to anoint a most holy place. Know therefore and understand, from the time that the word went out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks, and for 62 weeks it shall be built again with streets and moat, but in a troubled time. Daniel chapter 9, verses 24 through 26. But how do we decrypt this Sibylline message? When we read 7 weeks and for 62 weeks, we might easily interpret it to mean 69 weeks, but actually the weeks mentioned here are weeks of years, as explained elsewhere in the Bible. That is to say, each week corresponds to 7 years. The phrase, "from the time that the word went out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem," refers to the Edict of Artaxerxes, published in 457 BC. The Anointed One is the Messiah who, according to the calculation given by this prophecy, should have appeared 483 years later, 69 times 7, around the year 27. Even if there is some variation among the possible interpretations of this prophecy, there are other reasons we can be certain that the advent of the Messiah was expected around this period. For example, even though Herod the Great, whom the Romans had installed on the throne of Judea at this time, was of Idumean, not Jewish descent, he knew that the Messiah was supposed to be the king of Israel. Thus, when he learned of the Messiah's birth in Bethlehem, Herod was so afraid of losing his grip on power that he ordered a mass infanticide of newborn children, which we now call the slaughter of the innocents. The chronology of several prophecies foretelling the Messiah's coming pointed to this time period. The history is too long to discuss in great detail here, but the strong convergence of the ancient prophecies explains why multiple self-proclaimed messiahs emerged just before and after the lifetime of Jesus. Between the years 1 and 135 AD, no fewer than 6 other contenders for the title of Messiah declared themselves: Judas the Galilean, Simon, Athronges, Theudas, Menahem, and Simon bar Kokhba. Many years after the death of Jesus, the Jewish people continued to wait for their Messiah. The wait went on and on. Rabbi Akiva, the greatest Jewish wise man of his time, recognized Simon bar Kokhba as the Messiah. The Jews minted coins in his honor and supported him to the point of starting an absurd and hopeless war against the Romans, during which tens of thousands of poorly armed men attacked the greatest military power of the age. Predictably, they were crushed by the Romans in the year 135. Only their blind faith in Simon bar Kokhba as the Messiah can explain the madness of waging such asymmetric warfare. In light of these events, we can see how deeply convinced the Jews of Jesus' day were that the Messiah's hour had arrived. The wait was finally over. Even the Jews who did not recognize Jesus have admitted that the Messiah was supposed to come on a very specific date, even as that date began rapidly receding into the past. Many years after Jesus' death, the Jewish people continued to wait for their Messiah, and the wait goes on. As the Talmud says, "That is the course that history was to take, but due to our sins that time frame increased. The Messiah did not come after 4,000 years passed, and furthermore, the years that elapsed since then, which were to have been the Messianic era, have elapsed." This especially interesting passage contains 2 important observations and a very telling interpretation. The first observation is that there were multiple prophecies predicting the date of the Messiah's coming. The second is that their predictions corresponded roughly to the lifetime of Jesus, since, according to the compilers of the Talmud, who worked in the late 1st century after the destruction of the temple in 70 AD, the date for his coming had already passed. The Talmud's authors go on to attribute the delay of the Messiah's arrival to the chosen people's lack of piety. Of course, another interpretation is also possible. The Messiah did indeed come as announced by the prophecies, but went unrecognized except by a minority. He was Jesus of Nazareth. Let us now examine the second part of the thesis. Jesus is the Messiah, but he was only a man, certainly extraordinary, but just a man. Admittedly, the Old Testament's predictions about the Messiah had led many people to expect that he would be a temporal king, an extraordinary man who would be God's spiritual son, but only a man, neither a literal son of God nor God himself. It is clear even in the Gospels that the Jews of Christ's time expected this kind of King Messiah. In fact, it is precisely because Jesus did not meet their expectations of a worldly Messiah that many turned away from him. However, this thesis of Jesus is the Messiah but is only a man becomes, after his death, perfectly untenable, since the core definition of the Messiah is that he would be a king destined by God to reign over Israel. Instead, to the great disappointment of those who hoped that he would restore the temporal power of Israel, Jesus dies on the cross, abandoned by everyone. He cannot, therefore, in any case, only be a human Messiah. In the final analysis, this theory, which is almost an iteration of the previous one, Jesus as prophet, can be refuted by the same arguments. Despite a period of great success, the Arian heresy eventually lost ground in the Christian world because all the characteristics of divinity attributable to God alone, eternity, forgiveness of sins, etc., were also found in Jesus. He cannot be a simply human Messiah. Interlude. Let's go back to our imaginary courtroom where our witnesses have been giving opposing versions of the facts. The audience shifts restlessly in their seats, each one leaning over to murmur to his neighbor. The air is full of rustling and excitement. There is a strong feeling that we have come to a decisive and crucial moment in the proceedings. One after the other, each of the witnesses have discredited one another. Some of their testimonies nearly had us convinced, but at the last moment, a fact, an objection, and everything collapsed. Who was Jesus really? We're on to the seventh hypothesis. Order in the court. Let us proceed. 1. In spite of themselves, Jesus' adversaries have shed very clear light on the case. The Talmud made him out to be an opportunist. Renan saw him as a sage, and a few modernists considered him a myth. But we have seen that the Talmud shoots down Renan undermines the Talmud, and both discredit the mythologists. Thanks to them, we did not have to call upon a single Christian author. 2. Before we take a look at the final possibility, let's consider the option of creating a hybrid theory from the alternatives we've considered. Any such hybrid thesis would be hard to defend because it would contain the flaws of its constituent parts. We simply cannot get around the following facts. A. Jesus existed. B. If Jesus is only human, his crazy words or impossible exhortations are absolutely incompatible with his wise sayings. Trying to find a logical explanation to justify these different teachings is like trying to square a circle. It's a logical impossibility. The problem is inherent in the fact that Jesus claimed to be God made man, which incidentally is something unique in the history of mankind, and that the discourse resulting from this claim is absolutely absurd from a rationalist point of view. C. There is no logical explanation or sense to be found in the actions of the apostles after his death. Their response is unprecedented. When opportunists or minor warlords are killed, their supporters always disperse. We have cited 6 false messiahs who appeared around the same time as Jesus. In all 6 cases, their supporters fled after their leader died and never spoke of their false messiahs again. On this subject, the words of Gamaliel, a very wise doctor of the law and member of the Sanhedrin, are instructive. Shortly after Jesus' death, his apostles were arrested and questioned by the Sanhedrin's court. But a Pharisee named Gamaliel, a teacher of the law, who was honored by all the people, stood up in the Sanhedrin and ordered that the men be put outside for a little while. Then he addressed the Sanhedrin. Men of Israel, consider carefully what you intend to do to these men. Some time ago Theudas appeared, claiming to be somebody, and about 400 men rallied to him. He was killed, all his followers were dispersed, and it all came to nothing. After him Judas the Galilean appeared in the days of the census, and led a band of people in revolt. He too was killed, and all his followers were scattered. Therefore, in the present case I advise you, leave these men alone, let them go. For if their purpose or activity is of human origin, it will fail. But if it is from God, you will not be able to stop these men. You will only find yourselves fighting against God. His speech persuaded them. They called the apostles in and had them flogged. Then they ordered them not to speak in the name of Jesus and let them go. Acts chapter 5, verses 34 through 40. D. The success of the apostles' preaching has so far defied rational explanation. How was the Roman Empire peacefully converted by a handful of foreigners working far from their homes, without the help of families, weapons, or money, all of whom were put to death for the hoax they had invented? The story makes no sense. 7. Jesus is the Messiah and God incarnate. So we come to the last remaining hypothesis. You will notice that it has been taking shape as we have gradually cleared away all the other options. It takes commitment to study it in an intellectually honest way, but everything begins to become clear as we make the effort. 1. The madman's words start to make sense. In fact, if this is the case, sayings that previously seemed disconcerting, even shocking, start to make sense. If Jesus is the Son of God, then he exists from all eternity and can say, "Before Abraham was, I am." John chapter 8, verse 58. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. Matthew chapter 24, verse 35. He also has power over everything, even over death and sin, and can quite naturally say, "Your sins are forgiven." Matthew chapter 9, verse 5. "I am the resurrection and the life." John chapter 11, verse 25. "For the Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath." Matthew chapter 12, verse 8. "All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me." Matthew chapter 28, verse 18. He can give us his body as food in the Eucharist, in the form of the consecrated bread. "I am the bread that came down from heaven." John chapter 6, verse 41. For anyone else, these words would be a sign of outrageous pretension, unmitigated pride, or total blindness. But coming from the Son of God, the Messiah, they take on their full meaning, even as they transcend the usual categories of human reason. 2. Impossible teachings become possible. From a human standpoint, some of Christ's words seem too demanding for ordinary people. Even Christians are afraid of them. But with the grace of God, anything is possible, as the lives of many saints show. 3. Wise words for eternity. Being both man and God, Jesus naturally left behind many words of wisdom, some of which we have already considered above. He knew how to make his thoughts resonate with the concerns of his contemporaries, while at the same time storing up treasures of wisdom for future generations. We have already pointed out one example, his wisdom regarding what belongs to God and Caesar, which is the origin of the modern concept of the separation of religious and secular power. 4. The sudden courage of the apostles explained. At some point after Jesus' execution, the apostles underwent a profound metamorphosis. From cowards who denied Jesus and locked themselves in the upper room, they transformed into men full of boldness and conviction, proclaiming the message of Jesus to large and often hostile crowds. This was a miraculous change. Their transformation came from their meeting with the risen Jesus. They saw him and touched him, and after that, nothing could stop them. They came to understand that death was only a pathway to the resurrection, and that persecution was a necessary witness to faith as well as a human participation in Christ's sufferings. Seen in this light, their behavior is perfectly logical. Moved by an unshakable faith, each of them departed for the ends of the earth, emptied of possessions but filled with faith, rich in the supernatural powers that their Master left them as their inheritance. powers that allowed them to perform brilliant miracles. 5. The apostles' success has no merely human explanation. It is true that they traveled a long way alone, without money, without weapons, without education, but they had the Holy Spirit sent to them by Jesus after he ascended to heaven. They performed spectacular miracles, like when Peter resurrected the widow Tabitha in Jaffa. They lived what they preached: poverty, detachment, communion, forgiveness, and love. Their lifestyle, miracles, and sufferings had an extraordinary effect on those around them. The apostles were not all talk. They lived their faith, and their faith was dearer to them than life itself. Blaise Pascal once wrote, "I believe those histories only whose witnesses let themselves be slaughtered." And self-sacrifice was what ultimately convinced the masses in the early days of Christianity. The fate of the Christians persecuted under Nero did not stop the flood of conversions. On the contrary, the testimony of the martyrs was stronger than the persecution. 6. Jesus' lifetime was indeed the predicted time for the Messiah. His advent had been prophesied, and he came at the appointed time, as we discussed above. The humble shepherds of Bethlehem, and then later the inhabitants of Nazareth, did meet the Messiah, the anointed of Israel, who came not as a conquering warrior but as an ordinary man, the opposite of what the chosen people had expected. Our last hypothesis is the only plausible answer to the question of who Jesus really is, and it leads us to another irresistible conclusion. If Jesus is indeed the Messiah and the Son of God, then God must exist. Final deliberation and verdict. We have heard all the witnesses, evaluated all their testimonies in detail, and noted their inconsistencies. You, the readers, are the jurors in our courtroom. Not one of you can close this chapter with an offhand comment or a vague feeling. You are the jury, and you must render a verdict. Jesus. Who could he be? The reader has the resources at his disposal to reach a decision, since the possible answers are very few and well documented. Earlier chapters required technical skill, but here one does not have to be an expert to have an informed opinion. Courage, common sense, and intellectual honesty are enough. Do not go on to the next page until you have made your choice, whatever it is. 20. The Jewish people, a destiny beyond the improbable. A thorn in the side of the materialist worldview. Proponents of a purely material universe want world history and the history of humanity to be coherent, rational, and miracle-free. However, the extraordinary destiny of the Jewish people proves to be a major obstacle to this desire for rationality because it is a major anomaly, a spanner in the works of the materialist cosmos, and a thorn in the side of historians. A tiny nation with scant resources, the Jews have accomplished things all out of proportion to their size. Their destiny constitutes a serious challenge to any attempt to write a rational account of history. And that's why we find them so interesting. Let's take a look. The Jews are likely the only people from antiquity who have preserved their original country, language, and religion. They have endured and survived multiple exiles, deportations, and even a systematic attempt at extermination. They are the only people to have reclaimed their native land 1,800 years after being expelled from it. They revived their ancient language 2,500 years after it ceased to be the vernacular of the people. Israel is one of the few countries small and lacking natural resources that has survived intense hostility from all neighboring nations, some of which still call for its complete destruction. Jerusalem, their capital city, holds little economic or strategic value, but is a focal point of global geopolitical tensions and could potentially ignite a future world war. The Jewish people produce the most sold book in history, the Bible. They are the only people to have experienced reverse racism. Jewish contributions to the history of ideas and science are disproportionately significant compared to their population size. Israel is the only country where half of its citizens still view themselves as a chosen people of God in the cradle of the Savior, while also being one of the most advanced high-tech societies in the world. The modern state of Israel has achieved victories in battles as surprising and spectacular as those recorded in the Bible. We are aware that this is a sensitive subject that could displease both Jews who would prefer to live quietly and those who don't like them and are disturbed by these extraordinary facts, either because they are motivated by reverse racism or because such anomalous historical realities challenge their materialist worldview. Leaving out this chapter altogether would perhaps have been more prudent. Was that an option? Would that have been acceptable? The question of God's existence is of utmost importance. Should the extraordinary history of the Jewish people, which carries such weight in the debate, be left out for purely diplomatic reasons? We say no, and we are not the only ones who think it a worthwhile line of inquiry. The special destiny of the Jews has astonished intellectuals throughout history. French intellectual Blaise Pascal: "This people is not peculiar only by their antiquity, but also remarkable by their duration, which has been unbroken from their origin till now. For while the nations of Greece and Italy, of Lacedaemon, Athens and Rome, and others who came after have long been extinct, these still remain, and in spite of the endeavors of many powerful princes who have 100 times striven to destroy them, as their historians testify, and as we can easily understand by the natural order of things during so long a space of years, they have nevertheless been preserved, and extending from the earliest times to the latest, their history comprehends in its duration all our histories." American writer Mark Twain: "The Egyptian, the Babylonian, and the Persian rose, filled the planet with sound and splendor, then faded to dream stuff and passed away. The Greek and the Roman followed and made a vast noise, and they are gone. Other peoples have sprung up and held their torch high for a time, but it burned out, and they sit in twilight now, or have vanished. The Jew saw them all, beat them all, and is now what he always was, exhibiting no decadence, no infirmities of age, no weakening of his parts, no slowing of his energies, no dulling of his alert and aggressive mind. All things are mortal but the Jew, all other forces pass, but he remains. What is the secret of his immortality?" British historian Arnold Toynbee: "As for long life, the Jews live on, the same peculiar people, today, long ages after the Phoenicians and the Philistines have lost their identity like all the nations. The ancient Syriac neighbors of Israel have fallen into the melting pot and have been reminted in the fullness of time with new images and superscriptions, while Israel has proved impervious to this alchemy, performed by history in the crucibles of universal states and universal churches and wanderings of the nations, to which we Gentiles all in turn succumb." The extraordinary features of Jewish history deserve to be examined one at a time. 1. Probably the only people to have survived from antiquity to the present day, over 3,500 years. What has happened to the Goths, the Visigoths, the Ostrogoths, the Vandals, the Picts, the Saxons, the Huns, the Gauls, the Franks? And in the east, where are the Persians, Medes, Assyrians, Phoenicians, Philistines, Canaanites, Hittites, Jebusites, and all the rest? Gone. They have all disappeared, dissolved by the great machine of history that mixes and obliterates the identities of peoples through war, migration, and intermarriage. Sociologists and historians define an ancient people as having survived if they meet 3 conditions. They live on the same land, they speak the same language, they've kept the same religion. By these criteria, the French people today cannot be identified with the Gauls or Franks because their culture, language, and religion have all changed. For the same reason, the Italians are not the same as the Romans of 2,000 years ago, nor are present-day Egyptians the same as the people who built the pyramids. The Babylonians and Persians lasted for centuries, then disappeared. There is nothing left of them, neither their language nor their religion. The Jews seem to be the only ancient people to have survived. A real museum piece, a prehistoric specimen, a dinosaur of ancient history more than 3,500 years old. If we are dealing with a people originating in a country as large as China from a region protected by high mountains like Tibet, or from isolated islands like Japan, we could understand how they might survive despite the melting pot of history. But this is not the case with the Jews. On the contrary, The coastal plain of Israel was a thoroughfare that joined the great kingdoms of Egypt on one side and those of Mesopotamia and the Middle East on the other. Many famous writers have expressed their astonishment concerning the longevity of the Jewish people throughout the centuries. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. But it is an amazing and truly unique spectacle to see an expatriate people, without either location or land for nearly 2,000 years, dispersed over the earth, subjected, persecuted, scorned by all nations, and yet preserving its customs, its laws, its morals, its patriotic love. The laws of Solon, of Numa, of Lycurgus are dead. Those of Moses, far more ancient, are still alive. Athens, Sparta, Rome have perished and have no longer left any children on the earth. Zion, destroyed, did not lose hers. They are preserved, they multiply, spread throughout the world, and always recognize each other. They mingle among all peoples and never become confounded with them. They no longer have leaders and are still a people. They no longer have a fatherland and are still citizens. Leo Tolstoy. What is a Jew? This question is not as strange as it may seem at first glance. Let's examine this free creature that was insulated and oppressed, trampled on and pursued, burned and drowned by all the rulers and the nations, but is nevertheless living and thriving in spite of the whole world. What is a Jew that did not succumb to any worldly temptations offered by his oppressors and persecutors so that he would renounce his religion and abandon the faith of his fathers? A Jew is a sacred being who procured an eternal fire from the heavens and with it illuminated the earth and those who live on it. He is the spring and the source from which the rest of the nations drew their religion and beliefs. A Jew is a symbol of eternity, the nation which neither slaughter nor torture could exterminate, which neither fire nor sword of civilizations were able to erase from the face of the earth, the nation which first proclaimed the word of the Lord, the nation which preserved the prophecy for so long and passed it on to the rest of humanity. Such a nation cannot vanish. A Jew is eternal. He is an embodiment of eternity. Nikolai Berdyaev, a sociologist historian of Russian background, wrote in 1936 before the Holocaust, "How mystifying is the historic destiny of the Jews. The very preservation of this people is rationally inconceivable and inexplicable. From the point of view of ordinary historical estimates, it should have vanished long ago. No other people in the world would have survived the fate which has befallen it. By a strange paradox, the Jewish people, an historic people par excellence, who introduced the very concept of the historic into human thought, have seen history treat them mercilessly, for their annals present an almost uninterrupted series of persecutions and denials of the most elementary human rights. Yet after centuries of tribulation which have strained its powers to the full, this people has preserved its unique form, known to all and often cursed. No other nature would have resisted a dispensation lasting so long without in the end dissolving and disappearing. But according to God's impenetrable ways, this people must apparently be preserved until the end of time. As for trying to explain its historic destiny from the materialist standpoint, this is to court certain defeat. Here we touch upon one of the mysteries of history. 2. Surviving extraordinary hardships from the exile of the biblical era to the Nazi genocide. The Jewish people suffered a first exile in Egypt. From Jacob to Moses, the Hebrews were slaves of the pharaohs. They escaped in the Exodus and entered Palestine, probably between 1300 and 1200 BC. This exile is only known to us through the Bible. Their second exile was partial. The tribes living in the northern territory of Israel were deported to Nineveh around 722 BC. Here again, the Bible is nearly the only record of this exile. The third exile followed the kingdom of Judah's several defeats at the hands of the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar. In the wake of these defeats, a large part of the kingdom of Judah's population, especially the educated portion, was deported to Babylon. This exile, lasting from 597 to 538 BC, is better documented. Extra-biblical testimony has survived in the form of contemporary cuneiform tablets. The Jewish people's longing to return to Jerusalem from Babylon, and the eventual accomplishment of this return, is one of the main centers of gravity for Israel's hope, illustrated in the celebrated psalm, "If I forget you, O Jerusalem," Psalm 136, verse 5. The most recent exile has also been the longest, most significant, and harshest. It has ample testimony and historical documentation. Following two disastrous wars against the Romans in 70 and 135 AD, which ended in the complete destruction of Jerusalem and the Temple, the banishment of Jews from their native land, and the deportation of a large number of the survivors to countries all over the world, this exile lasted for more than 17 centuries. The cruelty of their punishment is explained by the fear and humiliation that the Romans suffered during a brutal war in which the Jews held out for several years against a world superpower. In retribution for their audacity, and to give a memorable example to other subject peoples, the Romans set out on a campaign of unprecedented destruction. Flavius Josephus reports that nearly all the trees in the region about Jerusalem had to be cut down to sustain the siege of the city and, later, the crucifixion of the population. After 135, the Jews were forbidden to live in Jerusalem. Since the place held little interest, it was rapidly depopulated and remained a desert for several centuries. To blot out the memory of the city that had once stood there, the Romans renamed Jerusalem Aelia Capitolina and the land Palestine. The Jews spread around the whole world. Some estimate that 1 million died in these two wars. In addition to the unpardonable humiliation the Romans had suffered in these wars and the risk of sparking similar uprisings elsewhere in the empire, rumors spread that the Jewish people would one day rule the world. The superstitious Romans were disturbed despite their total military and political supremacy, as two of the greatest Roman historians report. Tacitus, at the beginning of the 2nd century, wrote, "The majority firmly believed that their ancient priestly writings contained the prophecy that this was the very time when the East should grow strong and that men starting from Judea should possess the world." And his contemporary Suetonius, in his Life of Vespasian, wrote, "There had spread over all the Orient an old and established belief that it was fated at that time for men coming from Judea to rule the world." This review of the exiles suffered by the Jewish people helps us realize how unique their story really is. No other people have ever endured so much suffering and survived, maintaining their own identity throughout. Some have argued that their story is not all that unique, citing possible comparisons with the Armenians, Lebanese, Polish, or some Africans in America who returned later to Liberia. Though these people certainly suffered great misfortunes, everything that happened to them differs greatly from the history of the Jewish people. The 6 million dead in the Holocaust are a terrible witness to that fact. Never before had such a project of total extermination through industrial means been carried out. The untold suffering of the Jewish people blights the history of the 20th century. 3. The only people to return to their native land 18 centuries after total expulsion. Now let us turn to the enigma posed by the return of the Jews to their ancestral land. We will leave aside the 3 earliest returns, about which the historical record is too sparse, and concentrate on the most recent and well-known one. In the history of mankind, this return is perfectly unique. Nothing else comes close to it. The sheer impossibility of it defies critical historians. The Jews' return to their homeland after so many centuries required a host of accidents and historical coincidences. These included the following. For nearly 2,000 years, a sizable portion of the Jews scattered throughout the world were not assimilated by the peoples among whom they lived. In the same period, Palestine remained unsettled and poor, with few exceptions. If this region had boasted the same natural resources as Provence in France, it would have been densely populated, cultivated, and prosperous, and a complete return would have been unimaginable. The whole time, many of the Jews continued to believe that this wholly chimerical return was possible. When persecutions around the world, especially beginning in the mid-19th century, forced them to search for a homeland outside their countries of adoption where they had already put down roots, all other attempts to find them a new land, for example a virgin territory in Uganda, failed. This project of a return to Palestine, which seems like such a biblical notion, was initiated remarkably by militant atheist socialists and communists. The religious Jews of Europe wouldn't hear of it. They were convinced that they had to wait first for the Messiah to return. Several prominent Jewish figures, thanks to exceptional service rendered to their adopted country or by pure chance, were able to work out the Balfour Declaration of 1917 and the massive purchase of Palestinian lands then owned, for the most part, by local Muslim peasants. The Ottoman Empire, which had forbidden the sale of Palestinian territory to Jews since 1901, conveniently collapsed in 1917. A friendly nation, the United Kingdom, obtained a mandate over Palestine. Wrestling with guilt for Europe's role in the Holocaust, major world powers pushed the UN to create a new state on May 14, 1948, situated in predominantly Muslim Palestine. Thousands of poor Palestinian families were arbitrarily expelled from their lands, setting the stage for ongoing conflict in the region. Despite their inferior numbers, Israelis defeated the previous occupants of the land and their new neighbors in every conflict, 1948, 1967, 1973, that resulted from the UN's perilous and contentious decision. Later, the Iron Curtain fell, 1990. Many of their neighbors were chronically weakened and paralyzed by division and internal conflicts, many of which continue today. Around the middle of the 19th century, thousands of Jews from all over the world began to pack their bags and set off for Palestine. Arriving from Africa in 1840, Yemen in 1850, the Crimea in 1853, driven out by war from Algeria and especially Russia, the Jews converged upon Palestine and settled down there. Gradually, they began to outnumber the local population. In less than 150 years, the number of Jews in Palestine had jumped from a few thousand to the 6 million we find there today. Ottoman census records and various historical studies give us a good idea of Jerusalem's changing population. Even when we account for the unreliability of old figures, a clear trend emerges. For a table of estimated populations from 1525 to 2016, see the bonus PDF. 1. An astonishing first prophecy. This is an absolutely unprecedented return. As we trace the multiple streams of migration that flowed in from Yemen in the south, the United States in the west, Africa in the southwest, Crimea in the north, Russia in the northeast, or Ethiopia's Falasha from the southwest, repatriated by a spectacular Israeli airlift in 1975, how can we fail to make the connection with this prophecy from Isaiah? Do not fear, for I am with you. I will bring your offspring from the east, and from the west I will gather you. I will say to the north, give them up, and to the south, do not withhold. Bring my sons from far away and my daughters from the end of the earth, everyone who is called by my name, whom I created for my glory, whom I formed and made. Isaiah chapter 43, verses 5 through 7. To escape the unsettling intellectual consequences of this prophecy, some have claimed that it actually refers to Jews' return from Babylon and was written after that return, so what we have here is simply a historical observation dressed up as prophecy after the fact. But this doesn't quite square with the facts. Babylon is a single country located straight east of Jerusalem, neither north, south, nor west, much less at the ends of the earth. The prophecy can't apply to the return from Babylon. But if we compare the prophecy to the history of the modern return we have just seen, everything adds up. It perfectly describes events as they ultimately unfolded many centuries later. 2. Two astonishing gospel prophecies give even sharper definition to this exile and return. Two of Christ's prophecies describe the time of this exile and return in even more spectacular terms. They are even more striking than Isaiah's prophecy because they touch on our present age and the as-yet unrealized future. First, it is written, Jesus came out of the temple and was going away. His disciples came to point out to him the buildings of the temple. Then he asked them, You see all these, do you not? Truly I tell you, not one stone will be left here upon another. All will be thrown down. Matthew chapter 24, verses 1 to 2. Then we read, Jerusalem will be trampled on by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. Luke chapter 21, verse 24. If we muse on the first prophecy and ponder the usual fate of ancient buildings, it becomes clear that the temple's fate is unique. In almost all known cases of the destruction of temples or monuments, some ruins or remains are left standing, at least a few stones standing on one another or scattered about, testifying to the former presence of buildings on the site. We still have traces of practically all the contemporaneous temples of the Romans, Greeks, and Persians. We even find ruins of Carthage, despite the Romans' attempt to erase that civilization completely. The Athenian Acropolis still stands to this day, as does the Roman Colosseum. What remains of the temple in Jerusalem? Nothing. Not a single stone upon a stone. The whole esplanade on which the temple was built was razed to the ground. Not a trace of it exists, fulfilling Christ's word to the letter. Only the famous Wailing Wall remains, which was not part of the temple proper, but only a retaining wall for the esplanade. Ferdinand Prat explains the first part of the prophecy. The prophecy was fulfilled to the letter. Anyone who walks today through the plaza where the Mosque of Omar replaced the Temple of Herod can see it with their own eyes. Imposing ruins remain of the most famous temples of Egypt, Greece, and Rome. Here, the very ruins have perished. Every possible step was taken to annihilate them. When a soldier of Titus, guided by an invisible hand, threw a lighted torch under the sacred paneling, the fire caught with such speed and violence that it was impossible to extinguish it. Hadrian, erecting a sanctuary dedicated to Jupiter Capitoline in the place of the altar of the true God, continued the destruction, which was completed under Julian the Apostate. Keen to give the lie to the prophecies of Christ, Julian allowed the Jews to rebuild their temple and covered the costs. But just when all the ruins had been cleared and they were ready to be rebuilt, swirls of flame issuing from the foundations forced out the workers, many of whom were burned alive. They had to stop the work, and it was never resumed. This is reported not only by the fathers of the Church and contemporary Christian historians, but by the unimpeachable witness Ammianus Marcellinus, who remained faithful to paganism and lived at the court of the emperor in Antioch. The same year, 363, the events he reports took place. The prophecy skeptics sidestepped this difficulty by arguing against all reason that this text, along with the rest of the Gospels, was written after the year 135. This would make it not a prophecy at all, but, as in the case of the text from Isaiah, just a historical note dressed up as prophecy after the fact. While there are many reasons that argue to the contrary, we'll move on for now to consider Jesus' even more striking second prophecy. This one, as it turns out, is indisputable. Jerusalem will be trampled on by the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. Luke chapter 21, verse 24. While the dating of the Gospel account is certainly debated, almost no one argues that it was composed later than the end of the 1st century. Consequently, no one denies that this text was written nearly 1900 years ago. This makes the prophecy's accuracy all the more striking. It is a fact that Jerusalem has been continually trampled underfoot by pagans, nations, as some translations put it, from 135 until the present day. Israel did conquer Jerusalem in 1967, but not the temple at the heart of the city. The site is occupied by an important Muslim mosque, and Jews are not allowed to go there even to pray. In the temple period, pagans were forbidden to approach the sanctuary. Violating this prohibition, even by setting foot on the outer court, was punishable by death. In this sense, Jerusalem is still being trampled underfoot by pagans, or the nations. Faced with such extraordinary prophecies, materialist historians will need a lot of imagination to write a history of the Jewish people that is at once purely rationalistic and convincing. The final words of Christ's prophecy seem to foresee the end of the current situation, until the times of the Gentiles are fulfilled. Did he mean the end of time, or an age when all nations will disappear and the world will be governed by a single authority? This remains to be seen. But many Christians have long considered the return of the Jews to Israel to be a sign of the approaching end of time. Let's cite a few of them, focusing on those who wrote before the year 1900. St. Paul, 1st century, touches on the conversion of the Jews at the end of time. I do not want you to be unaware of this mystery, so that you may not claim to be wiser than you are, brothers and sisters. I want you to understand this mystery. A hardening has come upon part of Israel until the full number of the Gentiles has come in, and thus all Israel will be saved, as it is written. Romans chapter 11, verses 25 to 26. St. Jerome, 347 to 420, writes of a restoration at the end of time, distinguishing it from the return from Babylon. Clearly he, that is the prophet, is predicting the future restoration of the people of Israel and God's compassion for Israel after the captivity, which was fulfilled in part juxta litteram under Zerubbabel, Joshua the priest, and Ezra, and which is described as going to be fulfilled juxta intelligentiam spiritualem more truly and more perfectly in Christ. A time will come, he says, when it will no longer be said that the people were brought back from Egypt through Moses and Aaron, but that they were brought back from the land of the north by means of Cyrus, the king of the Persians, setting the captives free. He also says, and from all lands, which did not occur in the time of Cyrus, but will be fulfilled at the very end, as the apostle says, after the fullness of the nations has entered in, then all Israel will be saved. Thomas More, 1478 to 1534, wrote his Dialogue of Comfort Against Tribulation while imprisoned in the Tower of London before his execution. In a passage about the return of the Jews announced by the prophecies, he posed a question that would have occurred naturally to someone facing imminent death. Will the end of the world come in my lifetime? Our martyred saint answers in the negative. But as I say, methinketh I miss yet in my mind some of those tokens that shall by the Scripture come a good while before that, and among others the coming in of the Jews and the dilating of Christendom again before the world come to that strait. In 1673, John Owen, 1616 to 1683, Puritan theologian at the University of Oxford, wrote a book whose first chapter was entitled, "The Jews dispersed at present throughout the entire world will all go back to their country." The titles of the second and third chapters adopt the same prophetic tone. The land will be made eminently fertile, and Jerusalem shall be rebuilt. John Gill, 1697 to 1771, pastor, theologian, and English university professor, addresses the same theme. For without that the Jews upon their call and conversion shall return to their own land, in a literal sense, I see not how we can understand this and many other prophecies. More recently, Pope Benedict XVI has said, "It is not difficult, I believe, to see in the creation of the State of Israel the fidelity of God to Israel revealed in a mysterious way." Also, in this sense, the Vatican has recognized the State of Israel as a modern constitutional state and sees it as a legitimate home of the Jewish people, the rationale of which cannot be derived directly from Holy Scripture. Yet, in another sense, it expresses God's faithfulness to the people of Israel. Many Jews and Christians, particularly evangelicals, regard the fulfillment of this prophecy as a forerunner to the return of the Messiah, and certain circumstances suggest that history may be moving in this direction. 3. Some thought it ludicrous that the Jews would go back to Palestine, but they were wrong. The following miscalculations show just how improbable the return to Palestine seemed, humanly considered. In May 1944, Frederick C. Painton, writer and journalist, wrote a very pessimistic report of the state of the country for Reader's Digest. The Palestine problem will die out by sheer lack of Jews who would give up their own homelands to plant themselves anew in the sterile mountains of Judea. Claude Ezaguri, teacher for the Messianic community of Tiberias in Israel, recalls how his belief in the return of the Jews from Russia made him seem like a mystic. I remember in 1985 I was talking with family here in Israel. I was already saying then that tens of thousands of Jews would come from the USSR to Israel, fulfilling the biblical prophecy. They mocked me, laughed. I was taken at the time for a mystic. I was told, "It's impossible. You know very well that there is the Iron Curtain. It's impossible for the Jews to come to Israel." 4. Another strange tale, resuscitating an ancient language after 2,500 years of disuse. Hebrew, the language of the Bible and the ancient Hebrews, disappeared as a living language after the Babylonian exile in 597 BC. From then on, it was the written language of the Bible, used only in the liturgy and rabbinical disputations. Yet, around 1800, it began to experience a literary rebirth. At the end of the 19th century, Hebrew became a living language again after 25 centuries of dormancy. It is the only dead language in the modern world to have been fully resurrected and is now spoken fluently by millions of people. Since ancient Hebrew had a small vocabulary, it lacked words for describing the many realities of the modern world. Eliezer Perelman, 1858 to 1922, later called Ben Yehuda, set out to fix that. He published the first modern Hebrew dictionary and set up the Academy of the Hebrew Language, intended to enrich the language by adding words for contemporary objects and concepts. In 1917, England made Hebrew the official language of the Jewish homeland in Palestine. When Israel was founded in 1948, Hebrew was declared its official language. 5. A precarious position. Small and poor in natural resources, Israel is surrounded on all sides by hostile neighbors, some of whom still call for its disappearance. Although there have been some developments in recent years, thanks to the signing of peace agreements with a few neighbors, it remains quite extraordinary that a country so small and sparsely populated, devoid of natural resources, and of little economic interest, is surrounded by hostile neighbors with 30 times its population, many of whom dream of the dissolution of Israel and a fair number of which are willing to die for this cause. Any other small country in the same conditions would have been conquered by now. But Israel has held out for almost a century without the help of a single allied neighbor at its borders. Along the more than 600 miles of its borders are Syria, with a population of 18 million, Iraq, 38 million, Iran, 81 million, Jordan, 10 million, Egypt, 97 million, Libya, 6 million, Lebanon, 6 million, the Palestinian territories, 2 million, and we might add Saudi Arabia with a population of 32 million, the Emirates, 9 million, Qatar, 3 million, and Turkey, 80 million, bringing us to a total of nearly 400 million potentially hostile neighbors. Although some of them have signed peace treaties, these agreements remain fragile and at the mercy of the revolutions that frequently occur in these countries. Israel is in a state of open armed hostility with its neighbors. Iran and other armed groups have proclaimed their intention to destroy the country entirely. In 2005, Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad stated his belief that the Islamic Revolution could only be achieved through the complete annihilation of the Israeli people. And why have they been fighting over this little strip of land in Palestine for more than 100 years? Of course, there is the comprehensible struggle of thousands of Palestinians seeking to regain their land and homes. Besides that, what else? For petroleum-rich soil such as we find in abundance in neighboring states? No, not a single drop. For a strategically essential route like the Strait of Hormuz or the Suez Canal? Not at all. For mines full of rare metals? Not a single trace. For rich farmland? No longer. Modern Israel is primarily made up of the Negev, a great desert without oil, a Dead Sea that's drying up, the hills and mountains of Judea without a single gold, silver, or iron mine, and a coastal plain that, though more fertile, has no natural harbor. It is, moreover, one of the world's few countries to have no river of its own. The Jordan, now reduced practically to a trickle, is divided between 4 countries. How is the nation's continued existence explicable under these conditions? Some have suggested that Israel is only propped up by the support of the Jewish diaspora plus American aid and military power. But is that a satisfactory explanation? 6. Israel is the only country whose capital, despite being a city of little economic or strategic interest, remains a center of geopolitical tension and a flashpoint for a potential world war. Jerusalem is one of the main points of geopolitical tension in our times and could even one day spark a major world war. The city is objectively devoid of interest. It is perched atop nearly bare hills 2,300 feet above sea level, watered by no river, a stop on no important trade route. It has no mines and no particular agricultural richness. It is one of the few world capitals without direct access to a sea or river, except for one small stream, the Kidron, and possesses no significant water source. The water sources are situated outside the city. For thousands of years, Jerusalemites have relied on subterranean passages, wells, cisterns, and artificial irrigation for all their water. 7. The people who produced the world's top bestseller. Both the Old and New Testaments of the Christian Bible, written almost entirely by Jews, have been translated into nearly 2,000 languages. The Bible is by far the best-selling book in the world. An estimated 2 to 6 billion copies have been printed to date, putting it far ahead of Mao's Little Red Book or the Quran. 8. The Jews are the only people to maintain a disproportionately important role in the history of ideas and of science relative to their importance. The Jews have produced a surprising number of intellectuals, inventors, and artists. Some have suggested that persecution makes people stronger, but history in no way confirms this hypothesis. We find nothing similar among the Armenians, Palestinians, Lebanese, and the like. 22% of Nobel Prize winners are Jews, while they represent only 0.2% of the world's population. 194 Nobel Prizes, out of a total of 871, have been awarded to laureates of Jewish origin. The following list gives the figures for each category. Psychology and medicine, 55 out of 204, or 26.5% of laureates, are Jews. Economic sciences, 29 out of 69, or 41% of prizes awarded. Physics, 52 out of 193, or 26% of prizes awarded in this category. Chemistry, 36 out of 160, or 22% of prizes in this category. Literature, 12 out of 108, or 11% of the total. Peace, 9 out of 101, or 9% of laureates in this category. The history of ideas has been indelibly shaped by great Jewish figures like Marx, Freud, and Einstein. 9. The only people to be the victim of reverse racism. Racism is an ideology that considers some groups of people to be racially superior to others and ostracizes those considered inferior, with whom the racist would not want to mix at any cost, let alone see mix with his children. The racist rejects those whom he considers genetically inferior. When applied to the history of the Jewish people, racism has a specific name: anti-Semitism. The Nuremberg laws and the Holocaust later on were extreme manifestations of this idea that Jews belong to an inferior and degenerate race. But there is another equally insidious side to anti-Semitism, the opposite belief: the Jews are superior to other races. This reverse racism leads to the same outcome: hatred and rejection of the Jewish people. In a long entry on anti-Semitism in the 11th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, published in 1910, Lucian Wolff, the president of the Jewish Historical Society of England, claimed that anti-Semitism was exclusively a question of European politics, completely detached from any atavistic revival of the Jew hatred of the Middle Ages. He argued that the renewed persecutions against the Jews were entirely due to their civil emancipation and the astonishing social, economic, and cultural success of their Gemeinde, community, in Western Europe at the end of the 18th century. These questions have been the object of countless debates that we do not wish to enter upon. It is sufficient to note here that reverse racism is a reality based partly on the supposed superiority of the Jews in the domains of finance, commerce, and intellectual speculation. It leads to practices of exclusion in a way opposite to common racism. Here's a representative example of this belief. In November 1967, a few months after the Six-Day War, General Charles de Gaulle remarked that the Jewish people is elite, sure of itself, and domineering. 10. The only country where half the population believes themselves God's elect and their lands the cradle of the Savior of the world, and which, despite such absurd daydreams, nevertheless ranks among the most technologically advanced countries in the world. Contrary to the trend in most developed nations, the Jews of Israel are growing more and more religious. This is in marked contrast with their European ancestors of the 20th century, who were very Republican, secular, and socialist, and who launched the economy of their fledgling nation with communitarian kibbutzim and small orange groves. The demographics of Orthodox Jews today, who currently make up 12.5% of the population, as opposed to the 1% they represented at the beginning of the 20th century, goes a long way towards explaining this development of the religious situation. They have an average of 6.5 children per couple, compared to 2 for secular Jews. But this revival of religiosity is also the consequence of major events such as the Six-Day War, which we will discuss a little further on. This demographic shift means that by 2060, religious people will represent 50% of the country's population if the trend continues. How can a materialist who holds that all religious faith is obscurantism and the particular beliefs of Judaism, like their conviction that they are God's chosen people and their expectation of the Messiah, are ridiculous ravings, explain how such a small desert country, resourceless and exposed to danger on every side, has become one of the richest and most high-tech nations in the world within only a few generations? Though the land of Israel was first devastated long ago by the Romans in 135, it was only reduced to its current, mostly desert condition over the last 3 centuries, due in large part to the massive clear-cutting of Palestinian wood for the Turkish railway system and to a tree tax instituted by an 18th century Ottoman sultan. Records show that in order to reduce their tax burden, property owners in Palestine cut down the majority of their trees over a period of just a few years. This had dramatic consequences for the climate and environment, which rapidly became more desert-like and rocky. 80 years ago, jackals trotted across sand dunes in the region of Jerusalem. The land of Israel, between dangerously insect-ridden swamps and deserts stretching southward from Tel Aviv, was scarcely hospitable to human life. During a trip to Palestine in 1869, Mark Twain could not find a single village within a 30-mile radius, only a few Bedouin tents scattered here and there. Even as late as 1927, Floyd Hamilton wrote, "In no other country are there as many ruins of cities and villages as in the Palestine of today." Today, Israel's GDP per capita is higher than that of France, even though the country has few natural resources and it has the economic handicap of a considerable military budget, no less than 6% of its GDP. 11. A people who have stunned the world with unexpected and spectacular military victories. Several wars, in 1948, 1956, 1967, and 1973, followed the creation of the State of Israel. We will focus solely on the 1967 conflict known as the Six-Day War. Let's put this blitzkrieg in context. In the spring of 1967, Egyptian President Nasser entered into a military alliance that brought together Iraq and Israel's 3 closest neighbors, Syria, Jordan, and Egypt, with the subsequent addition of Iraq. Together, these 4 countries completely surround Israel and significantly outnumber the Israelis, representing a total population of 48 million people versus 2.7 million, a difference of 18 to 1. Nasser sent 100,000 men to Sinai, blocked the Straits of Tiran at their issue into the Gulf of Aqaba, shutting off a vital sea route for Israel, whose passage had been guaranteed by the major world powers, and demanded the withdrawal of the 3,800 UN peacekeeping troops then stationed at the borders. None of the belligerent states would have dared to attack this neutral peacekeeping force that represented the major world powers and international order. But in a reckless and inexplicable move, the UN withdrew their soldiers without delay or prior consultation. War was then inevitable. A list of the forces involved can be found in the bonus PDF. The Israeli force was enormously outnumbered. Surrounded on all 3 sides, it had to fight on its northern, eastern, and southern borders simultaneously. Syria and Egypt were armed, supplied, trained, and advised by the Soviet Union. The Jordanian army, known for its skill and bravery, had been trained and equipped by the British. Faced with these numbers, no one expected Israel to win the war. Many thought that in the aftermath of its defeat, the nation would cease to exist. Here is how a leading French paper, Le Monde, analyzed the situation in the days before the conflict broke out. Le Monde, May 20th, 1967. The foreign chancelleries are unanimous in their judgment that an Israeli-Arab war is not imminent. This relative optimism flows from a logical analysis of the situation. It is highly improbable that Israel would desire to do battle on several fronts and fight simultaneously against Syrian and Egyptian forces. New York Times, May 27th. Cairo, May 26th, United Press International. President Gamal Abdel Nasser said tonight that any Israeli military action against the United Arab Republic or Syria would lead to all-out war. If war starts, he said, our main objective will be the destruction of Israel. Le Monde, Paris, May 30th. Not able to count on the support of the United States, Israel should hesitate to undertake such a dangerous enterprise alone. The Egyptian army, even according to Western military experts, has been significantly strengthened since 1956 by Russian arms and by the experience it has acquired in Yemen. Further, the opening of a second front by the Syrians and the vulnerability of Israeli territory to massive bombardments should encourage Zionist leaders to proceed with caution. New York Times, May 31st. Cairo. King Hussein and President Gamal Abdel Nasser, until now avowed enemies, conferred unexpectedly here and signed the Mutual Defense Pact binding their governments to use all means at their disposal, including the use of armed forces, to repel an attack on either nation. Ahmed Shukeri, who has called for Hussein's overthrow in fiery broadcast to Palestinians in Jordan, conferred quietly with President Nasser and Hussein this morning. Then, once the pact had been signed, Mr. Shukeri accompanied the king on his return to Amman. If Israel were to attack the United Arab Republic and Cairo's defense pacts with Syria and Jordan were invoked, General Fawzi would be able to mount an attack force drawing from the 300,000-man Egyptian army and the 60,000-man Syrian force as well as Jordan's army. He could strike Israel from the southwest, the east, and the northeast. The same day, André Semama, a Le Monde correspondent in Jerusalem, wrote, "Israel now finds itself pinched in a vice between the united leadership of all the Arab armies." Also on May 31st, every day for months, Arab leaders have broadcast their desire to annihilate Israel. Nasser declares that his goal is the total destruction of the Hebrew state. In Le Nouvel Observateur of May 31st, Jean Daniel wrote, "Is Israel on the verge of death? No doubt. Can we allow that? Under no circumstances." Le Monde's headline on June 1st, "Israel surrounded." Nasser brags, "The Arabs are coming together at the critical hour." Indeed, the alliance with Jordan is a formidable trump for the anti-Israeli forces. The Royal Army, the ancient Arab legion forged by Glub Pasha, is one of the best trained in the Middle East. Stationed in the region of Qalqilia, 20 kilometers from the Mediterranean coast, it finds itself positioned for an attempt to cut the Israeli territory in half if hostilities arise. Also on June 1st, the situation looks bleak for the Israelis. Colonel Nasser scores another point, though the commitments and promises of the maritime powers are still an unknown. The reconciliation of President Nasser and King Hussein is a genuine coup de théâtre, and for Cairo a diplomatic success of the highest order. Cairo, June 1st. Egypt holds its breath for the conflagration expected to come in the next few days or even hours. Le Monde, June 2nd. Upon retaking possession of the premises of the Palestinian Liberation Organization in Jerusalem, closed since last January, Mr. Shukari declared, "We will accept nothing short of full liberation." He concluded that, "When the fight comes, there will be few Jewish survivors." Claude Lanzmann stated, "If Israel is destroyed, it will be worse than the Nazi Holocaust, because Israel is my freedom." French newspapers François, Le Figaro, and Combat, June 3, 1967, report that the Israeli government has ordered 20,000 gas masks from Germany, hoping to deter Nasser from using chemical weapons as he allegedly did in Yemen. Le Monde, June 5th, published a letter from Pierre Mondon's France to Mapam, an Israeli political party with Marxist leanings. "I share your worries in these grave hours. How could I not be moved when the right to exist of a country, a member state of the UN, is being contested? When a people's very life is threatened by a coalition of all the powers that surround them?" June 5th, The Voice of the Arabs, broadcast from Radio Cairo, "Destroy them and lay them waste and liberate Palestine. Your hour has come. Woe to you, Israel. The Arab nation has come to wipe out your people and to settle the account. This is your end, Israel. All the Arabs must take revenge for 1948. This is a moment of historic importance to our Arab people and to the Holy War. Conquer the land." The Israelis struck the first blow on the morning of June 5th. At the close of the first day of hostilities, 75% of the Egyptian Air Force, chiefly modern MiG fighter jets bought from the Russians, had been destroyed. In 6 days of fighting, Israel stunned the world by defeating all its adversaries simultaneously, taking the Golan Heights, Mount Hermon, the West Bank, Jerusalem, and all of Sinai. No analyst or commentator could have imagined such a complete victory. But forced to give their readers some kind of explanation, they singled out the element of surprise Israel had capitalized upon and their enemies' long list of military blunders. The first argument has no merit at all, considering that the Arab coalition led by Egypt took the initiative in this whole war. They had crossed every line in the sand and brought Israel to the brink of war by closing the Straits of Tiran, invading Sinai by force, and expelling the peacekeepers. How could they have been taken by surprise? As for the errors and supposed disarray of the Arab forces, the newspapers and experts had piped a very different tune just the day before, as we saw above. In the final analysis, these two hypotheses fail to explain such a staggering victory and are nothing more than a feeble attempt to explain the inexplicable. No one has put forward a more satisfactory explanation. As a result of the conflict, Israel expanded its borders significantly, taking the Golan Heights, parts of the West Bank, and, most importantly, all of Jerusalem. Many in Israel attributed their victory to a miracle, some jesting that the war took 6 days because God wasn't working on the seventh. Whatever we choose to think of this coincidence of the war's length with the 6 days of Genesis, one of several such coincidences, it's understandable why some people took the idea seriously. The excerpts below give some idea of the breathless astonishment soon expressed all over the world. Our generation has had the privilege of witnessing an immense revelation of the divine presence with the great miracle of the return of the people of Israel to its land. When viewed in light of the biblical prophecies, the miracle of the Six-Day War is particularly striking. The Great Six-Day War of 1967 lasted the same amount of time it took God to create the world in the Bible. In those 6 days, Israel defeated 3 Arab armies, gained territory 4 times its original size, and became the preeminent military power in the region. The war transformed Israel from a nation that perceived itself as fighting for survival into an occupier and regional powerhouse. The risk the Israelis ran was incommensurable. The Egyptians had an extensive and advanced anti-air defense system consisting of dozens of advanced missiles and hundreds of cannons, generously provided by Russia. For their part, most of the Israeli aircraft were old French planes with very limited capability to take on a large-scale operation. If they had been spotted before the attack while en route to their objectives, many would have been shot down and Israel would have entered the war without an air force. The whole system of Egyptian anti-air detection failed. The hand of Providence aided the determined pilots of the Air Force. The author reports that the whole Israeli leadership was shocked by the extraordinarily positive results. He cites the Air Force commander, General Moti Hod. Even in my wildest dreams, I would never have dared imagine such an impressive outcome. Le Mans, June 9th. Rabbi Goren, General Chaplain of the Armed Forces, cried out before the Wailing Wall, "We have waited for this moment for 2,000 years. Today a people reclaims its capital and a capital reclaims its people. They will never again be separated." Le Mans, June 15th. The Israelis wonder if they are dreaming, and many are seriously asking themselves whether the Messianic age has arrived. Overnight, ancient Israel returns as the Jewish state of today. We have heard Israelis far removed from religion evoke the God of armies in talking about the war that they have just won. Le Monde, June 20th, about Egypt. Many hundreds of superior officers have been forced into retirement or imprisoned. Many of them are accused of incompetence or dereliction of duty. But for the first time, there is a serious question of high treason. Investigations are underway to determine the causes for the total paralysis that seized the Egyptian Air Force from the commencement to the conclusion of military operations. This last citation from the June 20th issue of Le Monde confirms the mysterious blackout that paralyzed the entire Egyptian Air Force the morning of June 5th, as reported in Haggai ben Artzi's The Six-Day War Scroll. Conclusion. The purpose of this chapter was not to explain away, if such a thing were even possible, the many twists and turns in the strange 3,000-year history of the Jewish people, much less to judge, praise, criticize, or condemn any peoples or nations. Our goal here has been to offer a real historical enigma to readers seeking signs of God's existence. The story of the Jews' return to Israel, with all its documented improbabilities, allows us to pass judgment on a dilemma that may be formulated with the following question. can the fate of the Jewish people be explained with a materialist historical narrative? Is it possible that the history of the Jewish people, its endurance over millennia, its return to Palestine, the prophecies that foresaw it, its staggering victories in war, the number and fame of its intellectuals, the reverse racism to which it has been subjected, and all the other circumstances recounted in this chapter are all attributable to historical accident, the product of human forces and chance? The reader who joins us in thinking that this history falls outside the realm of probability will find here an argument in favor of the existence of a God who intervenes in history. And this is why the improbable destiny of the Jewish people belongs in our overview. To sustain his position, the materialist has to argue that this history does not exceed the bounds of probability for events in world history. We admit that this story may unsettle readers steeped in Western secular rationality and strict egalitarianism. But how should we approach this case? Take the easy way out and avoid talking about it? Certainly not. In science, as in many other fields, it's often the stubborn facts resistant to analysis that lead to great advances in thought. 21. Fátima, illusion, deception, or miracle. A rendezvous with the sun. It is around noon on October 13, 1917. Kovada Iria is usually deserted, but today this impoverished and out-of-the-way meadowland, not far from the small village of Fátima, about 100 miles north of Lisbon, is crowded. 70,000 people have trudged here through rain-soaked mud. They scan the sky for any sign of the prodigious event that three illiterate children, Lucia, Jacinta, and Francisco, have predicted for 3 months running. For weeks, rumors of apparitions and messages from the Blessed Virgin Mary have been causing a stir in this officially anti-clerical country. Newspapers buzz with the story of the three children who claim that the Blessed Virgin has told them that a miracle will take place at midday on October 13th for everyone to see. The mayor and police have attempted to hush up the affair by arresting and jailing the three little shepherds who are causing the new Republican order such a headache. Seized, confined, and threatened over a period of more than 2 days, they are pressured to say they have been lying. But despite the scare tactics, they don't change their story. They have to be let go. They are only children, after all. Their arrest does not have the desired effect. On the contrary, it increases the public's curiosity tenfold, and a dense crowd gathers to witness the promised event on October 13th. It's a mix of fervent believers and curious onlookers, some reporters, a professional photographer, and a few local politicians. Staunch anti-clericalists and Freemasons have come as well, already relishing this opportunity to see the deception fall apart and witness the unmasking of a hopelessly outmoded superstition. Almost all the observers had traveled a good part of the way on foot, since the roads in this poor region are not very passable and means of transport scarce. The photographer sets up his bulky camera amidst the downpour. The anti-clerical reporters are hoping to put an end to these old obscurantist superstitions that to their minds serve only to exploit the naivete of backwards peasants who still cling to a religion that has, fortunately, been stamped out nearly everywhere else. Many of the simple people are already on their knees praying. The curious stand around doubtfully. The rest begin to mock the supposed miracle of the sun announced for noon. It is almost 1 o'clock and nothing has happened. The sky is completely clouded over. It's pouring rain and there's not the faintest sign of a miracle. Tired of waiting, some are preparing to leave, but Lucia asks them to stay and to close their umbrellas. At 1 in the afternoon, the sky begins to clear and the sun comes out. Suddenly, around 1:30, an hour and a half late, the impossible becomes reality. In fact, the promised miracle takes place right on time, as these extraordinary events begin punctually at solar noon, which happens today in this location at 1:21 p.m. Before the stunned crowd, there unfolds the most spectacular, grand, and astonishing miracle that has taken place since biblical times. It appears to them that the sun begins a frantic and frightening dance that goes on for more than 10 minutes, a very long time. There is ample photographic evidence, several photos are included below, of the crowd experiencing this event, which they described as uncanny and terrifying. At the epicenter of a powerful shockwave. The effects of this phenomenon reached far beyond the small village of Fátima. It had repercussions at the national level. Religious persecutions in Portugal ceased, and the faith experienced a renewal. On the international level, the shockwave of Fátima rippled miles away across Europe even many years later. The eventual collapse of the USSR followed the long-delayed fulfillment of a request the Blessed Virgin made of the Little Shepherds. She had insisted that the Pope and the bishops together consecrate Russia to her. John Paul II finally granted her request in the manner that she had specified, but more than 40 years after Mary had expressed her desire. In 1986, scarcely 2 years after he had done so, a spectacular transformation began with the policy of glasnost in Russia and the Solidarność trade union in Poland, culminating in 1990 in the peaceful and complete collapse of the Soviet bloc, to the amazement of the entire world. What really happened in Fátima on October 13, 1917? It is certainly tempting to dodge the question, "How should I know? I wasn't there," or "It's impossible to say, it happened too long ago, far away from here," or "Miracle stories? How can they be included in a book that wants to be taken seriously?" We hope our reader has the courage to set aside such simplistic and facile prejudices. Actually, as with the chapter on Jesus, who could he be, the answer to the question of what actually happened at Fátima is within the reach of anyone with the patience to read this chapter through to the end. In fact, there are very few possible answers, and conditions for eliminating almost all of them are optimal. There are 6 potential answers. We have excluded from the list of possible explanations some that are too unrealistic, such as the theory that the event was a UFO sighting, though several books have been written on the subject. See, for example, Gilles Pinon, Fátima, un ovni pas comme les autres, as well as the theory that it was a manifestation of the devil. As the existence of the devil presumes that of God, the question at the heart of the present book would be resolved by the simple acceptance of that possibility. 1. Nothing happened at all. It's a tall tale. 2. It was a natural phenomenon, a disturbance in the solar system resulting from cosmic events. 3. It was an unusual meteorological phenomenon. 4. The crowds experienced a collective hallucination. 5. It was a hoax. 6. It was a miracle. And the conditions for evaluating the possibilities are ideal since this prodigious event took place during the 20th century in Europe, not so long ago and not so far away. It took place in the presence of a huge crowd that included reporters and photographers. It was announced in advance. Poor and illiterate children foretold the event and never received any benefit from it. Many resolute skeptics were present. The anti-clerical milieu adds value to the testimony of the witnesses, especially those who are hostile to the idea of miracles. A miracle can be evidence. Is a chapter on miracles out of place in a book that takes a rational and scientific approach to evidence for the existence of God? Admittedly, the majority of intellectuals and scientists are put off by the idea of miracles. But supposed miracles deserve to be examined rationally. We all believe that the universe is a rational place and that all events that occur in it are governed by universal and immutable laws. Precisely because of this, if these laws are violated in a well-documented way and there is no possible alternative explanation, reason demands that we accept the simplest account, the existence of a supernatural being capable of producing such a miracle. Denying a priori that a miracle can happen on the basis that God cannot exist is not a rational option. The point of the miracles recounted in the Bible, the Gospels, and the history of the Church is often to demonstrate God's existence to those who witness them. And don't skeptics often demand clear proof that God exists? Well, that is just what the miracle of Fátima is. The Blessed Virgin herself affirmed this when she appeared on July 13, 1917. In October, I will perform a miracle that all may see and believe. One object of the miracle was to induce the witnesses to believe the Virgin's message, but more importantly, it was meant to give them and us evidence for God's existence. That is why the miracle of Fátima has a place in this work. As a miracle, it constitutes very strong evidence for the existence of God. 1. The political context of Portugal in 1917. At the beginning of the 20th century, Portugal was dominated by anti-clericalism. At the start of the 20th century, militant anti-clericalism was on the rise both in Europe, France, Spain, Italy, in Russia, and in New World countries like Mexico. In Portugal, anti-clericalism was particularly virulent, part of a long and bitter struggle between the Masonic lodges and the Catholic Church. In 1908, King Carlos I was assassinated along with the heir to the throne. His successor, Manuel II, was expelled in 1910 and Portugal was proclaimed a republic. While the people of the countryside remained Catholic, the revolutionary bourgeoisie of the big cities were Freemasons, who at that time wielded considerable clout. The new regime immediately began to implement a plan of forced secularization more rigorous than even the laws adopted by the French Republic in 1905. In 1910, religious congregations dedicated to education were expelled from Portugal. All religious education was forbidden. The church's property was confiscated. Civil marriage was established and divorce was legalized. Separation of church and state was proclaimed in 1911. Diplomatic ties were cut with the Vatican. Backlash against the regime's violent anti-clericalism caused political instability, and Portugal went through 8 presidents and almost 50 governments in 16 years. In 1916, Germany declares war on Portugal. Though war had raged in Europe since the summer of 1914, Portugal did not enter the conflict alongside the Triple Entente, France, the UK, and Russia, until March 1916. Despite the formation of the Sacred Union government, the war effort aggravated the economic crisis and social disorder even as the country sent more than 50,000 soldiers to France. 2. The local context. Fátima, at the time of the miracle, was a small village of 200 inhabitants located in central Portugal, about 100 miles north of Lisbon. The local children spent more time herding sheep than attending school. Lúcia de Jesus dos Santos, born March 28, 1907, her cousin Francisco Martu, born June 11, 1908, and his sister Jacinta Martu, born March 5, 1910, could neither read nor write. When the Virgin first appeared to them, the children were 10, 8, and 7 years old. 3. The days leading up to October 13th. May 13, 1917, at midday, the first apparition. On May 13, 1917, the 3 little shepherds were watching over their flock at Cova de Iria. At midday, the Blessed Virgin appeared and spoke to them, instructing them to return to the same place at the same hour on the 13th of each month for the next 5 months. Once home, Jacinta reported these facts to her parents, and Francisco corroborated her story. The report soon reached the ears of Lucia's sister Maria. When questioned, Lucia told her parents everything, and the news spread throughout the village. June 13, 1917, the second apparition. The following month found the children back again, accompanied by nearly 60 villagers who came along out of curiosity. The children saw and spoke to someone who remained invisible to the onlookers. Nevertheless, they did perceive a great brightness, the murmur of a conversation, and some other luminous phenomena at the beginning and end of the apparition. This was enough to make a strong impression and stir up local interest. July 13, 1917, the third apparition. News of the previous 2 apparitions had spread, and between 2,000 and 5,000 people accompanied the children. As previously, the children were the only ones to see the Lady in White. For a single instant, a few witnesses saw an expression of terror come over their faces. It was later revealed that the children had experienced a momentary feeling of panic when the Virgin showed them a vision of hell. This time, Lucia asked Our Lady if she would work a miracle. The apparition responded, In October, I will perform a miracle that all will see and believe. The news spread rapidly throughout the country. August 13, 1917, the fourth apparition. The provincial administrator, a formidable, influential Republican and Freemason named Artur de Oliveira Santos, was enraged at the importance attached to this matter and disturbed by the number of people who had come to witness the previous apparition. In an attempt to put an end to the affair, he arrived at the children's home at 9 in the morning on the 13th and escorted them to his car. They were interrogated first at his home and then at the public prison of Vila Nova de Ourém. They were released on August 15th. Meanwhile, not knowing of the arrest of the little shepherds, a crowd of 5,000 to 8,000 people had made its way to Cova da Iria. As the children were not present, no apparition was seen, but the crowd did witness many extraordinary sound and light phenomena. September 13, 1917, the fifth apparition. On September 13th, 25,000 to 30,000 people gathered at Cova da Iria. The majority of the witnesses experienced similar phenomena to those that occurred on August 13th. 4. October 13th, 1917. The story of an incredible day. News of the impending miracle spread throughout Portugal. At noon on October 13th, 1917, a large crowd, estimated at 30,000 to 70,000 people, gathered in that isolated place about 2 hours by foot from Ourém, the closest town. The city bus of Torres Novas was pressed into service for the occasion. Someone counted the vehicles strung along the path. There were more than 100 automobiles, 135 bicycles, and 240 animal-drawn vehicles. It hadn't stopped raining since 8:30 a.m., and the crowd was soaked to the skin. The narrative of the prodigious event. Canon Casimir Bartas was present that morning and described the extraordinary event in his book, Il était trois petits enfants. Suddenly, the rain stops and the clouds, impenetrable since morning, dissipate. The sun appears at its zenith, like a silver disk that can be directly stared at without dazzling the eyes, and all at once it begins to turn like a wheel of fire, shooting sprays of light in all directions, changing color several times. The sky, the earth, the trees, the rocks, the group of visionaries, and the great crowd are successively colored yellow, red, blue, purple. The sun stops for a few moments. Then it takes up its dance of light again in an even more dazzling manner. It pauses again to set off a fireworks display so fantastic that no pyrotechnician could imagine its like. How to describe the multitude's reaction? The crowd of 70,000 visionaries looks on ecstatic, motionless, holding their breath. All of a sudden, the entire crowd, without exception, has the sensation that the sun has come loose from the sky and is falling upon them in zigzagging bounds. A great cry bursts from the crowd. "Miracle, miracle," some cry. "We are all going to die," is heard from the other side. Others say, "How beautiful." Who can describe the emotional state of all this crowd? An old man, till then an unbeliever, waves his arms in the air, crying, "Virgin of the Rosary, save Portugal," and similar scenes play out all over the plain. The spinning of the sun, with the interval of rest, had lasted 10 minutes. It was observed, let us repeat, by every single person present without exception, believers, unbelievers, peasants, townspeople, men of science, and even freethinkers, all without any kind of preparation, without any other suggestion than the call of a girl inviting them to look towards the sun, perceived the same phenomena, passing through the same phases, at the day and at the hour announced a few months before as a great wonder. The subsequent canonical investigation into the miracle revealed that the sun's movements had been seen by people who were 5 kilometers or more away and therefore unaware of what was happening at the Cova da Iria. They could not in any way have been influenced by the power of suggestion or fallen victim to collective hallucination. The investigation also brought to light a very curious fact attested to by all those questioned on this subject. After the crowd recovered from their amazement enough to realize what was happening on earth, everyone observed with amazement that their clothes, all soaked by rain a few minutes ago, were now absolutely dry. No one minded at all that they'd been so wet. The professional photographer who had lugged his equipment all the way to Gödel captured the scene on that famous October 13th. Furthermore, testimonies were collected from witnesses for 34 miles all around. John DeMarchi reports that the phenomena were observed in the village of Albritel, 11 miles to the east of Fátima, by the schoolteacher and her pupils, and by a godless man who had spent the morning making fun of the simpletons who had gone to Fátima just to see a girl. When the miracle happened, his arrogance collapsed. He was numbed, his eyes riveted on the sun. I saw him tremble from head to foot. Then he raised his hands towards heaven as he was kneeling there in the mud. Again at Albritel, Father Inuncio Lorenzo Pereira recounted, "I was barely 9 years old then. I attended primary school in my hometown, a small village perched on a lonely hill just in front of the mountain of Fátima, 10 or 11 kilometers away. Around noon, suddenly we were alarmed by the cries and shouts of the men and women passing on the public road in front of the school. Outside, in the square, the people who had gathered were crying and shouting, pointing to the sun, without even hearing the questions our distressed teacher put to them. I stared fixedly at the sun. It seemed to me pale and deprived of its dazzling light. It looked like a snow globe spinning around. Then, suddenly, it seemed to descend in a zigzag way, threatening to fall to the ground. Distraught, absolutely distraught, I ran to stand among the people. Everyone was crying, waiting for the end of the world to come at any moment. During the long minutes of the solar phenomenon, the objects close to us reflected all the colors of the rainbow. Our faces were sometimes red, sometimes blue, sometimes yellow, etc. These strange phenomena increased our terror. After 10 minutes, the sun returned to its place just as it had descended, still pale and dull." Alfonso Lopes Vieira, 1878 to 1946, a jurist by training, was one of Portugal's most famous poets and a convinced atheist. He worked for the anti-clerical government until 1916 as a secretary in the Chamber of Deputies. He watched the marvel himself from his property of São Pedro de Muel, located near Leiria at 18 miles from Fátima. He stated, "On that day, the 13th of October, while I hadn't remembered the little seer's predictions, I was amazed by a dazzling sight in the sky, something entirely new for me, which I watched from this balcony." He converted and even had a chapel built on his property. His story was recounted by the journalist Paula Sofia Luge. The places where these witnesses reported seeing the event are located in 4 different directions and at various distances from Fátima. The miracle of the sun was therefore visible in an area of about 25 miles in diameter. And you will recall one important detail. The miracle of October 13th happened on the very day and at the exact time announced by the children months earlier. These astonishing facts were reported over the following days by all the Portuguese press, Christian and anti-clerical, as all the journalists present at the event saw exactly the same thing. Anti-clerical reporter Avelino de Almeida witnessed the event and wrote a sensational story for the secular daily O Século, where the miracle of the sun was front-page news. His report was entirely consistent with what the crowd saw. The sheer number of newspaper articles is proof in itself. Something incredible happened at Gödel on October 13th. Articles written by journalists hostile to the Church are especially helpful for our investigation. In setting themselves with all their might against the possibility of a miracle, they allow us to sketch its contours in silhouette, as it were. 5. An informative press review. Below you will find a collection of the most salient reactions published in the secular, anti-clerical, liberal Republican press, plus the account from A Aurora, an anarcho-syndicalist weekly. The accounts make for rather repetitive reading, but going through them all is essential because they demonstrate the irrational position of those who refuse to confront the reality of the event, confusedly combining alternative explanations without ever making a choice between illusion, hallucination, hoax, or meteorological phenomenon. We will focus on this collective incoherence. All the newspaper articles cited below are available in the National Library of Portugal, the University of Coimbra General Library, the Public Library of Porto, or the Sanctuary of Fátima. We have translated them from the original Portuguese, highlighting the most important passages. Here are the most significant excerpts presented in chronological order. 1. July 21, 1917. O. Sekalu entertains a financial scam, noting that the authorities have the case in hand. For a long time there has been a persistent rumor in this town that the mother of Jesus Christ was going to appear to 2 children. This rumor, as might be supposed, aroused general curiosity, drawing thousands of persons to the place, some, the unbelievers, to see something interesting, others, the religious, out of faith and devotion. On the 13th, the day designated for Our Lady's apparition, we went to the indicated spot. Thousands of people were already gathered, having dragged themselves there, driven by the desire to see what there was to see, some of them coming from faraway villages. At this was heard a sound like the rumble of thunder, and immediately the 2 children, who stood by a holm oak tree surrounded by many flowers, almost paradisaical, broke into a distressing cry, making convulsive gestures and falling afterwards into ecstasy. Several people asked many questions of one of the children who had the privilege of seeing and hearing the saint, to which she responded that she had seen a kind of extremely beautiful doll who spoke to her. She had, she said, a radiance about her head and called her close to her in a very fine and melodious voice. Among the many things that she said, the most important was to announce that she would appear on the 13th of the following month in the same place. The case seems highly ridiculous. Indeed, I would not have believed it were it not for the fact that the child deserved utmost confidence for being sincere and truthful, and that she was corroborated by others who told the story using the same words and citing the same facts. However, it is my opinion that this is a premeditated financial scam with proposed revenue streams from the bowels of the mountains, a spring of mineral water recently discovered by some astute individual who, under the guise of religion, seeks to transform the Saradirah into a miraculous pilgrimage site like the tedious Lourdes. 2. August 19, 1917. An O Mundo headline reads, "Miracle Scam," with a subtitle, "How to Lead People Astray, What Has Been Happening in Fátima." They are already beginning to develop the hypothesis of hallucination or deception. Is it the hallucination of poor children who are regular churchgoers, or is it a clerical scheme? It is the duty of the authorities to find out, as we are sure they will, with as committed a Republican at the head of the district as Mr. Artur de Oliveira Santos, who has always discharged his duty in an exemplary manner. The case certainly smacks of clerical exploitation. Later on in the same article, on How the Scam Started, the clerical scam started on May 13th. The 3 children were walking on the vast plain of Cova de Santa Iria, grazing their docile sheep, when a lady dressed all in white appeared, according to Lucia. The lady told the little shepherds that they should learn to read and write, and that on the 13th of each month she would appear to them again, beside an oak tree. On the 13th of October she would descend for the last time from heaven to earth to bring peace to the world, to end the war. A little further on, there is obviously more going on here than a child's fantasy. An illiterate child would not come up with these ideas all on his own or stick to them so confidently. They were coached ahead of time to play this role. What's more, Lucia is a frequent churchgoer. She went to confession 4 times in just 1 month, and she insists that she is keeping a secret that she cannot reveal until October 13th. The priests swarmed about the place and, curious indeed, found in the little one a resemblance of that chatty parakeet Bernadette of Lourdes. 3. August 23, 1917. Udebat calls it a farce and a swindle. We refer to that ridiculous farce, whose success is already headline news, of the apparition of Our Lady in the outskirts of Villanova del Rem, played to an exclusive audience of just 3 children. 4. September 16, 1917, the Smana Alcobacense runs the headline, "Once upon a time there was a miracle," and calls it a hoax. In the end, the so-called miracle of Fátima was a mirage. Our Lady promised to continue to meet her faithful there and appointed the 13th of each month for this purpose. News got around easily by word of mouth, and some newspapers eagerly spread the story, so that last Thursday, when the first of the promised visits was to take place, thousands of people left their fields and houses to go to Fátima to see Our Lady, have a chat with her, and who knows, perhaps give her a handshake. But 1 o'clock came and went, the time the spectacle was scheduled to begin, then 2 o'clock, 3 passes, and the entire afternoon goes by. You see the faces of all those people remembering the money they have spent and, bodies overcome by fatigue, in the end they fall into the most outrageous swindler's story that has ever been spun. 5. September 20th, 1917. Debat speaks of a distasteful hoax and reassures its readership that the whole affair will end on its own. Beside a holm oak appears Our Lady, whom nobody has seen yet, though thousands of people have gone there to see her. The ridiculous and dishonorable farce that the priests have recently invented is thereby mystifying those who, due to their weakness of spirit, are easily influenced and subdued through every cunning device. It goes without saying that we refer to the veritable swindler's tale to which the people in the outskirts of Villa du Rem have fallen victim, the story of the appearance of Our Lady on the 13th of each month at a certain place in Serra de Irish. Of course, no one has actually seen her. The ridiculous farce has been staged so successfully that hundreds of deceived people have flocked to the place. We do not call for the rigor of harsh repressive measures to address a scam like this. It will end on its own when simple and sincere souls become convinced that it has been a scandalous deceit played on their good faith. 6. September 22, 1917. Mariens, under the headline Miraculous, also believe the marvelous case to be a farce. In a place near Fátima, around Villanova da Rem in our district, a wonderful thing happened. A saint, covered in flowers, dressed in a tunic of many colors, of shining silk and wrapped in a halo of light, appeared to some shepherds. She came down from the heavenly regions neither to predict the end of the war, nor to reveal which number will hit the next lottery jackpot. She came only to rebuke disbelief, the sins committed by mortals who no longer compete to fill the church coffers, to feed the most holy Jesuits, or keep the little sisters of charity alive, etc., etc. And so each 13th of the month, fateful date, she returns to this place to lay down these censures in the hearing of many people. And last Thursday it was estimated that the number of people who went to Fátima to see the Holy Virgin was 20,000. 20,000 people who went to see the miracle of a scam apparition. 7. Furious at the enormous crowd of 20,000, the reporter feels obliged to issue this materialist call to order. We must make people see that heaven or hell, or the land of good or bad actions, is the world. That saints do not exist and that miracles are nursery tales. There is nothing after death. It is urgent that we put an end to this infamous speculation and punish those who are not ashamed to deceive the ignorant. The apparition of Fátima is a lie, whose objective is to extort the meager savings these ignorant individuals have at the expense of their well-being. 8. September 27, 1917. Debat speaks of religious opportunism. Heaven may very well be that delightful mansion of pleasure and happiness the vendors of religion around here preach, but it seems that Our Lady is bored there, for from time to time she walks this valley of tears. This year she chose to vacation in the neighboring municipality of Urem, where she makes her appearance on the 13th of each month, according to the Mountebank story. What is happening in the municipality of Urem is the same old ignoble and stupid religious scam. It's not worth fighting with. 9. October 14, 1917. After the miracle has already occurred, the Journal de l'Iria publishes an article too late that predicts failure for October 13th. The Lady of Fátima. As we write these lines, we have the presentiment that during the next 6 months the Lady will not return to make her apparitions, because she'd freeze in the cold and the pilgrimages to Fátima could not be carried out with the same success that they have enjoyed until now. 10. October 13, 1917, the morning before the miracle, O Secolo published an essential article. What do these apparitions consist of? The Virgin, in the form of a beautiful lady, has since last May on the 13th of each month descended to this valley of tears to show herself to 3 children, who in a voice of singular sweetness instructs them to pray and to give notice of her presence to all, warning believers and non-believers both that on the 13th of October, today, she would reveal the ultimate reason behind her visits and comfort by means of her heavenly vision all those who wish to be in grace. The fame of the miracle runs from north to south, and from all parts of the country countless persons have flocked to Fátima, thousands of individuals arriving to gather on the lucky moorland, many of whom claim to have witnessed strange things. Then, what will happen today in Fátima? We'll soon find out. Pious persons hope that the Virgin Mary will let them know when the war will end and that her kindness will go so far as to tell them when there will be peace. And there are also those who imagine both a huge, sumptuously appointed church, constantly filled, and great hotels with all the modern conveniences, and stores filled with 1,001 pious artifacts, souvenirs of the Lady of Fátima, and the construction of a railroad branch that takes us to the future miraculous sanctuary. This last article and the next were penned by Avelino de Almeida, a celebrated journalist of the first third of the 20th century. Working with several important papers including O Século, where he was editor-in-chief, A Capital, O Primero de Janeiro, and the Jornal de Noticias, he also distinguished himself as a theater and film critic, founding and directing the magazine Cinéfilo. He attended seminary but eventually distanced himself from Catholicism, becoming virulently anti-clerical. He became a Freemason, Irrational Lodge, and founded A Laterna, 1909 to 1910, a radically anti-Catholic paper. But the man was capable of honest reporting, as reading this first relatively balanced article shows, even before the next one, which will prove an earthquake. 11. October 15, 1917, a bombshell. The miracle of the sun is front-page news, and O Século recognizes the reality of what happened. Amazing things, how the sun danced at noon in Fátima. The dispassionate calculations of educated people completely alien to mystical influence puts the crowd at 30 or 40,000 persons. And then we witness a unique spectacle, unbelievable for those who didn't see it themselves. The sun resembles a matte silver plate, and it is possible to look on the disk without the slightest effort. It doesn't burn. It doesn't blind. You might say there was an eclipse taking place. And behold, a tremendous cry goes up, and the spectators closest by are heard to shout, "Miracle! Miracle! Wonderful! Wonderful!" In the dazzled eyes of the people, whose attitude transports us to biblical times and who, white with astonishment, heads uncovered, face the sky, the sun trembles. The sun makes never-before-seen movements completely outside the bounds of cosmic laws. The sun danced, as the peasants tended to put it. The greatest number claims that they saw the trembling, the dance of the sun. Others, however, say that they saw the smiling face of the Virgin herself, swear that the sun spun like a wheel of fireworks, and that it dipped down almost to the point of burning the earth with its rays. It remains for the competent authorities to pass their judgment on the macabre dance of the sun that today in Fátima made hosannas burst from the breasts of the faithful and easily impressed, as trustworthy persons have assured me, the freethinkers and other persons without preoccupations of a religious nature who came to the now celebrated Moor. 12. October 15, 1917, the Diario de Noticias felt compelled, despite itself, to run the headline, "The Miracle of Fátima," with the subtitle, "More than 50,000 people come to the site of the apparition." The article acknowledges the extraordinary case and testimonies of thousands and thousands of pilgrims, but speaks of suggestions without providing any explanation. Despite the light and irksome rain that began to fall early in the morning, an extraordinary number of people came to the parish of Fátima to witness the extraordinary event of the apparition that since the 5th week of Ascension has occupied so much of the people's attention. As a great number of people had their umbrellas open, the children ordered them to close them, and, wonderful thing, according to the testimony of thousands and thousands of people, the sun appeared a matte silver color with a circling agitation as if touched by electricity, according to the expression employed by illustrious people present at the event. And the thousands of people who experienced this, who knows, maybe they were blinded by the first light they had seen that day, fell to the ground weeping and raised their hands, which instinctively clasped together into the air. There were even people who seemed to see the sun abandon its supposed orbit, break through the clouds, and descend to the horizon. This suggestion from these visionaries spread to others whom they told about this phenomenon. The miraculous hour has passed. 13. October 15, 1917, the review Portugal ran the title, "The Sun in Revelry," giving an ironic take on recent events. Certain inspired and lucky individuals had the chance yesterday to see the sun dance there for the bands of Villanova do Rem. What surprises us is not that a dense and noisy crowd flocked to the place of wonders to participate in the heavenly revelations, so accustomed as we are already to the manifestations of indigenous belief. What surprises us is that the sun, a respectable star with all its papers in order, should take a role and start dancing like a village party reveler, despite his considerable age of thousands of centuries, which, if it has not given him white hair, has at least left certain suspicious spots upon his face that astronomers interpret as a sure sign of his old age. For many years now, the sun has been considered an unmoving star relative to our planetary system, and the affirmation of this truth cost its discoverer some unpleasantness. Now 3 little rustics come and take science out with the garbage, and through their influence at the heavenly court make the sun dance over the chosen spot at Fátima. 14. October 16, 1917. A Capital didn't know how to spin the story, so concluded that it was unable to explain what had happened. The cause of the apparition at Villanova del Rem is raising controversies. We know that 3 young sages see an image and talk to her. We know that this repeats itself on particular dates. We know finally that thousands of people saw the sun take some turns. This is clear, logical, and sure. What we don't know is the name of the jokester behind this tremendous spectacle. 15. On October 16, 1917, Portugal, with no attempt at providing the slightest explanation, takes pleasure in a mocking headline, "Prudent Reservation." In transcribing certain passages from Secolo's account of the miraculous events at Fátima, the Dia, the other paper, declares itself impressed by the facts and excuses itself from making a comment. This attitude is at least prudent. The small rustic visionaries announced the end of the war, but they make no comment on the restoration of the monarchy. Hence the reluctance on the part of the Dia, which naturally awaits on the 13th of some future month a substantial revelation on the subject before making its comments. Moreover, it is not just for the Dia to be reserved, since the Secolo's editor, who went to Fátima, is also waiting for experts to comment on the disordered movements of the sun, which the mob claims to have seen. 16. On October 18, 1917, Democracia do Sul identified a suspect, the Jesuits. Near Villanova de Orem in Fátima, there has been an infamous Jesuit scam with a fantastic and ridiculous sighting of a purported saint who has the idea, according to what they say, of appearing to children and telling them things about Portugal. This scam has gone on for quite a while now, with the criminal approval of the local authorities, who have not put a stop to such an infamy, ending once and for all this farce, which the Secolo is currently giving most helpful press through the force of its enormous publicity. 17. On October 18, 1917, Alucta runs the headline, "The Lady of Fátima," and reluctantly and scornfully admits the facts of the case. And what happened on that bit of uncultivated ground where the Virgin had promised to come down and speak to the people of Portugal? Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, one of the 3 children who was praying near the oak made a gesture, and the crowd knelt for a time. Then the sun, breaking through the clouds, burned with a brighter glow and, surrounded by a dark circle, immediately became as pale as the moon before turning to a watery blue, a sickly yellow, and other faint shades. Finally, irregular, jerky movements came over the sun. It trembled, and stood still. With the sudden changes in color, the landscape changed and lost its sharpness. Its harshest contours softened into a vague mist. The women clasped their hands, white with astonishment, their pleading eyes fixed upon the sky, their postures dissolved in fervor or ecstasy. The miracle limited itself to magical mutations of the environment, the strange gymnastics of the sun, the pyrotechnics made of the clouds, the wonderful variations in the light. But all my informants swear that they saw wondrous things happen to the sun, something which disturbs my own critical view not at all. I know very well that our people are poetic souls much affected by consoling images. A prominent doctor from my area, once the most upstanding example of local Jacobinism, told me that he screeched like a man possessed, hands crossed, eyes fixed on the mark. There goes the Virgin. There she goes. 18. On October 22, 1917, O Mundo in Lisbon ran the headline, "A Clerical Scam About the Supposed Apparition of the Virgin in Fátima." No explanation or justification, only a perceived obligation to undermine the credibility of something that seemed intolerable. This case of perfidious cheating cannot be tolerated in any way, and the authorities of the Republic must take immediate and decisive action to eradicate this evil before it spreads. 19. On October 26, 1917, O Democrata ran the headline, "The Miracle of Fátima," mentioning the prophecy about the swift return of the soldiers, but calling the whole thing a farce that couldn't stand up to rational scrutiny. They saw the sun dance, turn, descend, rise up. But why? As a logical consequence of looking long and fixedly at its light. As for the rest, they saw that lady who decided to show herself to three little simpletons, because there is no one in this world more worthy of hearing and seeing her. The Virgin comes to tell the laborers of Fátima that the war will end soon and our soldiers will come home. What a sad spectacle we're offering of religious belief and faith itself, listing facts that melt away at the slightest breath, the gentlest rational examination. 20. On October 26, 1917, Crónica Carta de Lisboa ran the headline, "The Miracle of Urem," gave a detailed account and tried to chalk the vision up to the power of suggestion and incomprehensible crowd psychology. All those people stood at attention in most anxious expectation, and all their umbrellas closed when the three visionaries, kneeling under an arch of greenery, ordered it. And oh, power of suggestion, oh, incomprehensible crowd psychology! The overwhelming majority of all those people saw it, which proves that religious belief is still and will be so entrenched in the spirit of the masses, which has an extremely strong power of suggestion. 21. On October 29, 1917, Avelino de Almeida published in the national journal Ilustração Portuguesa a long 4-page article, pages 353 through 356, on the October 13th miracle of the sun, accompanied by 10 photos taken by Judah Rua, his on-site photographer. The images show the dense crowd watching the sun and falling to their knees after witnessing a colossal miracle. In the article, Avelino gives little space to description of the event, which he had already detailed in previous articles, but he called upon the Catholic Church, the scientific community, and freethinkers to study the phenomenon observed by the crowds. 22. On November 1, 1917, Ecos de São Pedro d'Alva criticized the insipidity of Fátima and suspected a conspiracy. What has happened on the moor of Fátima, municipality of Vila Nova do Rem, seems inconceivable. According to the report of O Século, on the 13th of this month, between 40 and 50,000 people flowed in from various parts of the country to witness a great miracle. Or was it the apparition of the Virgin? There is no reason for this spectacle that lowers us in the eyes of the civilized world to go on, and it is the authorities of Vila Nova do Rem who, in our view, are responsible for putting a stop to it, beginning with the detention of the 3 children who saw the sun dance and other things, until they confess who instructed them to see Our Lady, then calling the relevant court where the author or authors of this comedy will answer for their actions. 23. On November 11, 1917, A Aurora, based in Porto, spoke of the apparition of Fátima, attempting to make it out to be an atmospheric phenomenon. The pilgrims had arrived there by every means of transportation, already predisposed for the contagious electric shocks of collective suggestion. And then there was the vision and miracle of Fátima, the new Lourdes, that will perhaps be marked by another pious basilica. All those good people, poor people, positively saw the sun as a matte silver disk that broke through the clouds of a rainy and dreary day, danced, fell, shook in hysteric convulsions, while, according to the story of the eldest of the children on someone's lap, the Virgin announced that the war was over and that the soldiers were on the way home. If it were possible to reason with believers and visionaries, we might object with simple logic, too easy for the troubled soul of a mystic, to the pettiness of a fruitless meteorological marvel. 24. On November 11, 1917, the journal O Mundo speculated that the miracle was the result of invention, suggestion, or bribery, and proclaimed it to be a propaganda session promoted by the Civil Registry Association against the dreadful way that the unscrupulous are abusing popular naivete, hoping to better enslave and exploit the people of Portugal, casting it once more into the dense darkness of fanaticism, superstition, and belief, on the pretext of ridiculous miracles and ghostly apparitions they invented and for which they chose as their theatre the little village of Fátima, and perhaps bribed the parents or caretakers of 3 poor children. 25. On November 18, 1917, O Mundo published a story on the miracle of Fátima, deploring the importance the affair had assumed. The miracle of Fátima is still a topic of debate, when it's certain that this insignificant incident of provincial life ought to have been taken care of a long time ago, with 2 swift kicks in the rear to the brats who started it. 26. On December 2, 1917, a pamphlet was circulated against Fátima. Against the filthy profiteering of the laughable farce of Fátima, the Civil Registry Association and the Portuguese Federation of Free Thought vigorously protest. Citizens, let us all free ourselves, therefore, by tearing from our minds not only the stupid belief in crude and hilarious hoaxes like that of Fátima, but more especially from belief in the supernatural, in an alleged Almighty God. This extensive review of press coverage is a treasure trove of information concerning the events that unfolded around October 13, 1917. Since the papers that published these articles were all anti-clerical, it is clear that the journalists had no motivation to accept these events or give a platform to claims concerning a miracle. This makes their writings all the more valuable. On the basis of this material, we can deduce several key insights that allow us to eliminate several of the hypotheses listed above. So, what can we be certain of? 1. That the Portuguese government of the time was very anti-clerical, particularly the mayor of Vila Nova do Rem, who was also the regional administrator, see Article 2. Consequently, there is no possibility of conspiracy or complicity on the part of the state or local government in mounting a clerical hoax. 2. That the children were uneducated and illiterate, see Article 2, which makes the hypothesis of fraud more difficult to sustain. 3. That the facts and figures reported in these articles, as well as the concessions they make to the factual nature of the events, should be viewed as minimums, given that they were all printed in anti-clerical papers. This holds, for example, for the size of the crowd that gathered at Fátima. 4. That the miracle was announced in August, 2 months in advance, for a precise date, and this information was widely diffused. As a result, anyone interested could have traveled to watch what they expected to be a sign straight from God, or, on the contrary, to see a hoax or nothing at all happen, and so go home satisfied. 5. That tens of thousands of people were present at the event. There were at least 30 to 40,000 in the immediate area, as well as 200,000 witnesses in the surrounding region. The exact number is immaterial. What matters is that even 30,000 people is already a significant crowd. The unanimous testimony of so many people carries considerable weight. See Articles 10, 11, 12, 14, and 22. 6. That a major event did occur and was seen by everyone, even if what exactly happened and what caused it remains to be decided. 7. That to our knowledge no one who witnessed the scene directly claimed to have seen nothing at all, even though many doubters and skeptics were present at Fátima. See Article 11. 8. That we must be surprised and puzzled by the total absence of rational reaction on the part of the miracle deniers. It was fully within their capability to launch an official investigation, explore the site to uncover any remains of a secret pyrotechnic display, or interrogate witnesses and their families. In such a small village, there would be enough division and conflict between the villagers' stories that the whole truth would have come out. In reality, the only fireworks show that day was the carnival of mockery and insults, peremptory and incoherent claims without the slightest investigative proof to sustain them. 9. That against all expectations, and when no one thought that it would, the miracle happened as foretold at solar noon, which, in Fátima, took place that day at 1:21 p.m. Farce, hallucination, meteorological event, hoax, scam mounted by priests and Jesuits, You can read through an entire stack of articles making these claims without coming across a single shred of rational proof. The miracle deniers did not investigate and expose the priests and Jesuits they accused of having run the scam, and this despite the fact that they had all the means at their disposal to bring the whole conspiracy to light: the power, the police, the justice system, and the press. Finally, how could they be satisfied with such contradictory and incompatible explanations? It is evidently impossible to square the accusations of a premeditated hoax with that of a sudden and unpredictable meteorological phenomenon. Here again is a list of the various claims made by commentators and journalists to help us realize just how many times they come up in contemporary coverage of the event. Hoax: 9 articles, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Speculation: 7 articles, 1, 2, 7, 8, 16, 18, 26. Farce: 3 articles, 3, 5, 19. Hallucination: 5 articles, 2, 12, 20, 23, 24. Meteorological event: 1 article, 23. Nothing at all? Not a single article. Only one rogue article talks sense: Uséculo's article wherein Abelino de Almeida remarks that it's up to the authorities to make a pronouncement on the dance of the sun, the occurrence of which he does not call into question. Article 13. But the authorities did not take up his invitation to run an investigation, so we will continue our own with photos to support it. What the photos prove. A group of contemporary photos of the event can be found in the bonus PDF. These photos are very valuable. They show more than the moment of surprise itself. In fact, they confirm the reality of the event and the significance of the crowd while adding several more bits of evidence to our investigation. 1. Photos 3 and 4 show a crowd looking up toward the sky where no human-made hoax was possible, especially in those days. Let's take a minute to compare Fátima to Lourdes. In the small Pyrenees village, the Virgin appeared in a rocky grotto, a place where it would have been conceivable to set up a sophisticated illusion by means of a hidden door or lights. At Fátima, that was impossible. Photo 5 shows a gently undulating plane that does not permit any high-altitude obfuscation. 2. The photos show the crowd all looking in the same direction at a point in the sky where something is taking place. This helps eliminate the idea of a collective hallucination if such a phenomenon even exists. 3. Photos 6 and 7 give us a glimpse of the timid children, uncomfortable with their sudden great notoriety. It's difficult to see them as perpetrators of a fraud. 4. Photos 1 and 2 confirm the chronological progress of the rain, then the clearing of the sky. Photo 2 shows the sun coming out in a clear sky, and this is important because it disproves the hypothesis of a simple meteorological event. 5. Photo 8 shows Lucia with Pope John Paul II at the beatification of Francisco and Jacinta on May 13, 2000. It confirms the importance accorded to the miracle of Fátima by the Church more than 80 years after the event. 6. Scientific studies conducted on the dimensions and angles of the shadows appearing in the photos taken during the miracle have determined that the light source that produced them was at an elevation of 30 degrees, whereas the astronomical sun should have been at an elevation of 42 degrees at that moment. 7. What happened to the children? 2 of the little shepherds died soon after, as the Holy Virgin had foretold to them. Francisco was carried away by the Spanish flu on April 4, 1919, and Jacinta died of the same disease on February 20, 1920. Lucia, however, lived a very long time. Having become a Carmelite nun, she died at the age of 98 on February 13, 2005. As long as she lived, she never ceased to work for the realization of the Virgin Mary's demand that the Pope and bishops of the whole world should consecrate Russia to her Immaculate Heart. The consecration did not validly take place until John Paul II performed it on March 25, 1984, 2.5 years after the May 13, 1981 assassination attempt that should have killed him. None of the 3 children ever modified their version of the events. None of them earned money or fame for their story. 8. Examination of 6 possible hypotheses. There are only 6 possible hypotheses to explain what happened that October 13, 1917. 1. Nothing happened at Fátima. It's all a tall tale. No one has defended this hypothesis, and it is invalidated by the abundance of witnesses and photographs. 2. It was a natural phenomenon, a disruption in the solar system as a result of cosmic events. This hypothesis is swept aside by scientific observations. On Thursday, October 18th, the daily O Século ran a second-page story with a statement from Augusto Frederico Un, the director of the Astronomical Observatory in Lisbon, who testified that, if it were a cosmic event, astronomical and meteorological observatories would not fail to register it. In other words, the observatory at Lisbon reports that it detected no abnormal phenomenon on October 13th, only a slight disturbance coming from the west. In his pastoral letter on the cult of Our Lady of Fátima, written on October 13, 1930, the Bishop of Leiria wrote, "This phenomenon, which was not registered by any astronomical observatory and so cannot be considered natural, was seen by persons of every condition and every social class with their own eyes, even people kilometers away. It simply cannot be explained as a collective illusion." Indeed, let us recall that this phenomenon was observed by many witnesses up to 21 miles away. Neither did any international observatory notice the slightest alteration in the sun's movement. 3. It was an unusual meteorological phenomenon. This hypothesis cannot stand in the face of the indisputable fact that the event was announced 3 months in advance. 3 illiterate children could not have calculated the precise day and hour of such a phenomenon. Even if some extraordinary meteorological event could account for such a spectacle, it would have been totally impossible to predict 3 months out. We now know that it is impossible to forecast the weather more than 15 days in advance. The hypothesis of a meteorological phenomenon was nevertheless defended by Diogo Pacheco de Amorim, a Portuguese doctor in mathematics. He contended that the miracle of the sun might have been tied to clouds whose high-altitude ice crystals can decompose light into different colors, as in the case of rainbows. Amorim posits that air lenses of varying composition or temperature may have disrupted the normal diffusion of light, influencing perception of the sun's apparent diameter, and might even explain the change in colors. Amorim recognizes, however, that we are not able to provide a complete explanation of such a complex and mysterious phenomenon, only compare it or break it down into elements that are comparable to known phenomena. But even if Amorim's theory might explain the light phenomena in part, it offers no explanation for the disordered movements of the sun. Physicist Stanley Yaki has similarly suggested that the event may have been a meteorological phenomenon. What seems to have happened is that the transparent clouds veiling the sun formed an enormous natural lens. But once again, a lens does not create the impression of the sun dancing and falling towards the earth, as the witnesses claim to have seen it do. Further, the phenomenon Yaki describes has never actually been observed. 4. Nothing happened. It was a collective hallucination. This hypothesis is excluded for the simple reason that collective hallucinations do not exist in such large crowds. They can only take place in very small groups and are never observed in groups of 1,000 people. In the context of 30 to 70,000 people, it is entirely out of the question. Hallucination is a phenomenon that has received serious study, for example by Henri A., who describes it in his Manuel de Psychiatrie, psychiatric manual, or in his Traité des Hallucinations, treatise on hallucinations. It is the perception of a non-existent object stemming from an internal psychological experience that leads the subject to act as if he were experiencing a real sensation or perception, even though there is no objective exterior element justifying this sensation or perception. There can be different levels of hallucination, visual, auditory, tactile, or even psychic, but these are always a symptom of a person's disordered brain function. They generally occur in a context of imbalance or breakdown of the personality, commonly accompanied by various behavioral problems, agitation, fluctuating anxiety, inappropriate interactions with others, etc. For this reason, collective hallucinations are by definition medically and logically impossible. The idea assumes that the same disorders are produced identically and simultaneously in different brains without any objective exterior cause. We should not confuse these conjectures with other phenomena of collective visions that are based on objective exterior elements. They can't be compared with UFO phenomena, that is, sightings of unusual objects in the sky, Lubbock, Washington, which are often accompanied by photos or objective elements like radar echoes. They can't be compared to magic tricks, which can all be reduced to the manipulation of real things. Nor can they be compared to the mirages people see on the horizon, which are the result of specific atmospheric conditions. In the first place, collective hallucination is not a valid category in psychiatry, neurology, psychoanalysis, or clinical psychology. There is no study, theory, or experimentation on the topic. Scientists have never observed a collective hallucination affecting crowds. In the second place, collective psychoses or affective contagions, which are only observed in small groups, are often induced by fear in a tense or anxious situation. They generally occur at night, not midday in broad daylight, in a plane like Copernicus, where photos taken before and after the miracle do not reveal any evidence of an induced trance or particular excitement. In the third place, the group suffering the same hallucination has to share the same emotions, and its members must have a sufficiently strong process of suggestion. This is absolutely impossible in the case of thousands of different people who are in this case believers, agnostics, or frankly hostile to religion. The hypothesis is all the more difficult to maintain given that several people saw the phenomenon at a distance of several kilometers from Fátima, even without foreknowledge of the coming miracle. There are several documented cases of collective psychoses. The cursed bread affair, Palmondi. On the night of August 24th to 25th, 1951, the small town of Pont-Saint-Esprit in Gard, France, was the scene of a very violent collective madness caused by rye ergot poisoning. Rye ergot is the active ingredient in LSD. But the cause of this event is well established, and the hallucinations of the various people affected differed substantially. The case of the cook's ghost. In 1897, Edmund Parrish reported that some of his fellow sailors had seen the ghost of their cook, who had died a few days before. The sailors had not only seen the specter but watched him walk on the water with his characteristic limp. In the end, the ghost turned out to be a piece of wreck rocked up and down by the waves. Once again, the case is easily solved. In both cases, there was a motive and an explanation. The events at Fátima, foretold 3 months in advance, are of an entirely different order. All this leads us to the conclusion that collective hallucination is not a possible explanation for the events that transpired at Fátima on October 13, 1917. 5. It was a fraud. This is the only hypothesis compatible with the fact that the miracle was announced in advance and that no unusual natural event was detected. Fraud is also the hypothesis most frequently cited by the anti-clerical journalists. But it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. It would have been impossible to pull off an operation of such magnitude in the middle of the sky. The photos and witnesses all agree. Something happened in the middle of the sky at the sun's zenith, at a time when the sky had become clear and bright again. And this is the one place where it is impossible to orchestrate a deception of this kind. We also know that the phenomenon was seen as far as 21 miles away by Alfonso Lopes Vieira. However, at that distance, an object located at the elevation of a 30-degree angle would be 19 degrees above sea level. We cannot see what human machination would be able to create an illusion at that altitude in 1917. Furthermore, if it were a hoax, the organizers would have started their show at noon and not at 1:21 p.m., in all likelihood ignoring the detail of solar noon. Further, we know that at least 30,000 people witnessed the miracle, many of whom were merely curious or even unbelievers. What sort of special effects would have been necessary to deceive such a tough crowd? A fraud is so obviously impossible that no one has ever offered even the slightest explanation for how such a spectacle could actually have been devised. All the circumstances also plead against fraud: illiterate children, an impoverished village, hostile authorities, and the fact that for decades afterwards no one has brought forward a shred of evidence for fraud, and the 3 main witnesses never changed their stories. Would Lucia have spent 80 years in a convent just to cover up a lie? Or worse, would she have continued to deceive the Pope himself 80 years later? 6. It was a miracle. The range of hypotheses is now considerably reduced, and we only have one option remaining. The circumstances of this miracle perfectly correspond to what we would expect. An inexplicable prodigy. Purpose was to encourage religious faith, announced in advance by uneducated children, seen by an immense crowd, in the face of hostile local authorities. This final possibility, the only one left, requires nothing less than the existence of God. The reader who has accompanied us this far will agree that this one position is not an unreasonable hypothesis. Quite the contrary. 9. The meaning of Fátima today. The modern echoes of Fátima lend even more proof to its supernatural origin. This miracle, as extraordinary as it was, has not remained frozen in time. Rather, it has had major historical repercussions over the last century. One of the Holy Virgin's requests was that Russia be consecrated to her by the Pope and bishops of the world. Although this request was made known to the Pope in 1942, it was not fully realized under the conditions required for several successive pontificates. Here is what we know for certain. On May 13, 1981, a professional assassin, a Turk named Mehmet Ali Aca, almost certainly hired by the KGB, fired on Pope John Paul II at close range with a high-caliber pistol. Against all expectations, the sovereign pontiff survived his wounds. From his hospital bed, the Pope, struck by the coincidence of the date of the attack with that of the first apparition at Fátima, called for the text of the Fátima secret, which had lain neglected for a long time in the Vatican. He noticed that the consecration of Russia called for by the Virgin at Fátima had never been performed validly, as Lucia would later confirm during an interview. John Paul II applied all his power and authority to persuade the world's bishops to carry out Mary's request. The consecration of Russia took place on March 25, 1984. What came next is well known. A reform movement was born in Russia in 1986, Mikhail Gorbachev's Glasnost and Perestroika, and a peaceful rebellion rose in Poland, Solidarność in Lex Wałęsa. A few years later, the wall fell. In 1989, the USSR totally collapsed without a single shot fired. Whether or not we believe that there is a connection between these facts, it is certain that John Paul II firmly believed in it, raising the importance of the extraordinary event at Fátima. A foregone conclusion. In our catalogue of evidence for God's existence, this chapter on Fátima has been much more than a picturesque detour or exotic excursion into religious folklore. What happened in that small Portuguese village was unique, unprecedented, and unheard of, a miraculous and inexplicable phenomenon in the sky, announced in advance and seen by large crowds, taking place in the precise location and at the exact time predicted. At Fátima, everything took place in broad daylight in both the literal and metaphorical sense. The whole country was alerted to the miracle beforehand. The events happened in the middle of the day before thousands of witnesses, making fraud out of the question. Considering the political and ideological context of the event, reason must exclude every other interpretive hypothesis. That is why the prodigious event of Fátima has as much convincing power today for us as it did for those who witnessed it at the time. The miracle took place so that people might believe. There is no room for doubt about this extraordinary 13th of October. Everything took place in broad daylight and plain sight. The sun did not blind anyone who saw it dance. In the same way, the light of Fátima can cast out all blindness and help every reader reach a reasonable and informed decision. 22. Is everything permitted? After 5 chapters covering major historical enigmas, we will now explore a completely different path. The scenery will be much less spectacular, perhaps, but at the end we may find another way to detect the existence of God. Call it a little experiment. No, we won't look for God under a microscope or at the bottom of a test tube. This time we propose a much more exciting approach, an exercise in listening to the interior voice of our conscience, whose echo also can be perceived, though in a manner totally different to the echo of the Big Bang. St. Augustine once gave this worthy piece of advice: "Do not go outside yourself, but enter into yourself, for truth dwells in the interior self." But how do we do that? Simply by listening intently to that part of ourselves in which God speaks to us, often without our realizing that it is His voice. We wish to speak of the soul, where our moral conscience resides. To this end, we ask you 2 questions designed to prick this moral conscience inscribed in your soul, if this conscience really exists. Some will interject that morality doesn't need God to exist or for us to know it. Others will say, since God doesn't exist, there is no universal moral law. Everything is relative. Instead of launching into a tedious and abstract philosophical discussion on these topics, let's plunge straight into a real-life situation. Pay attention to your reaction to the 2 following questions. Do you have an immediate gut reaction or inexplicable interior prohibition? If so, where does it come from? First question. Can a Democratic majority in your country pass a resolution, say, to gas Jewish people, reinstitute slavery, euthanize old people, grant the right of abortion up to 9 months, or legalize pedophilia? Does it have the right? Yes or no? Probably you will say, no, not even if the parliamentary vote is unanimous. Second question. You are offered $100 million to press a button that will instantly kill a family on the other side of the world. You have never met them before, and you are absolutely guaranteed that there will be no consequences and no punishment for their deaths. Think about it. Your financial worries will be solved forever. After all, aren't humans just highly evolved animals, just a little more complex than the insects we step on every day without remorse? And isn't the earth overpopulated? Isn't it in our general interest to reduce the human population that is taking such a terrible toll on our planet? After all, what is one family on the other side of the world? Wars, natural disasters, and epidemics kill thousands more every day. If despite all these considerations you respond, no, never, to these 2 questions, you must then reflect upon the reasoning for this astonishing refusal, and therefore upon the moral norms impressed upon your moral conscience. Where do they come from? What causes the voice in us to cry, no? For if God does not exist, evil does not exist either, and therefore anything goes. If God does not exist, evil does not exist, and everything is permitted. Effectively, if God does not exist, anything goes. The cosmos is the only thing that exists absolutely, and there is ultimately no difference between a man and a mosquito. Both are just the transitory byproducts of matter and energy. If we begin from this rigorously materialist position, there is no basis for the reality of good and evil, or of objective moral values. When we crush a baby or a mosquito, we are doing nothing more than reorganizing the matter that constitutes it. Many thinkers have wrestled with the implications of the existence of evil. Let's begin with these questions from Dmitri in Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov. What if God doesn't exist? What if Rakitin's right? What if it's an idea made up by men? Then if he doesn't exist, man is the chief of the earth, of the universe. Magnificent! Only how is he going to be good without God? That's the question. But after all, what is goodness? Answer me that, Alexei. Goodness is one thing with me and another with a Chinaman, so it's a relative thing. Or isn't it? Is it not relative? A treacherous question. Then everything is lawful if it is so. Sartre, in Existentialism is a Humanism, brought out the profound logic of this idea. Dostoevsky once wrote, if God did not exist, everything would be permitted, and that, for existentialism, is the starting point. Everything is indeed permitted if God does not exist, and man is in consequence forlorn, for he cannot find anything to depend upon either within or outside himself. He discovers forthwith that he is without excuse. For if indeed existence precedes essence, one will never be able to explain one's action by reference to a given and specific human nature. In other words, there is no determinism. Man is free. Man is freedom. Nor, on the other hand, if God does not exist, are we provided with any values or commands that could legitimize our behavior. Thus we have neither behind us nor before us, in a luminous realm of values, any means of justification or excuse. We are left alone, without excuse. That is what I mean when I say that man is condemned to be free. Condemned because he did not create himself, yet is nevertheless at liberty, and from the moment that he is thrown into this world he is responsible for everything he does. The existentialist thinks that the man himself interprets the sign as he chooses. He thinks that every man, without any support or help whatever, is condemned at every instant to invent man. Closer to our time, some well-respected materialist philosophers like Richard Taylor have reached the same conclusion. In a world without God, no purpose can be right and wrong, only our culturally and personally relative, subjective judgment. This means that it is impossible to condemn war, persecution, or crime as evil, nor can anyone admire brotherhood, equality, and love. Because in the universe without God, good and evil do not exist. There is only the bare, valueless fact of existence, and there is no one to say that you are right and I am wrong. Richard Dawkins, another biologist and specialist in evolution, writes, "If the universe were just electrons and selfish genes, blind physical forces and genetic replication, some people are going to get hurt, other people are going to get lucky, and you won't find any rhyme or reason in it, nor any justice. The universe we observe has precisely the properties we should expect if there is, at bottom, no design, no purpose, no evil, and no good, nothing but blind, pitiless indifference." If the totality of the real is, in fact, nothing but an immense heap of matter hurtling through the void, it is not clear where absolute norms, imperative rules, or a hierarchy of sacred values come from. In the materialist paradigm, there is no higher authority that makes demands upon us. If God does not exist, then everyone is his or her own God, implying that we each choose our own values. From this viewpoint, all lifestyles are equally valid because there is no objective moral criterion by which we can judge or rank them. The only limit to our freedom of choice seems to be the autonomy of other individuals. Public morality is founded upon a utilitarian no-harm principle that flows from this materialist worldview and its indifference to moral absolutes. Each person is allowed to do as he pleases, provided that he does not harm anybody else. The interest of each individual has the same weight in the scale of general interest. Everybody to count for one, nobody for more than one, according to Jeremy Bentham's famous maxim. But what determines the absolute superiority of this minimalist view of human morality? What is it based on? The consequences of a rigorously pure materialist and utilitarian public morality have been made tragically manifest in so many of the past century's atheist regimes. Think of the communist leaders of Asia with their sacrificial generations. They justify their policies of doing extreme evil to others by the promise of achieving a better collective good in the future. But here a question arises. If materialism is true, then why do we feel moral prohibitions? If we are nothing but a mass of particles lost in the universe, why do we feel compelled to observe strict moral absolutes? Why, for example, do we feel we must treat fellow human beings with an almost sacred dignity? If you agree with the materialist vision, why do you refuse to press the button? Life is just a senseless game, so why not be a winner? If materialism is true, there is no absolute moral good or evil, but only the strong and the weak, the victors and the conquered, the lucky and the unlucky. At this point, you would certainly say that you feel an instinctive disgust, a prohibition, an immediate revulsion against committing the acts that we have proposed to you, and that there's nothing philosophical or debatable about this. This has to do with instinct. Very well, but what is the source of this instinct, and what is its nature? Darwinian evolution provides an explanation. Darwin provided an answer that is compatible with materialism. Viewed in the light of evolutionary biology, our moral sense, whether it is felt in a particular moment in time or takes the form of legal code such as the 10 Commandments or the Law of the 12 Tables, has been selected in the course of evolution because it contributes to the survival of our species. In early humans, the impulse to avoid harming fellow humans, to protect them from suffering, to take care of the weak, or to treat others with reciprocity led to social cohesion and increased the likelihood of survival for individuals and groups. Populations with these qualities were better at surviving, adapting, and reproducing, so they grew more numerous. Eventually, these instincts were so generalized that they became part of our basic genetic baggage. At a much later date, these universal instincts were finally intellectualized, formalized, and written down, and the same fundamental moral laws were expressed by nearly every major human civilization. Such, in summary, is the sociobiological theory of morality. Just like our teeth, eyebrows, and opposable thumbs, our moral sentiments have evolved over the long history of our species. Michael Ruse, a celebrated expert in Darwinian biology, explains this view. Morality, or more strictly our belief in morality, is merely an adaptation put in place to further our reproductive ends. Hence, the basis of ethics does not lie in God's will. In other words, we must firmly believe that our moral instincts reveal absolute norms, even though we know they are merely the random byproduct of our evolution as higher animals. They certainly do not reveal anything absolutely true, but are just historical records of the qualities that have proved the most useful for our group's survival. Darwinians insist that this illusion of objectivity is essential to the efficacy of biological morality. The Darwinian argues that morality simply does not work, from a biological perspective, unless we believe that it is objective. Darwinian theory shows that, in fact, morality is a function of subjective feelings, but it shows also that we have and must have the illusion of objectivity. In conclusion, in an important sense, ethics as we understand it is an illusion fobbed off on us by our genes to get us to cooperate. Is this explanation plausible? Do you accept it? Is it compatible with what you feel? Perhaps it is easy to deny the absolute character of moral values in the abstract, but would you really dare to affirm in all sincerity, as more than a flight of theoretical bravado, that torturing a baby for pleasure, as a cat does with a mouse in accordance with its nature, is not objectively evil? That the prohibition against it is only a contingent aspect of our evolution? Do you think that certain acts are forbidden, that some acts are absolutely bad, unthinkable in any situation, and do you refuse with all your might the idea that your internal sense of obligation could be just a Darwinian illusion? Then we have to ask why this is the case. The categorical refusal you feel when we ask you to press the button to earn $100 million does not come from a sense of prudence, a simple calculation of the chances of being caught, or the fear of going to prison. Nor are you just a prisoner of your genes, since someone in full knowledge of his genetic inclination and its origin still has the freedom to choose to follow it or not. What we have discovered in ourselves is an absolute prohibition. Naturally, we have to ask where it comes from. Since it seems we have exhausted our options for sources within the physical world, the only alternative is a source outside of it, of another order, as Pascal would have said. This source of another order is our soul, wherein we hear this voice. The voice is not our soul itself, since when the voice speaks to us of our moral obligations, it does not address us in subjective individual terms. Rather, it speaks of universal obligations, binding for all people. From the soul to God. If we follow this line of reasoning, then, in the final analysis, our soul bears the imprint of a design that surpasses us. Spiritual and absolute, its origin must be a cause that is itself spiritual and absolute, transcending the order of physical things. The unconditional imperatives that this spiritual cause has put into our soul are the sign of a finality that is itself unconditional. There is a purpose to life, not defined by Darwinian evolution or by society. Its only author is the spiritual cause that generated our soul. Thus we have our answer to the question, if certain acts are repugnant to you, if you recoil in horror from the idea of wounding an innocent soul, that is because the voice of God is speaking in your soul. And if we must live to man's fullest dignity, this is because God has given us the nature to participate in a design that is greater than ourselves. Final considerations. Before you stop to reflect, there are two final considerations to take into account. If the chapter Jesus, Who Could He Be, or the chapter on Fátima left us with several possible answers to the question of God, in this case there are only two possibilities. Either you believe that absolute good and evil exist, and so you are obliged to believe in God, or you refuse to believe in Him, and so, in order to be coherent, you have to accept Darwinian materialism and all that comes with it. Finally, if evil does not exist, then neither does good. Love, friendship, sharing, forgiveness, none of these things exist. All that really matters is our pleasure and our instincts. Taking an honest look inside. Without requiring much reflection, from the outset you decided not to engage in genocide, euthanize the elderly, or torture babies. You also refused $100 million in exchange for a simple act of murder from which you would get away scot-free. Having read this chapter, it is now your time to make your own way and probe the depths of your most inner self. When you hear the voice of conscience, do you believe in good and evil and so in God? Or do you believe in Darwinian materialism with all its consequences? It's your decision, your soul, your conscience. 23. Philosophical proofs strike back. Let's be honest. The philosophical proofs for the existence of God have never interested many people, apart from philosophers, of course. They are too lifeless, abstract, difficult. But it is, of course, impossible for a book whose purpose is to provide evidence for the existence of God to skip over them without comment. Know that if you persevere, you may very well find some benefit in this bitter draft. These philosophical truths have a sad history. Back when everyone believed in God, philosophers constructed a multitude of proofs for his existence, but they were not of much use. Now that fewer people believe in God, guess what? Philosophers say the proofs are no longer valid. We exaggerate. There are still philosophers who propose and defend these ideas. True, these philosophers are in the minority, but that does not mean they are mistaken. In fact, we will try to show you that these happy few are correct. To begin with, we will rapidly survey the history of philosophical proofs for the existence of God. It all began in Athens, Greece, under the Attic sun. In the 5th century before our era, Plato, 428 to 348 BC, disciple of Socrates, 470 to 399 BC, was the first philosopher to record a certain intuition that would go on to have a long afterlife. Beyond the multitude of minor divinities found in woods, mountains, and seas, there is a supreme divinity, a world soul superior to the tiny souls that still populated nature in the pagan imagination. But Plato didn't stop at an intuition. He made an argument. The fact that reason can use logic and mathematics to understand the order of the world led him to conclude that beyond all that is organized there must be a great organizer, the demiurge, the artisan in Greek. To craft the universe, this divine being drew upon an inexhaustible source of models that could be combined in an infinite number of ways, the ideas. Plato doesn't say much about the nature of this demiurge. His most famous student, Aristotle, went further. Aristotle constructed a much more complex argument, arriving at God through the idea of motion. In simplified form, his argument goes like this: everything moving is moved by something else, which is moved by something else, and so on. But we can't proceed forever from moved mover to moved mover. We have to stop somewhere. To put it another way, if something undergoes a change, there has to be something that changed it. But if the cause of this change is also something that changes, we have to find another cause, and so on. Now, according to Aristotle, there cannot be an infinite series of movers. The series must stop somewhere. Otherwise, there would be no movement at all. It is a bit like the cars on a train. If you ask why the train car is moving and someone tells you it is because the car in front of it pulls it, then you will pose the same question about the second car. If the person tells you that there are an infinite number of cars, you will say that this is impossible. There must be an engine. This is the essence of Aristotle's argument. But the series of motion in the natural world ends with a prime mover rather than a train engine. Further, it is not just any mover. The prime mover must be entirely immaterial. Why? Well, because material motors are never completely self-propelled. They always depend on an energy source outside themselves, a fact that pushes the series of causes and effects a step further back. The first term in the series of all movements in the universe, therefore, cannot be a material motor. It has to be absolutely immaterial, or in other words, spiritual, for what we mean by spirit is something both immaterial and active. That is why Aristotle considered this primary cause to be a thinking being. Aristotle's God is thus an entirely active being with no passivity, whose principal object is to think himself. Aristotle therefore calls him the thought that thinks itself. After Aristotle, the Greek city-states went into decline and soon fell under Roman rule. Philosophy lived on, but it was less interested in high metaphysics. It narrowed its focus to the question of individual happiness on this earth. This was the age of Stoicism, Epicureanism, and skepticism. The Stoics identified God with the energy that runs through all things. The Epicureans admitted that the gods might exist, but that it is best not to worry about them. The skeptics, well, as their name implies, they refrained from affirming anything at all. Under the Roman Empire, after the birth of Christ, philosophy took up metaphysics again. The context was now more favorable. Hebraic monotheism began to conquer the world in the form of Christianity, and Platonism saw a revival among the pagans who didn't want to be outdone by the Christians. And so the philosophers went back to work. In the Neoplatonist camp, Plotinus, 205–270, and Alexandrian, tried to prove the existence of a supreme principle totally distinct from the universe, which he called the One. Unlike the God of Aristotle, Plotinus' One is so pure that it does not even think. It is an infinitely transcendent spring from which flows everything that is. On the Christian side, the great North African bishop and convert St. Augustine, 354–430, produced an original proof that is worth focusing on briefly. Take 2 + 2 = 4, or A = A. You know that these two propositions are true, and not only when you think about them. They are truths that always have been and always will be true. They are eternal, necessary, unchangeable, and completely independent. Even if the whole universe disappeared, it would still be true that 2 + 2 = 4. So Augustine asks a simple question: where are the things that make these statements true? When you say, "The cat is in the room," the things that make the statement true are the cat, the room, and the fact that the first is actually located within the second. For 2 + 2 = 4, though, no material thing makes it true. But they are not merely ideas in my head either, because even if I didn't exist, the equation would still be true. They are thoughts. Fine, but whose thoughts? Thoughts don't exist on their own. They can't be human thoughts because 2 + 2 would still be 4 even if humans didn't exist. There is only one solution. There is a supreme, eternal, necessary thinker who holds all these eternal truths in himself. This is God. With this argument, St. Augustine brings Plato's eternal ideas into Aristotle's thought that thinks itself. After St. Augustine, the Roman Empire fell and philosophy found refuge in the monasteries of the West and the cities of the Middle East. In the early Middle Ages, the writings of ancient philosophers were recopied and conserved. Thanks to this work of transmission, philosophical creativity was able to flourish later on. The project of ancient philosophy was taken up again in earnest in the 10th century by Christians in the West and Muslims in the East. New arguments for God's existence proliferated in the West, most notably the ontological argument of Saint Anselm, 1033–1109, an Italian Benedictine who became Archbishop of Canterbury in 1093. Anselm tried to prove God's existence solely through his definition. The argument is so difficult that few understand it, and many logicians have considered it invalid, but it is worth noting that two of the best logicians the world has ever seen considered it to be valid: Leibniz, 1646–1716, and Gödel, 1906–1978. In the 13th century, the great theologian St. Thomas Aquinas, 1225–1274, proposed 5 ways to arrive at the existence of God, namely, the proof from motion, basically taken from Aristotle; the proof from efficient causes, which has the same structure as the former, except that the subject is existence rather than motion. Everything that exists receives its existence from something else. However, this chain cannot go on to infinity. We must eventually arrive at uncaused existence. The proof from contingency, which asserts that contingent beings, beings that do not exist by necessity, must receive their existence from a non-contingent being, one that exists by necessity. The proof from degrees of perfection, which argues that the existence of imperfect things presumes the existence of an absolute perfection. the proof by final causes, which claims that the existence of beings oriented toward a determinate end cannot be explained by chance. Other medieval philosophers did little more than perfect and develop the proofs of St. Anselm and St. Thomas. One man managed to combine the two, John Duns Scotus, 1266 to 1308, a Scotsman who was called the subtle doctor because of the refinement and complexity of his thought. On the Muslim side, we must mention the two great thinkers, Avicenna, 980 to 1037, and Al-Ghazali, 1058 to 1111. Avicenna made very powerful arguments that pointed toward those of Duns Scotus. Though less accomplished in pure abstraction, Al-Ghazali knew how to appeal to popular audiences and deployed a totally original argument based on the fact that the universe had to have a beginning and therefore a first cause outside of time. We'll return to this later. The Middle Ages go out with a whimper. Unfortunately, the philosophy of scholastic theologians became so convoluted that no one understood it anymore. People hungered for something new. The Renaissance and early modern era. In the Renaissance, people were primarily interested in man, not in finding proofs for God's existence. In the early modern period, however, interest in God revived, and there was a great efflorescence of arguments. Descartes, Malebranche, Leibniz, and Newton's collaborator Samuel Clarke were all great minds who produced a plethora of new proofs. We say new, but they were really modernized versions of ancient arguments adapted to suit the tastes of the age. Proofs became so numerous and well-developed that people began to classify them. There were teleological arguments deriving from Platonic philosophy, proofs based on the ideas inspired by St. Augustine, cosmological arguments based on the existence of the world following Aristotle and St. Thomas, and purely a priori arguments like Anselm's. All the arguments were carefully arranged in philosophical manuals. Soon catastrophe struck. This scrupulously built edifice buckled and collapsed. There were three reasons for this. First, the experimental sciences born in the 17th century were so successful that many philosophers began to think, rightly or wrongly, that science was the only credible source of knowledge. Metaphysics was called seriously into doubt, along with its pretensions to demonstrate the existence of immaterial realities beyond the physical world. Two great skeptics left their mark on history, Scotsman David Hume, 1711 to 1776, and Prussian Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804. The latter published the most formidable weapon ever deployed against proofs for God's existence, the Critique of Pure Reason, 1781, in which he purports to demonstrate that when it comes to metaphysical questions about God, the origins of the world, the infinity of time, etc., reason is able to validly conclude two contradictory answers to the same question. The message was clear. Proofs pertaining to the existence of God have no value. Let's not be hasty. Kant was no atheist. He only claimed that it is as impossible to demonstrate God's existence as it is to demonstrate his non-existence. That being the case, Kant believed in God not as the result of a theoretical proof, but because he heard within himself the voice of duty. The existence of this voice within us presupposes, for Kant, the existence of a superhuman legislator. But he does not positively affirm this. It is only a subjective conviction. More radical philosophers. Second, some, carried away by their enthusiasm for the experimental sciences, ended up believing that nothing exists beyond matter moving in the void. Diderot, D'Alembert, Lamettrie, and D'Holbach are the main representatives of this tendency. Here we can speak of true blue atheism, explicit claims for the non-existence of God as a certain conclusion. This attitude has never received good press among philosophers, but this was the heyday of the French Enlightenment. In Germany and England, philosophers were more moderate. The third knockdown blow against the philosophical claim for the existence of God was dealt by the masters of suspicion, Nietzsche, Marx, and Freud, at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th centuries. Their approach was not to criticize the proofs themselves, but to entirely discredit the enterprise of formulating such arguments, because all metaphysical investigation either betrays resentment towards the world, Nietzsche, the wish to flee an unjust society, Marx, or the neurotic search for a father figure, Freud. These philosophers bring no technical objection against the arguments of previous philosophers, but they have convinced many people that one has to be morally sick, socially alienated, or neurotically obsessed to be interested in the question. As a result, they have dissuaded many from looking for answers. After such an onslaught, it might seem that there is nothing left of the proofs for God's existence. For a time, perhaps 2 centuries, this was true. But theists had not had their last word. Starting in the 1960s in the United States and spreading across the entire Anglophone world before gradually re-entering continental Europe, metaphysics made a comeback. Why? Very simply, because the atheist objections of the 18th and 19th centuries were not decisive. First of all, the war machine Kant brought against metaphysics had lost much of its force and prestige. Excellent philosophers had shown that a number of his arguments simply did not work. In particular, they demonstrated the total falsity of the idea that when it comes to grand metaphysical questions, reason can demonstrate everything and its contrary. Furthermore, science after Kant has shown, thanks to Einstein, that it is perfectly possible to reason about the universe in its totality and, even more fatally for the Kantian system, that the universe very probably had a beginning. These new findings totally contradict Kant's claims that such questions have no definitive answers. Materialism and scientism, which hold that nothing exists besides atoms floating in an eternal void, are now totally discredited and viewed as outdated 19th century ideologies. It is not true that everything that exists can be explained as electrochemical interactions between elementary particles. The human conscience, for example, is irreducible to this kind of reality. It is of another nature. Its nature and action are based on properties beyond the reach of mathematical physical science. Finally, the masters of suspicion may over time have discouraged many people from being interested in God, but they have not actually disproved anything at all. The fact that some people have weak reasons for believing in God, life denial, the desire to flee the world, the search for consolation in the face of an unjust society, nostalgia for an absent father, does not mean that God does not exist. The bad reasons denounced by the masters of suspicion do not negate any of the good reasons there may be for belief in God. In short, the psychological, moral, or sociological critiques of religion do not, in reality, have anything to do with the question of whether or not God exists. By the 1960s, all these objections to the existence of God had been carefully sifted, weighed, and ultimately found unconvincing. There was nothing left but to go back to the drawing board. That is what happened in Great Britain and the United States, where a silent revolution began in the philosophy departments of the 1960s and 70s. Numerous university philosophers returned to metaphysics. Not all of them intended to prove the existence of God, of course, but all at least admitted that the question deserved to be asked. Never before have so many and such good books been written about proofs for God's existence than in our time. To list a few contemporary names: Peter Forrest, Alvin Plantinga, Richard Swinburne, William Craig, Alexander Pruss, Robert Koons, Edward Fesser, Joshua Rasmussen, Robin Collins, David Oderberg, Emanuel Rutten. Beyond this list, we must evoke the name of the one figure who alone symbolizes the kind of reversal that has occurred in the Anglo-Saxon philosophical environment: Anthony Flew, 1923 to 2010. During his entire university career, this philosopher was atheism's most energetic proponent on the British and American philosophical scene. But in 2004, he admitted publicly that he had finally changed his mind. After many reservations, he acknowledged the validity of arguments he had resisted his whole life. The clinching factor was, according to his own testimony, the revelation by physicists in the 1970s of the fine-tuning of the universe. See Chapter 9 of this book. The discovery led him to re-examine the philosophical arguments and experience a genuine reversal of his previous convictions. He declared, "Science spotlights 3 dimensions of nature that point to God. The first is the fact that nature obeys laws. The second is the dimension of life, of intelligently organized and purpose-driven beings which arose from matter. The third is the very existence of nature. But it is not science alone that guided me. I have also been helped by a renewed study of the classical philosophical arguments." This progressive revolution among philosophers has not quite trickled down to the general public, probably because philosophy is a difficult discipline inaccessible to many, but also and perhaps especially because contemporary Western society has been completely secularized. The idea that the existence of God could be proved would undermine the agnostic basis of the modern social order. Some are well aware of this danger, hence there has been a new resurgence of virulent atheism flowing especially from the pens of non-philosophers like Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens. But this history of philosophical proofs has been quite long enough. Now it is time to delve into the arguments themselves. We have chosen to focus on 3 of them. 1. The Supreme Intelligence. The fact that the universe is intelligible has amazed thinkers from Plato to Einstein. Mathematics offers a stunning description of the physical universe. It seems almost woven out of numbers. Math is not only good for expressing the laws of mechanics or chemistry, pure mathematical theories elaborated without any connection to physical science and according to purely formal requirements turn out, decades later, to provide the precise tools needed for describing the world. Complex numbers, Hilbert spaces, group theory, all these mathematical abstractions were discovered without any relation to physical reality, and yet they ended up offering scientists tools perfectly adapted to the formalization of quantum physics and relativity. Let's put it another way. As long as we stick to elementary arithmetic, we can view mathematics as a pure abstraction that represents physical reality. Then it is unsurprising when the real world corresponds with mathematical formulae. They are derived from it. But when it comes to complex mathematical structures, elaborated without any link to concrete manipulations of everyday life like census-taking or land surveying, the empiricist theory no longer works and we are faced with a true enigma. The seemingly miraculous correspondence between this higher math and reality almost seems like a happy coincidence. Eugene Wigner, Nobel laureate in physics, speaks in a famous article of the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics. Whatever philosophy of mathematics we adopt, we still find ourselves at an impasse. If we follow the realist school and think that math refers to real objects, immaterial and eternal entities, then it is not clear why physical reality, which is material and changing, should conform to mathematical laws, since immaterial and eternal things have no effective causality. They do not act in the world. They exist apart, and that's the end of the story. Now, if we side with the conventionalist school and think that mathematics is merely a language invented by man, a coherent convention that does not, however, describe anything in the real world, we are no better off, because this view does not clear up, and perhaps muddies the waters further, how the real world agrees with mathematics. In both cases, the correspondence between the free speculation of mathematicians and the physical reality of the world remains inexplicable apart from a coincidence bordering on the miraculous. This seeming impasse actually points toward its solution. Mathematical formulae preceded the formation of the world, or, in other words, the world was conceived by an intelligent being. The French mathematician René Thom reached the same conclusion. We find math at work not only in the inflexible and mysterious action of physical laws, but also in a more hidden but likewise undeniable manner in the infinite succession of forms in the inanimate world, in the emergence and destruction of their symmetries. That is why Plato's theory, that the universe is being informed by eternal static ideas, is a very natural and philosophically simple explanation. We should also hear the testimony of Australo-British physicist Paul Davies. The temptation to believe that the universe is the product of some sort of design, a manifestation of subtle aesthetic and mathematical judgment, is overwhelming. The belief that there is something behind it all is one that I personally share with, I suspect, a majority of physicists. The argument goes as follows. 1. If the world was not conceived by an intelligent being, then the applicability of mathematics is a pure coincidence. 2. But it is very unlikely that the applicability of mathematics is a coincidence. 3. Therefore, it is likely that the world was conceived by an intelligent being. The truth of the first proposition is demonstrated by the explanatory impasse we have described. Neither empiricism nor realism nor conventionalism work. The second proposition is a simple observation of common sense. The conclusion follows logically. The resolution of this impasse also allows us to clear up a disagreement between the various theories of mathematics. Realists often ask themselves where and how mathematical entities exist. Now it seems absurd to suppose that ideas exist in themselves, or that they float in some intellectual realm in the sky without a thinker to think them. An idea without a thinker is like a song without a singer. But if an intelligent being created the world, the solution is at hand. Mathematical ideas exist in a divine intellect that thinks them. Furthermore, if the world was created according to these mathematical ideas, it is obvious that the conventionalist thesis is doomed. The mathematical ideas conceived by men are neither arbitrary conventions nor simple tools, because they exist in the divine understanding. Thus, it is the realists who are right. We conclude with a small clarification. One might object that the intelligence we have been led to postulate need not be God in the full sense of the word. It could be a sort of demiurge or divine craftsman who organized pre-existing matter, much as Plato envisions in his Timaeus. But this is not the case for the following reason. There is no such thing as matter that is absolutely unorganized, absolutely chaotic. Everything, even the smallest of the elementary particles, can be described by mathematics. Thus there is nothing that can exist outside the action of the Supreme Intelligence. There is no remainder. The only thing absolutely lacking in form is not a thing, but nothing. Consequently, everything that exists comes forth from this formative and creative intelligent being. This being is not only an artist, but also a creator. Let's move on to the next argument. 2. The one necessary being. This argument starts from a simple but dizzying question. Why is there something rather than nothing? As maddening as this question might seem at first, it is perfectly legitimate. From the standpoint of pure logic, there is a solid principle which, since Leibniz, has been called the principle of sufficient reason. This principle, which is the starting-off point for every investigation, can be expressed as follows. Everything that exists has an explanation for its being, either in itself or in something else. You will observe that if this principle were false, we would live in a chaotic and unpredictable world in which all sorts of things could arise at any moment without any explanation. But by all accounts, this is not the case. Our experience of an ordered world is a solid basis for applying this principle without hesitation and, in our case, asking why the universe exists. At this point in our reflection, seeing that science has been able to offer such excellent explanations of phenomena, we might be tempted to entrust it with the resolution of this last question. Our thought process would go like this. Take the universe at any given moment. According to the laws of nature, the existence of the universe at this moment is explained by the moment immediately prior. The moment that has just passed, for its part, can be explained by a previous state, and so on to infinity. The universe, at any point in its existence, can be defined as the sum total of these states, with each one explained by the state immediately previous to it. In this way, everything is explained without any need to refer to an exterior cause. Our grand metaphysical question is at once deflated and resolved. But this explanation doesn't hold. By tracing the series of causes back to infinity, we do not explain the existence of the universe, only its transformations. We can certainly explain why, given the fact that the universe exists, we find it in this or that state at any given point in history. But the more fundamental question, the reason for the existence of the whole series of moments, still remains to be answered. Physics is not equipped to answer this question because physics deals with things within the universe. It necessarily accepts the existence of the universe as a given and proceeds from there. A scientific explanation for the existence of the universe would have to refer to a state preceding the universe, in other words, to presuppose its existence. In doing so, it can only postpone the question one more step, not resolve it. So we have to face the facts. Even if the universe has existed for eternity, and even if it had no beginning, the long series of linked causes and effects needs an explanation. The reasoning goes like this. 1. Everything that exists has its reason for existing either in itself, necessary being, or in something else, contingent being. 2. but the totality of contingent things cannot have its reason within itself. 3. Therefore, the totality of contingent things has a cause in something else. 4. But this other thing must be a necessary being. 5. Therefore, the totality of contingent things has its reason for existence in a necessary being. 6. But the universe is part of the totality of contingent things. 7. Therefore, the universe has its cause in a necessary being. 8. But a necessary being lacks all the qualities proper to contingent beings: spatiotemporality, quantitative limitation, composition. 9. Therefore, the totality of contingent things of which the universe is a part has its cause in a non-spatial, atemporal, and simple being. We will call this being God. Proposition number 1 is the principle of sufficient reason. It defines the difference between necessary being, which has its cause in itself, and contingent beings, which have their cause outside themselves. How do we draw the distinction between these two types of beings? We start by asking whether we can coherently conceive of a given thing being different than it is, if we found it in another world instead of here, for example. If this is impossible to imagine, then the thing is a necessary being, something that has in itself the reason for being. If it is possible for it to have been different, then it is a contingent being, whose reason for existence lies outside itself in what we call a cause. Let's take a look at an example. It is impossible to imagine the equation 1 + 1 = 2 being false even on some other planet. So it seems that the immaterial reality described by this proposition is absolutely necessary in itself. The same holds for the laws of logic. These and other realities accessible to us exist out of absolute necessity. On the other hand, if you take the phrase, "I was born on May 7th," or "the Eiffel Tower is 1,063 feet tall," or "an electron has a mass of 9.109 times 10 to the minus 31st kilograms," it is obvious that we are dealing with contingent truths. It is very easy to imagine that these things could be different than they are. These phrases describe facts, of course, but there is nothing that logically prevents them from having been different. I might have been born on the 8th, and the Eiffel Tower could be 4 feet shorter, and the electron could have a different mass, in some other universe anyway. These values are what they are because of a cause outside themselves, even if we aren't sure what that cause is. Propositions numbers 2 to 5 are logical consequences flowing from the first premise. If we were to take all the contingent beings, namely all those things that have an explanation outside themselves, and put them into an imaginary bag, then we would have a large contingent being whose explanation would be outside itself. Since the bag contains all contingent beings, it cannot be explained by means of another contingent being. Therefore, its explanation must be found in a necessary being. This is consistent with what we said earlier about the pseudo-explanation of the universe. An infinite series of contingent beings cannot explain itself because it is itself contingent. Therefore, we have to look for an external cause. Proposition number 6 affirms that the universe belongs to the category of contingent beings. At this point, someone might object that even if composite entities are in fact contingent and require causes, the matter out of which such beings are composed does not need any cause or explanation outside itself. They will say that matter-energy is the necessary being we are seeking. In this view, matter belongs to the same category as mathematical and logical entities. It is, as Spinoza put it, that eternal and infinite being we call God or nature. No need to look for anything else. We have our necessary cause. But this cannot be. Matter does not contain its own explanation. Rather, it is marked by all the signs of contingency. Even the scientists have recognized this. The fundamental characteristics of matter show no trace of necessity. It is perfectly possible to conceive of it being different without any contradiction. Here is what Steven Weinberg wrote on the subject. I have to admit that, even when physicists will have gone as far as they can go when we have a final theory, we will not have a completely satisfying picture of the world, because we will still be left with the question, why? Why this theory rather than some other theory? For example, why is the world described by quantum mechanics? Quantum mechanics is the one part of our present physics that is likely to survive intact in any future theory, But there is nothing logically inevitable about quantum mechanics. I can imagine a universe governed by Newtonian mechanics instead. So there seems to be an irreducible mystery that science will not eliminate. In other words, we must consider all the matter in the universe a contingent being. For it to be otherwise, the theorems used to describe it would have to be as blindingly obvious as the propositions of logic and mathematics. But that is manifestly not the case. The fact that an electron has a mass of 9.109 times 10 to the minus 31st kilograms has all the signs of an arbitrary proposition with an almost cruel lack of explanation, as opposed to the equation 1 plus 1 equals 2, which requires no further explanation as it holds the explanation in itself. Proposition number 7 follows from the previous one. If the universe's matter is contingent, then it must have its explanation in a necessary being. Some have sought to resist this conclusion by saying that the principle of sufficient reason applies to what is inside the universe, but doesn't have to apply to the universe as a whole, which needs no explanation. Now we are no longer in Spinoza's camp, but that of Sartre. The universe is contingent, but it is absurd. That is, it has no explanation at all. The weakness of this proposition is that it relies on the existence of an exception to the principle of reason. But how is this justified? The burden of proof falls on those who make exceptions. They have a simple answer. There can be no explanation of the universe as a whole because there is nothing outside of it. How do they know there is nothing outside of the physical world? That is begging the question. Common sense demands that we hold these two solid truths. The universe is contingent, and the principle of sufficient reason is valid. The conclusion follows easily. If the universe exists, then it has a causal explanation outside itself. Proposition number 8 draws our attention to the particular characteristics of the first cause. Because this first cause explains the totality of physical beings, it cannot itself be physical. In other words, it is immaterial. Notice that if the necessary cause had spatio-temporal properties, then all the questions that apply to matter would apply to it as well. Why does it have this particular set of dimensions rather than another, etc.? In other words, it would be contingent. This first cause has to be free of everything that makes contingent beings demand an external explanation. It has to lack extension and quantitative determination of any sort, depend on nothing, have no parts, and be infinite, because for any given magnitude we could ask why it is this size rather than any other. To put it positively, it has no cause, it is absolutely simple and immaterial. It is not this or that thing, but absolute being without any limit. In fact, if we were able somehow to intuit this being's essence directly, we would immediately recognize that, like a logical truth, it is absolutely obvious. We would have no questions. Nothing about it would require explanation. This is the difference between what is contingent and what is necessary. Why should we call such a being God? 2 reasons. First of all, the first cause is immaterial. There are 2 types of immaterial being, abstractions and spirits. However, the first cause cannot be an abstraction, like a number or a mathematical function, for the good and simple reason that abstractions do not have any causal power. It is not the number 11 that wins the match, it is the 11 players on the team. Since the first cause, as its name suggests, enjoys a special causal power, it has to be something analogous to a spirit. Note that this point is consistent with the conclusion of our first argument. Second, the necessary being is unique. Indeed, imagine for a moment that there were 2 necessary beings. Being immaterial, they could not be distinguished in a spatio-temporal way. They could only be distinguished in their definition. But the special property of this necessary being is that it is existence itself without definition, without limit, without any particular determination, without a shape that requires an outside explanation. In other words, it is being in its fullness. But there is only one way to be pure being. Therefore, 2 necessary beings would be completely indistinguishable from one another and would be the same being. Therefore, the necessary cause is a unique, all-powerful spirit. We could not paint a more accurate portrait of the figure commonly called God. Now on to the third argument. 3. The creator of time. In the previous argument, we said that the universe, even if it were eternal, would require an outside explanation to account for its origin. In the final analysis, God might very well have created an eternal world that depends eternally on Him. But are we so sure that it is conceptually possible to imagine a universe existing for all eternity? All the same, this question deserves to be considered. This is the goal of the third argument. Upon reflection, we find that the universe cannot be eternal for the simple reason that there cannot be an infinite past. Consider, if the past really were infinite, then the present would never come. The universe would continually be passing through the infinite series of states that precede the present. Just as there is no way to reach infinity by adding numbers to zero, neither can you reach zero if you start from negative infinity. How can you get to a place that is impossible to reach? Even worse, it is impossible to start from less than infinity because this operation doesn't even have a starting value. To start at infinity, said philosopher J.P. Moreland, is like trying to jump out of a bottomless pit. This operation can be expressed by the equation negative infinity plus 1 equals negative infinity. No matter how many times we add 1, we never make any progress. Therefore, given that the universe does exist in the present, we have to conclude that the past is finite. There must, of necessity, have been a radical beginning. Notice that this argument is not based on astrophysics, the Big Bang theory, or anything of that sort. It is purely philosophical, essentially consisting in a demonstration that the existence of an infinite past is a logical and metaphysical impossibility. Besides the impossibility of crossing an infinite span of time, we can also show that an infinite past presupposes a chain of causes with no origin, which leads to insoluble contradictions. A brief thought experiment will suffice to make this clear. Let's imagine a universe composed of two particles that have existed forever. We'll call them alpha and beta. Alpha vibrates once every second, and each one of its vibrations has the capacity to switch particle beta from a negative to a positive state, definitively. Now, if we observe particle beta at any time t, logically we should find that it is in a positive state, since no matter what time t we choose, there have already been an infinite number of periodic vibrations from alpha. The question is, which vibration precisely is responsible for the positive charge of beta? The vibration that took place at t-1? That can't be, since before the vibration at t-1 there was a vibration at t-2, and indeed this holds true for any t-n. No matter how far back we look, we still have to go a step farther. So we are faced with a contradiction. Beta must be in its positive state because of alpha's vibrations, but no identifiable one of alpha's vibrations can have caused beta's positive state. This is absurd. But the absurdity of this situation is caused only by our assumption of an infinite chain of causes. Therefore, we can conclude that such a chain is impossible. No phenomenon, no event is explicable in terms of an infinite causal history. So our intermediate conclusion seems solid enough. Time must have had a beginning. Even this simple fact has dizzying consequences. We are not talking about the beginning of something inside time, but rather the beginning of time itself. In other words, it is a radical beginning. Let's be clear. Just as it is absurd to ask if there is anything north of the North Pole, it is absurd to ask what there was before time. There was no before. For time to have a beginning means that all conceivable physical, spatio-temporal reality had to have a radical beginning, and this includes as many multiverses as you like. This origin is not preceded by any time nor, therefore, by any spatio-temporal reality. Are we saying that there is no explanation for how all this came to be? Not at all. The principle of causality applies. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. To deny this is to posit a magical world and uphold the idea that something can come from nothing. Therefore, the universe has a cause. This cause is far from ordinary. It is beyond time, because it is the cause of time. It is beyond space, because everything that has extension moves and everything that moves is within time. It is all-powerful, because it produced the whole physical world ex nihilo. Finally, this cause did not act before the first instant of the universe, but at the first instant of the universe, and it still exists because it is atemporal. Putting all the pieces together, the argument goes like this. 1. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. 2. The totality of spatio-temporal reality began to exist at one point in time. 3. Therefore, the totality of spatio-temporal reality has a cause. 4. If the totality of spatio-temporal reality has a cause, this cause is atemporal, non-spatial, uncaused, and all-powerful. 5. Therefore, the totality of spatio-temporal reality was caused by a non-spatial, atemporal, uncaused, and all-powerful being. The first proposition is self-evident. The second is based on the impossibility of traversing a real infinity. The third follows logically from the first two. The fourth describes the properties necessary for the cause in question. The cause of time cannot be preceded by anything, nor can it itself be within time. The conclusion necessarily follows. Let's take stock. Since the word God carries so much emotional baggage, it is natural that philosophers will continue to disagree and perhaps never come to a unanimous agreement regarding these three arguments. That said, a significant number of contemporary philosophers do support the arguments we have just explained. Among others, we might cite David Oderberg, Joshua Rasmussen, Robert Koons, and Alexander Pruss. Moreover, these arguments have convinced even highly intellectual, serious atheists. Among these is Edward Fesser, a contemporary American philosopher whose story deserves our attention. I don't know exactly when everything clicked. There was no single event, but a gradual transformation. As I taught and thought about the arguments for God's existence, and in particular the cosmological argument, I went from thinking, these arguments are no good, to thinking, these arguments are a little better than they are given credit for, and then to, these arguments are actually kind of interesting. Eventually it hit me. Oh my goodness, these arguments are right after all. By the summer of 2001, I would find myself trying to argue my wife's skeptical physicist brother-in-law into philosophical theism on the train the four of us were taking through Eastern Europe. If the three arguments we have presented are valid, and we believe they are, then one is perfectly justified in concluding that the universe, as well as any contingent reality known or unknown to us, was caused by a necessary, simple, unique, immaterial, atemporal, uncaused, all-powerful, and intelligent being. It doesn't seem too much of a stretch to call that being God. 24. Materialist arguments against the existence of God. There are many arguments against the existence of God, and some pose legitimate questions. Any reader who is so inclined can find them easily on the internet and see that countless books and articles defend the atheist worldview. Here we will examine 20 claims that represent the typical arguments put forth on this subject. We will try to classify these arguments by type and present them as they are commonly formulated and reproduced in their rough-and-ready form. 1. Skeptical arguments. 1. There is no proof for the existence of God, otherwise we would know it already. The idea that there is no proof of God's existence is widespread and often taken for granted. The reasoning follows, if there is no proof of God's existence, it is just because He does not exist. We hope that reading this book has convinced you otherwise. While the proofs presented here are not absolute proofs and are more accurately described as merely relative proofs, there are many of them. They are compelling, and they come from many different fields of knowledge. 2. The burden of proof is on the person who makes the claim. When someone asserts that there is no proof for the existence of God, they often add the following remark. At any rate, the burden of proof is on the person who makes the claim, not on the person who is asked to believe it. In other words, the person who affirms God's existence has to prove his case, and the one who denies it is free to disbelieve in the meantime. The person who affirms God's existence has to prove his case, and that is precisely what this book aims to do. But, however compelling the evidence may be, to simply believe in nothing while waiting for proof is not a great mark of wisdom. Believing in nothing is itself a belief and an active choice. 3. The existence of God is impossible to prove one way or the other, so it is better not even to talk about it. This argument is similar to the first but more ambitious. If the first argument appeals to ignorance, this second one makes a positive claim about the nature and limit of our knowledge. The argument was first articulated by Immanuel Kant in 1781, long before the scientific discoveries of the 20th century. Kant did not intend to deny the existence of God. Rather, he argued that it was categorically impossible to give an irrefutable answer to the question. His view still enjoys widespread support among intellectuals. Whatever its value in its own time, the Kantian view is now outdated. The major scientific discoveries of the late 20th century demonstrate that science and metaphysics can come together. The beginning and end of the universe, as well as the fine-tuning that regulates it, now attest to the fact that science can offer serious arguments in support of the necessity of God's existence. 4. We don't need God to explain the origin or functioning of the universe, so we can leave him out of the equation. The previous argument claimed that the existence of God is impossible to demonstrate. This one asserts that his existence is unnecessary. According to this argument, the affirmation of this non-necessity, which seems liable to result in the deterministic views developed in the 19th century, allows one to conclude the following. If the universe does not need God to exist and function, the simplest conclusion, which is generally the best, is to think that he does not exist. This was the position of French mathematician Laplace, presented in his famous quip to Napoleon. The argument is based on weak premises, for we can easily imagine that God created a universe that is comprehensible to man and that functions like a sophisticated and well-designed watch running on its own without any intervention on his part. The assumption that no creator is needed to explain the functioning of the universe is itself no proof against a creator's existence. But this argument has been completely disproved by the great discoveries of recent times. Since the argument rests on false assumptions, it does not establish the conclusion that God does not exist. 5. The insignificance of mankind and the earth proves that man has no special destiny. Therefore, he cannot originate from a God. This notion stems from the idea that man and the earth are insignificant in the context of a broader universe. Yet this insignificance is at odds with the fact that man pretends to be the masterpiece of creation. From this perspective, man cannot be seen as the beneficiary of an immortal destiny granted by an all-powerful God. Those who defend this argument point out that the earth is not at the center of the universe, that it is only a small planet rotating around the sun and not the reverse, that our solar system itself is insignificant, nothing but a speck of dust in a galaxy, itself lost in the midst of billions of other galaxies somewhere deep in the universe. Most of all, they highlight that man is only the descendant of primates and that his appearance stems only from completely fortuitous physiochemical processes. For all of these reasons, the insignificance of man and the earth seems to them indisputable and therefore incompatible with any claim of a divine origin. Therefore, the belief in a divine author who developed a privileged destiny for man is only a reflection of man's desire for immortality. This desire stems purely from man's vanity and naivete. This argument may have had some merit a century ago, but it no longer does today. Indeed, we now know that its foundational premises are false. The Earth is not a little planet lost in the depths of the universe. The universe is like the surface of a sphere in that it has neither a center nor a remote corner. As for the size of our planet, it just happens that it is exactly the size that it should be. In other words, its size is perfect. Finally, the appearance of life and humanity is absolutely not a fortuitous physiochemical phenomenon, as the chapter on biology has amply demonstrated. 6. Polls show that today few scientists are believers, in any case far fewer than in the general population. This proves that science leads to the belief that God does not exist, and this is logical because God doesn't exist. This important question was addressed in detail in Chapter 14, and we saw that the claim that science necessarily leads to materialism is not justified. 2. Philosophical arguments. 7. Can God create a rock so heavy he can't lift it? This question seems to have only two possible responses. Either he cannot create it, in which case he is not omnipotent, or he can create it but cannot lift it, in which case again he is not omnipotent. In both cases, he is not omnipotent. But God has to be omnipotent, therefore he does not exist. This flawed logic starts from an erroneous premise. Though God is, in fact, all-powerful, he cannot make things that are illogical or contradictory. Since he is reason itself, he cannot do one thing and also its opposite. He cannot make one thing true and false simultaneously, any more than he can make 2 + 2 = 5. Thus God cannot create a rock heavier than he can lift with no injury to his omnipotence. 8. Can God commit suicide? If God can commit suicide, then he is not eternal. If he cannot, he is not all-powerful. Either case proves that he is not God and, therefore, that he does not exist. This reasoning is based on the same error as the previous one. While these two arguments are of course simplistic, we must name and refute both of them. The reader should be aware that there are many other similar claims that we cannot mention here. Bear in mind that Thomas Aquinas himself addressed and refuted the first of these arguments. 9. A perfect God could not have created an imperfect world. Since the world is obviously imperfect, God does not exist. The mistake in this argument is thinking that God can only create perfect things. First of all, if that were true, then he wouldn't be all-powerful. God can create imperfect things in order to lead them over time to a state of perfection. In this view, man, who is not a thing but a being, is not born complete. He can study, educate himself, grow, achieve things, and in so doing determine what he will be later on in eternity through what he freely decides to do with his life on earth. Man is partially the author of his own destiny, worth, and future glory, in the theological sense of the term. In sum, he is to an extent his own maker, his own creator. Only machines, which are tools, are expected to be perfect and complete at the moment of their creation. Man, by contrast, is a free being, and this means that he has the privilege of evolving and perfecting himself over time. If, instead, the world had been created in a state of perfection from the beginning and never deviated from that state, then neither human freedom nor human merit would exist. A perfect universe is either deterministic or has already reached its end, but ours is neither for the moment. Thus we and our world are imperfect for two fundamental reasons. 1, so that we can develop over time. 2, so that this development can take place as a result of our free action. In the Judeo-Christian view, the temporary imperfection of the world, or in other words, its incompleteness, is not at all a testament to God's non-existence. Quite the contrary, it reveals his ability to create free and evolving beings. 10. If God is omniscient and knows the future, man is not free. If, on the other hand, God does not know everything, he is not all-powerful and therefore does not exist. God's powers, such as we are able to imagine them, far surpass human understanding, for, if God exists, he is not superior to humans by only a few degrees. He is completely different from us. He is transcendent. We are only capable of having general ideas and very vague representations of God. It is the same for everything that has to do with God's infinity, his eternity, his omnipotence, and his omniscience. From this perspective, the apparent contradiction between God's omniscience and human freedom should be interpreted as stemming from God's transcendence rather than from his inexistence. 11. God is incompatible with chance. If God is perfect and omnipotent, then chance should not exist, but chance does exist, so God does not. God's omnipotence does not mean that he has to micromanage every detail and instant of the life of the universe. His omnipotence only implies that he may do so if he wishes. If God managed everything down to the tiniest detail, chance would not exist, and the history of the world would be entirely determined in advance. God would then be the designer of a great machine or algorithm, and man would be a perfect but entirely slavish automaton. But since God wants his creation to be free, What happens in the world cannot be fixed in advance, and chance must exist. The 20th century discovery of the quantum nature of our world, which shows that it is indeterminate and radically subject to chance, is metaphysically essential. It provides indirect confirmation of the thesis that God exists while undermining the determinist positions held by atheist scientists of the 19th century. Hence, the existence of chance is actually a proof for God's existence, whereas the lack of chance would be a sign of his non-existence. Thanks to his desire for chance, God limits both the exercise and visibility of his omnipotence. Anthony Suarez, a Swiss physicist and specialist in quantum mechanics, has said, "Chance and guidance have the same origin and the same cause. Might chance have been one of the most important things that God created in the beginning?" The same author also states, "You cannot have both freedom and scientific determinism. Either freedom is an illusion, or we cannot consider classical physics complete." Again, in quantum physics, the laws of freedom can be surreptitiously inserted into natural causality. 12. If God is perfect, then he is self-sufficient, and there was no need for him to create the world. But the world exists, so God does not exist. The first three elements of the argument are entirely correct. God is perfect and self-sufficient, so he had no need to create the world. The error in this reasoning appears when we jump from the assertion that God had no need, which is true enough, to the claim that, therefore, he definitely did not. The latter claim is false because God is perfectly free to make things he has no need of. Incidentally, so is man. Indeed, God did not need to create us, since he is perfectly happy and self-sufficient in himself. According to the Judeo-Christian conception, from his overflowing goodness he desired that others partake in his happiness. It is a characteristic of love to spread and give itself freely, without any necessity and without expecting any reward in return. Thus man and the world exist as a result of God's gratuitous love. 13. The universe is self-sufficient, it does not need a cause. One of the main philosophical proofs for God's existence is that there is no effect without a cause. As the universe is an effect, it must have a cause, and because one cannot go back indefinitely in the chain of causes, there must have been a necessary being, a first cause of all that exists, what we call God. This reasoning would be false if the universe were self-sufficient. In that case, it would not be an effect. It would be autonomous and eternal, like a long chain closed on itself, in which the links are all interconnected. If the universe were not an effect, there would be no reason for its cause to exist. Therefore, God would not be necessary at all. If he were not necessary, then we can suppose he would not exist. This argument does not claim to be a direct proof against God's existence, but rather a refutation of a proof for his existence. However, it makes an unwarranted jump to the conclusion of God's non-existence. If the great scientific discoveries of the 20th century have shown anything, it is that the universe is not a great whole that is eternal, self-sufficient, and closed in upon itself. The late 20th century discovery of the universe's eventual thermal death and the demonstration that there will never be a big crunch have shown that the universal, eternal, and self-sufficient great whole is a false conception of the universe. Thus, the philosophical argument that claims that the universe is not an effect because it is a great whole has lost all value today. 3. Moral arguments. 14. A benevolent God would not tolerate the evil and suffering we see in the world, much less create it. But suffering and evil exist in the world, so God does not exist. Understandably, this is the philosophical argument that most strongly captures the public's attention. As much as it is an argument against God's existence, it is often formulated as a reproach against God. The existence of evil and suffering is a profound mystery. The Old Testament wisdom books of Job and Tobit are dedicated almost exclusively to exploring it. As it is not possible to summarize them here in only a few lines, we direct the reader instead to the Bible, which is in part designed to help us understand the problem of evil. This claim has several points in common with the argument about the imperfection of the world, and the arguments we use to refute that objection also apply here. However, there are several significant differences between the imperfection of the world, and evil that we will now discuss briefly. According to the Bible, God is not responsible for the evil that exists in the world today. Evil entered into the world through man tempted by the devil. In this view, God tolerates evil on a temporary basis for the same reasons mentioned above, to permit man to exercise his liberty, giving him room to develop, build his identity, and determine his ultimate fate and improve himself through positive actions over the course of his earthly life. While the suffering of the innocent is intolerable, we must recognize that here on earth we are not in a position to understand God's actions. Thus, from the biblical perspective, evil and suffering do not prove that God does not exist. They are, rather, the consequence of the bad use that angels and men have made of their freedom. 15. Believers do not provide an example of moral excellence. Their bad and even scandalous lives prove that their religion is just a facade with nothing behind it. Certainly, the testimony of a life lived according to one's principles is more valuable than any amount of empty talk. The first Christians converted the world through their exemplary lives, many miracles, and the martyrdom that many of them freely accepted, not by recourse to long sermons. By contrast, the example of bad Christians has had the opposite effect over the centuries. The evil practices of those believers who profess the virtues of sharing, forgiveness, and brotherly love, while doing the exact opposite, are not proof against the God they claim to believe in. Rather, their behavior is a testament to the great difficulty many people face in trying to live according to their beliefs. 4. Arguments drawn from religion. 16. The existence of multiple contradictory religions on earth is incompatible with the existence of a single benevolent God. It is undeniable there are a multitude of different and contradictory religions on earth. Therefore, most of these religions are necessarily false. We can conclude from this that many human beings practice false religions and that a lot of people are born, live, and die in error through no fault of their own. But if God were, by definition, good, just, and all-powerful, He would have communicated the truth to mankind. If He did not do so, that is either because He could not, in which case He is not all-powerful, or because He did not wish to, in which case He is neither good nor just. In either case, it follows, once again, that God does not exist. A refutation of this thesis has first to consider that God has always faced two contradictory accusations. First, He is accused of being a tyrant who never leaves us alone and spends all His time forbidding humans to do all sorts of things, even the most ordinary pleasures. Second, He is accused of being indifferent or absent, allowing evil and those who practice it to flourish. At least one, and maybe even both, of these two accusations is false. Let's have a look. It was the serpent who suggested to Eve that God was a tyrant. Did God say, "You shall not eat from any tree in the garden"? Genesis chapter 3, verse 1. Despite its inaccuracy, God merely forbade them to eat from just one of the trees. This accusation has stuck over the centuries. A moment's reflection serves to show that this accusation is baseless. People do what they want every minute of their lives, and experience has shown that God does not rain lightning down on our heads when we fail to respect His commandments. God has left us instructions about how to lead our lives. These instructions or marching orders are inscribed in our conscience, but we are free to choose not to follow them. There is, therefore, no basis to the claim that God is a tyrant. The opposite accusation that God is absent and allows evil to happen is the more serious one. It can only be understood through the conjecture that God places great value on human freedom. Because of this, God cannot prevent man from doing evil without calling his freedom into question. In this way, the multiplicity of religions and error is more a testimony of the freedom that God grants to men than a proof of His non-existence. 17. The fact that there are many gods proves that none of them exist. This objection is basically identical to the previous one and can receive the same response. 18. Religions have always been the cause of violence and wars. Those who make this argument point out that religions, considered the representatives of benevolent gods on earth, have often engendered war and violence. Consequently, as these religions have brought about evil, they cannot really be established by a good God. So we can conclude either that God is evil or that he does not exist. Since God cannot be evil, he must not exist. The premises of this argument are also false, and we only have to look at the misfortunes of the 20th century for ample evidence of this fact. The wars waged over the last century by dogmatic materialists were far more cruel, violent, prolonged, and lethal than all the religious wars of the past put together. The crimes and violence committed by Hitler, Stalin, Mao Zedong, and Pol Pot have no precedent in human history. Phillips and Axelrod's Encyclopedia of Wars catalogued 1,763 wars that have taken place throughout the history of mankind. Of these 1,763 wars, 123 were based on religious motives, or less than 7% of the total. Not only are the wars waged for religious reasons less numerous than some people suppose, but, according to the same encyclopedia, the number of people killed in these 123 religious wars is equivalent to 2% of the total number of persons killed in all historical wars. That means that religious wars in general have had fewer victims than wars waged for other motives. We then come to the unfortunate conclusion that man himself is inclined to evil and violence, and that religions and ideologies are often merely instruments or pretexts to indulge this evil inclination. Recent history reveals that this argument, that is, that religions are the cause of violence and wars, is groundless. 19. The existence of hell proves that God is not good. But since God must be good by definition, neither he nor hell exists. To put it another way, hell is an unlimited punishment. Man, on the other hand, is limited, ignorant, and largely irresponsible. Everything he does, even what he does wrong, is of a limited nature, and so an infinite hell is, therefore, a disproportionate and unjust punishment. If God exists, he is necessarily just. Since hell appears to be an unjust punishment, God does not exist. Since this argument refers to the Judeo-Christian concept of hell, we will respond from that perspective. The existence of hell, an eternal place of suffering with no hope of escape, is one of the saddest but best attested realities in Scripture and church teaching. It is always spoken of in direct and raw language. Then he will say to those at his left hand, "You that are accursed, depart from me into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels." Matthew chapter 25, verse 41. And if your eye causes you to stumble, tear it out and throw it away. It is better for you to enter life with one eye than to have two eyes and to be thrown into the hell of fire. Matthew chapter 18, verse 9, and Mark chapter 9, verse 47. Enter through the narrow gate, for the gate is wide and the road is easy that leads to destruction, and there are many who take it. For the gate is narrow and the road is hard that leads to life, and there are few who find it. Matthew chapter 7, verses 13 to 14. In the New Testament, hell, or its equivalents, Gehenna, the darkness, eternal fire, etc., is mentioned 45 times with much more frequency than most of the other realities Christ taught about. Today, skepticism about the existence of hell has penetrated all strata of society. Certainly, it is very hard to believe that an insignificant and ignorant human will face an eternal fate at the end of his life, whether in eternal bliss or eternal damnation. It seems so disproportionate to his actions. Earlier, we examined a weighty philosophical argument that denies God's existence on the grounds that he could not have created an imperfect world. We saw that this imperfection, which is better described as incompleteness, is permitted on a temporary basis and is even necessary to ensure that man and the world can develop. But at its root, this initial argument is perfectly well-founded. In the long term, namely eternity, God cannot create imperfect things. Therefore, there must come a time when we all enter into an eternity where nothing can change further. The provisory character of the present world and the eternal character of the world to come are a necessary result of God's own existence. One can certainly deny the existence of God, but if you believe in his existence, it would be incoherent to deny the existence of eternity. Eternity is a reality that is intrinsically linked to God's existence. In the final analysis, the reality of an everlasting hell, or even the possibility of its existence, is no proof that a good God does not exist. Rather, it is evidence that, because we have been created by an eternal and transcendent God, our fate too must be eternal and sealed at a given moment. 20. The Bible is just a collection of primitive legends riddled with errors. This common accusation is not intended as a proof against the existence of just any creator God. It rejects the existence of the Judeo-Christian God in particular. Pointing to the supposed errors present in the Bible, it concludes that whoever inspired this faulty text could not have been a God. Christians and Jews insist that their Bible was inspired by God, but the God they worship can't really exist since he was mistaken about so many things. This argument suffers from the profound misreading of the Bible. In fact, the truth is entirely contrary, as we hope the last 2 chapters dedicated to this subject have sufficiently demonstrated. The existence of the many humanly inaccessible truths of the Bible, as we've called them, are actually strong evidence for the existence of a higher spirit. Conclusion. For those who genuinely desire to explore the question of God's existence at a deep level and reach a sound decision about whether or not to believe, it is insufficient only to know the evidence in favor of it. We also need good responses to the diverse arguments and objections that are commonly brought forward to prove the opposite. That has been the purpose of this important chapter. Conclusion. 25. Materialism and irrational belief. Materialism has always been just a belief, but today it increasingly appears as an irrational belief. Although many people may still choose to embrace it, that choice seems devoid of any rational justification. Materialism, in many cases, has become an intellectual justification for both individualism and the rejection of moral standards. The evidence for God's existence presented in this book is modern, clear, and rational. Drawn from a variety of scientific and humanistic disciplines, these findings can be tested against real-world observations. While much of this evidence was unavailable as recently as the 19th century, scientific advances have since made remarkable strides. Even our historical understanding of who Jesus could be has evolved significantly over the past century. We are living in extraordinary times. Although this shift has gone largely unnoticed by the general public, we are in the midst of an intellectual paradigm shift that fundamentally redefines our approach to the question of God's existence. The introduction's title, The Dawn of a Revolution, might have at first seemed overly bold, even pretentious, but by the conclusion of this book, it is clear that it is justified. The pieces of evidence are clear. You don't need to be a scientist to grasp the ideas and stakes behind this evidence, whether we're examining the universe's beginning, its precise fine-tuning, the unlikely emergence of life on Earth, or the historical anomalies discussed in this book. They are intelligible. These ideas are clear and accessible. Our arguments, drawn from cosmology, biology, mathematics, philosophy, ethics, and history, are all grounded in reason, careful analysis, and sober judgment. The theoretical implications of this evidence can be tested against the observable universe. True, the proofs we present are not absolute proofs, but, just like the many other scientific theories everyone accepts, they belong to the category of evidence that can be validated by examining their implications against the real universe. The evidence is abundant. The 25 chapters of this book bear witness to this. There is much additional evidence, but if we had included it all, the book you hold in your hands would be the size of an encyclopedia. The evidence comes from many fields of knowledge. There are books devoted to the scientific evidence for God's existence, others focus on philosophical proofs, and still more on theological arguments. Our book is unique in offering a comprehensive panorama, including cosmology, philosophy, ethics, and historical enigmas. This richness of perspectives is possible only because evidence for God's existence appears in every field of human study. Many who defended this evidence were persecuted. The terrible persecution of Russian and German scientists, whose stories we recounted in Chapter 8, The Big Bang, a noir thriller, should give us pause. Had the thermal death and expansion of the universe not been interpreted as evidence of a beginning, and therefore of a creator, such persecution would never have occurred. What is the takeaway? For believers, this book demonstrates that their convictions are based on solid, rational foundations, even if others disagree. Our comprehensive survey of evidence equips them with the arguments needed to challenge the prevailing narrative, often touted by political correctness, that belief in God is irrational and should be confined to the private realm. In fact, the opposite is true. For seekers who sometimes question the existence of spiritual realities or ponder why there is something rather than nothing, this book reveals just how unfounded the materialist worldview is and, conversely, how well supported the theistic perspective is. Finally, for materialists, this book highlights the formidable challenge that modern science poses to their views. To refute the thesis that a creator God exists, they must hold that every piece of evidence presented in this book is false, and, consequently, they must simultaneously accept all of the following statements. There is an infinite number of universes beyond our own. This is the only hypothesis they can rely on to escape the fine-tuning problem, even though it resembles science fiction and is completely devoid of evidence. At least one of these universes must be eternal, otherwise one would have to have arisen from nothing. The leap from inert matter to life falls within a reasonable range of probability. Jesus was nothing more than a failed opportunist or something to that effect. The unlikely and indisputable truths contained in the Bible exist purely by chance. The story of the Jewish people is not extraordinary. The extraordinary event at Fátima was nothing more than a hoax. Good and evil do not exist. Anything goes. Many committed materialists may not have yet realized how many unattractive assumptions underlie their position, assumptions they must accept to remain rational and coherent. They might be surprised to discover that, in effect, they are great believers, though in ideas that starkly contrast with the unbelief they once claimed. Recognizing this inconsistency could be a crucial first step. For God made man to seek him. As Paul of Tarsus writes in Acts chapter 17, verses 26 to 27, God made them, men, so that they would search for him, and if possible, grope for him and find him, who in fact is not far from each one of us. These words encourage us to persevere in our search. We hope this book will help in that endeavor. This concludes the reading of God, the Science, the Evidence, The Dawn of a Revolution,